If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
Has anyone ever had any creepy, unsettling, crazy and dangerous encounters with other people deep in the wilderness and forests while hiking or generally in the woods?
My wife and I had an encounter on the Jacks River Trail, in the Cahata Wildlife Management Area in North Georgia a few years ago. I was sunning on a big rock in the river off of the trail, and my wife was wading in the shallow water about 20 yards upstream of me. I immediately felt uneasy around two men who came off the trail and approached a large rock just 10 yards from where I was sitting. We looked at each other and nodded but did not exchange greetings. My spidey senses were telling me these were not your regular hikers. Despite the abundance of spots to enjoy the river, they chose to sit on the rock right next to my wife and me, even though there was no one else in the area. I was sitting on my rock and kept facing them so I could watch them. One of the two guys started moving from his rock towards the rock I was sitting on. I had a medium-sized backpack with the top open, so as he was making his way towards me, I put my hand on top of the Colt 45 ACP M1911 that I had on the top inside of my pack. I did not brandish my weapon. I never took it out of my pack. As he approached me, he could see my right hand in the top of my pack, but he could not see what was in my right hand. He turned around and went back to his friend, and the two of them went back onto the trail and continued upstream. The lady in the woods. Recently, I started assisting my mom in selling my childhood home, which triggered a memory of what may have been the scariest thing I've ever experienced. I and my friends were 15. I grew up in a subdivision about 20 minutes away from any towns. It was a very safe neighborhood, with street lights on the corners and many kids. Many of my classmates lived there too, and we never feared walking to each other's homes or staying out late. My subdivision was about 3 miles long, and I lived at the very end of it. The last mile is a sharp right turn into a hill and has thick woods along both sides of the street with 4 houses at the bottom, all surrounded by woods. My friend, Maddie, lived at the entrance to the subdivision. One year we got about 8 inches of snow and ice. The snow and ice caused the roads to shut down, leaving people stranded and schools closed for a week. The first day of this snow, I, Maddie, and Kelly spent the whole day playing. We decided to have a big sleepover at Maddie's house that night. When the sun looked like it might start setting, we started the trek down to my house to get an overnight bag. By the time we finished packing, it was dark out. The woods always enhance the darkness, but it didn't bother us. The three of us start walking, joking, and enjoying the night air. As we cleared the top of the hill, we saw something that made us stop in our tracks, a hooded figure standing on the corner, illuminated only by the streetlight. They didn't move. They stood completely stiff, staring straight ahead. It was unsettling, but it easily could have been a neighbor, so with nervous laughs we started descending the hill. The figure never moves, staring straight ahead. As we got to the bottom, we could see the hood was fur-lined and they had some sort of black mask hiding their features. We started to get nervous. At this point we're even with this person, it's black out, with the one streetlight illuminating the corner. After staring at the figure for about 45 seconds, Maddie finally called out, "Hey, stop messing with us. It's not funny." At this point the figure moved, only shuffling its feet to turn its body in our direction. They extended their hand towards us. Time stopped, and I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. The figure gestured "come here" to us before turning and walking into the woods. We ran. We ran as fast as our feet could carry us until we reached Maddie's house, where we deadbolted the door behind us. The next morning when I walked home, I stopped at the corner where the figure had been and felt pure, genuine fear. There were 2 tracks of footprints, one leading out of the woods and one leading back in. Man follows us out of the woods. This must have happened around 2007 when I was 18 or 19, because I had graduated high school but had not yet gotten my own place. My friend Zach and his brother Chris had their own apartment, so naturally, I was there all the time. One such night, around 2 or 3 a.m., we decided we needed snacks, so we decided to walk to a nearby gas station, cutting through a small wooded area to get there. Cutting through the woods again on our way back to the apartment, I noticed a man walking the opposite direction. He was of average height but very stocky and strong looking. He was wearing a black zip-up hoodie with the hood up over a hat and had a long red beard. He looked to be only a few years older than us. He was staring intently at me as he walked past. "Geez, what was that guy's problem?" I said to Chris. "What guy?" he responded. I turn around to point him out and notice that he has moved to our left side, where he was on our right when he first passed. Also, he was now facing our direction. I mentioned something about this to Chris and Zach, and we pick up our pace. I turn around again to see if he's still there. This time he's peeking out from behind a tree, watching us. Shit, I say, I think that guy is following us. A guy follows you in the woods late at night, it can't be good. I turn around again, and he's jogging toward us. He shouts out to us. Hey, what are you doing out here? We tell him that we were just coming from the gas station. He responds with something along the lines of us being liars and that we must be up to no good. At this point he's walking next to us. Chris tells him that we don't do anything but drink Coke and play video games. Oh, so you do Coke, he says. We come out of the woods and are in sight of the apartment, but this is where it went from creepy to terrifying. He jumps in front of us, blocking our paths. He calls us liars again, looks past us, and says, "Isn't that right, guy's name?" I turn around and see two more men walking quickly towards us. I have no idea where they came from. We were so focused on the beard guy that we didn't see or hear anything else until then. Another voice calls something out, and there are two more guys next to the beard guy. The beard guy points to me and accuses me of robbing his apartment. The five of them form a semicircle around the three of us. I deny any robbery, but the bearded guy, whom I have never seen before, says he would recognize me anywhere. Beard guy says, "I'm getting my money back," and begins to pull something out of his pocket. We run. One of the others grabs from me but misses. We run around the corner towards the apartment and decide that it's not a good idea to go in because we don't want them to know where my friends live. We ran for a while longer until we thought we lost them, then went back to the apartment. Zach called the cops, but they never came. I think it's because he told them that mysterious people appeared from the trees, which is not an inaccurate description but doesn't convey the seriousness of the situation. We didn't see them again after that, but we were shaken up for a while. I don't know what might have happened if we didn't get away. Creepy man by the woods. Back when I was younger, around 12 to 13, my three friends and I, also the same age, had a fort right at the tree line by some woods near our neighborhood. Right next to the tree line was a series of fields used for sports, so technically our fort was on that property and not the woods. Separating the woods from the fields was a large chain-link fence. One day after a large storm, one of the trees from our fort was knocked over, leaning against the fence. Naturally, as kids, we thought that was awesome, except for ruining part of the fort. We all climbed onto the tree, sat on it, and engaged in various activities. After some time we were just sitting there having a conversation when I noticed one of my friends who was not on the tree was looking past us, on the other side of the fence. Guys," he said in a shaky tone. We all turned around, and on the other side of the fence, about 20 feet away, was an old man. He was dressed in tattered clothes, including a newsboy hat. He looked to be in his mid-50s to 60s. He stood there smiling at us. I definitely sensed some malicious intent with him. This is creepy in itself, but what disturbs me the most is how long he must have been there watching us, easily 15 to 20 minutes before my friend noticed. In what seemed like forever, none of us spoke, and all we could do was stare back at him. My adrenaline kicked in, and my reaction was to just run away, and my friends also followed. After a few minutes or so we gained the courage to go back, and when we did, he was gone. It scared us, and we really never went back to that fort. My friends and I will never forget that unsettling man, even though the fort and fence have since been replaced. Shadow in the woods. This story occurred when I was 15, maybe 16. At the time, I lived in Northern California, on the coast in the Redwoods. During this time, I had a very close-knit, albeit nerdy, group of friends. As such, we would often gather at our friend Paul's house for Halo LAN parties. Usually, our group consisted of 5 members, and we would engage in typical teenage activities such as excessive caffeine consumption, intense video game play, and frequent arguments with Paul's parents. Paul's house was at the end of a long country road and quite a ways back in the Redwoods, and we would often roam the woods if we got tired of Xbox. One afternoon, Paul and I were hanging out at his house after school and decided to wander around in the woods. We hopped the fence in his backyard and started trekking through the trees. Eventually, we stumbled upon an overgrown dirt road and followed it for about a half mile. The road eventually entered a clearing, and we saw, to our total amazement, that there was an abandoned mill with tons of rusty old equipment. The road left the clearing on the far side of the mill. There was a still lit light on a power pole next to the mill. We decided not to enter the mill and to come back during our next LAN party, which we had planned for the weekend of Halloween so we could show the rest of the guys. The weekend came around, and after binging on Halo and pizza, Paul and I told everyone that they needed to see the abandoned building we had found in the woods. We left Paul's house around midnight, armed with 2 single battery flashlights. Not the brightest idea, Batum TSSS. After walking to the road, We were able to see the faint glow of the light in the distance, framed by the tree branches meeting over the top of the road. After several minutes, we reached the clearing and poked around the mill, getting rapidly more creeped out but determined to be scared since it was Halloween. We found that the doors were all padlocked and were all about to leave when we decided to explore further down the road on the other side of the clearing. As we exited the clearing with our tiny flashlights making a brave attempt at holding the light back, and the light from the mill fading behind us, I happened to look back. There was a man standing in the middle of the road. He was silhouetted by the light and was facing towards our group. I was literally paralyzed with fear but finally managed to spin around and grab Paul as he was walking away. As the rest of the guys slowly turned and looked towards the man, he slowly walked into the woods on the opposite side of the road. We stood there petrified, knowing we had to move past where we had seen the man to get back to Paul's, not to mention past the mill again. After several indecisive moments, we all ran down the road and didn't stop until we were at Paul's house. The run back was a blur, and I never looked back. I can only speculate about the man and what he was doing out there and where he went. It sounds like a stupid creepypasta, but this legit happened to me. 5 miles deep in the woods, 10 miles down an out-of-use logging road in the boonies doing regeneration surveys for the DNR. It was a cedar/hemlock stand, and it was getting near forest dark time. I'd had a weird feeling about this stand all day. It was off. On my hike and I felt some nervousness, which is weird because I'd been doing the job for close to a year and was only ever happy to take a hike in the woods. If you know the uneasiness, you know. Anyway, I'm walking back to my truck with 5 miles to go. And I smell a cigarette. I know what you're thinking. It wasn't any type of hunting season. Yes, it was public logging land, but again, I was miles into the woods with no trails the whole time. There were no towns for literal miles in any direction, and it had been completely silent for hours before that. I broke into a jog until I hit the road. We'd been warned during orientation for the job that there was the very real possibility of running into some meth labs out in the woods and that those people will react how you'd expect them to if they see you. Smelling that cigarette scared the living shit out of me. Waiting behind the trees. I live in Australia, Sydney, to be more specific. I won't tell you my actual suburb, but what I will mention is that this story is from our first home, which was a cross between suburbia and rural. Most houses back onto a wooded area. When I was younger, 11, my sister, Alex, aged 9, and I would play in the wooded area just off the edge of our property. My parents built a treehouse at the edge of our property so they could watch us from the living room while my sister and I pretended we were in another world. It was perfect, built almost identically to Bart Simpson's treehouse. We would spend most of our time after school in that treehouse mucking around, which led to the name Home Base. One of the games we used to play was hide and seek, where the seeker would sit inside home base and the hider would have 30 seconds to find a suitable hiding spot somewhere in the woods. Our mother knew we played this game and had no problems as long as we didn't wander too far into the woods. Alex almost never found me, which, as an older brother, was the perfect opportunity to make fun of a younger sister. With enough of Alex's whinging about me always being the hider, I agreed to be the seeker. I sat up in home base while Alex waited at the bottom of the tree for me to start counting. I started to count as loud as I could. 1, 2, 3. I could hear her giggling and running off. Remember not to go too far into the woods, Alex. I added in between counts. When I didn't get a response, I uncovered my eyes and looked out the window to see where she was. By now she was 50 meters away from home base, her attention was on the tree roots and rocks, trying not to trip. I was tracing her through the trees when something caught my eye about 25 meters ahead of her. There was a man, wearing a white t-shirt and a baseball hat, hiding behind a tree but poking the top third of his body out of it. He was watching Alex. "Alex!" I screamed. "Stop! There's a man waiting for you behind a tree." I tried to scream and speak as loud and as fast as I could. Alex stopped dead in her tracks, looked up, and must have seen him because I had never seen her run so fast before that day. He actually came out from behind the tree and gave chase to her but gave up after 10 meters, turned around, and disappeared into the woods. By the time I had climbed down the ladder, Alex had passed me and was halfway across our backyard. We told our parents what happened, and my dad pulled down the treehouse that night. We called the police, but without a solid description, they couldn't really search their system. They did come to our house and combed through the woods for a couple hundred meters looking for anything out of place. When they came back, they showed us what they found: a knife and a roll of duct tape. It was because of this that my parents put our house on the market and moved closer to the city. Stranger in the woods. When I was about 6, my cousins kept telling each other scary stories about seeing a man in the woods in their backyard. I wasn't included in this conversation. I was too young and was eavesdropping, actually. My entire family were all gathered at one small house, and everyone stayed inside except my cousins, who were pushing each other into the woods to see if anyone would actually see them. Eventually they all gave up and went inside. I, being stubborn and wanting to prove myself, went into the woods. I had only taken a few steps when I saw him, and as soon as I did, my fingers and toes went numb. But I kept walking, like I had to keep following him. And every time I got closer, he would disappear and then reappear farther away. I knew he was leading me away, but I kept going. The outside light was on, and I was far enough that I could hardly see it. When we both knew I was far enough from the house that no one could see us, he stopped disappearing and stood in one spot. I couldn't look away from him, like if I did, I would be able to see the dark closing in. It's like he was keeping me safe. I took one more step that would make me alarmingly close to him, and then he crouched down. He didn't seem scary to me, despite his black curly hair and deep green eyes that were always fixed on me. The air around him was warm even though at night the temperature dropped, but my fingers and toes were still ice cold. For the longest 3 seconds of my life, there was a flash, and I saw what he was hiding underneath. His face was like a deer and wolf smashed together, but I didn't move, and through the transformation his eyes stayed exactly the same and were still trained on me. Then he spoke. His voice was soft and hypnotic, but he spoke in nothing above a whisper, and he knew my name. Hannah, it's okay. A lot of things are going to happen, but just never be afraid of me or of anything that's going to happen to you, okay? You weren't afraid of me while all the older kids were. You are smart and beautiful and brave. Don't ever be afraid. Stay in the light. Don't forget about me and what happened here. He grabbed my hand and said, I'll always be around you to protect you. Never to frighten, so never be afraid if you see me again, and you will. Then he kissed me. And then he sent me away. I ran back shocked and afraid because he had kissed me and I thought I would get in trouble. And I was hoping it never actually happened, but when I looked back, he was closer than before. Then I saw him smile at me and disappear. Only my cousins saw him a few times again after that, but somehow they knew he wasn't there for them. He was looking for me, but I never told them. After the encounter, I started hearing voices and feeling presences and seeing things and having messed up dreams about things in the future, and after a long time, I had that memory thoroughly suppressed, and I never even knew I had that memory until today, and at first, I thought it was just a messed up childhood dream since I had a messed up childhood. Until I realized my cousin had seen me come out of the woods that night and saw the man smile at me. I asked her about it, and she said she remembered it, and when she asked me what I was doing with that man, I said, "What man?" I guess I decided to share this story to see if anyone else had met this man. Or seen him at least. I just don't understand why I remember all this now. Before, I had a dream/memory about that night, but when I saw him talking, it was like he was on mute. And now that the voices and all the things I can do have become a part of my life, I heard what he said to me finally today. It honestly scared the crap out of me, and my fingers and hands were like ice as soon as I heard his voice when I recalled the memory. Well, has anyone else seen or met him too? Or just went through something similar? This is not fictional, and I do not know if the thing I encountered was living or not. I was genuinely scared shitless when I relived this memory today. He came up out of the woods near my house wearing a cloak and was walking around for a whole day. I want to start this off by saying I was between the ages of, say, 10 and 12 when this happened. I don't remember exactly what year it was. I'm in high school now, so this was a few years ago. At my old apartment building complex, the parking lot was a circle. There was a staircase off of the parking lot down to a cement platform where kids could play, do sidewalk chalk, play sports, etc. There was a staircase off the grass/platform that led to a path into the woods. Cracked asphalt led through the woods to the other side of the neighborhood, which was regular single-family homes. One day, a man walked out of the woods and up both flights of stairs. He was wearing a full-body, black, Grim Reaper-style cloak and was making circles around the parking lot. My mom, who was a single mom, made the wise decision not to run any errands until he had left. Hours passed. 4 p.m. 5 p.m. 6 p.m. The cloak man was still there, looping the parking lot. By this time, the sun was setting. My dad came to pick me up after dinner to go to his house. When we got back, guess who was still there? Cloak man. The sky was jet black, and the cloak man was shrouded in darkness. The HOA sucked, and all the streetlights were burned out. Our headlights illuminated him as we drove by. I saw him more clearly this time, his head bowed, the cloak completely covering his face. Hours passed. By the time I went to bed, the cloak man was still wandering. He had been wandering the parking lot for the entire day. When I tell you this man was walking for at least 12 hours, this would not even be an exaggeration. When I woke up the next day, he was gone without a trace. I never saw him again. The night wood stood silent. Years ago, man, I am old, but let's say the mid-1990s. I worked as a woodland firefighter while in the Army Reserves. I worked as a spotter. Basically, I was stationed in a giant fire tower in the middle of a national park. My job was just as it sounds. I would use binoculars and look out for fire, smoke, and other telltale signs of fire. My nearest colleague lived about 5 miles away from me. My days consisted of working my shift, taking long walks around the fire tower, being on the lookout for anyone who might be having illegal fires, looking out for wildlife, and staying abreast of bears and wolves. The way our shifts worked back then was 1 week on, 1 week off. So we slept in the towers, cooked our food, etc. There were nearby toilets and showers for our. One day I came across an illegal bear trap. I had several ranger friends, and I safely set off the trap and then picked it up to take to the ranger station on one of my treks out for food in my Jeep. Poaching was illegal in the park and carried a big fine even back then and some jail time, but it did not stop the poachers from trying. I heard rifle shots and headed back for my fire tower. We did have a rifle in the tower to be used in cases of emergencies. Just a few months back a fellow spotter had been mauled to death by a grizzly, so each tower had been outfitted with a rifle. I looked with my binoculars but did not see anything out of the ordinary. I radioed my coworker Ben, an older guy in the adjacent tower. He hadn't heard anything today but had come across a few traps himself. That night, after a dinner of franks and beans and toast, I was writing to my future wife when I heard the rumbling of a truck. Thinking it may be Ben, occasionally he made the trek over, and we would crack open a soda and chew the fat for a bit. Instead I saw 4 men with rifles get out of the truck. One looked around and leaned up against the truck while the other 3 grabbed traps and began to set them up. I grabbed the rifle and my lantern and headed down the stairs. I was only 21, a farmer's son from a rural Virginia farming town, and even with one deployment behind me, I was naive. I should have called it in to the Rangers, but instead I thought I could talk some sense into 4 dangerous men. I barely got a "Hey, what are you doing?" out of my mouth before I was roughly shoved by rough hands. My lantern fell, and I heard it crack. The rifle was kicked away from me, and I felt the breath leave my chest when I was violently kicked in the stomach. I had barely caught my breath when I was grabbed by 2 of the men and was shoved forward into the woods. It seemed like we walked for miles, but in reality it was probably only a mile. However, I noticed that there were no sounds. In the forest it is rarely silent. It's a cacophony of sounds, even at night. Owls, wolves, and crickets, but on this night, nothing. Suddenly I was shoved onto my knees, and I felt hot tears well up. I thought of my parents, my little sister and brother, and my fiancée, who were back home in Virginia. I heard the sound of a gun being readied, and I shut my eyes and prayed. Suddenly, the night erupted. However, the sounds I heard were sirens from the forest rangers, and behind them was Ben in his pickup, who had tried to radio me after hearing a car's engine and coming to my tower when I didn't reply. The poachers were arrested, and Ben drove me back to the tower. I was still shaking. He didn't lay into me for not following procedure, he just said, "That was close, kid." I ended up leaving the job months later to take a job closer to home, but I never ran into any more poachers during the rest of my time. I kept in contact with Ben for a while, sent him a wedding invite, and then sent him a photo of my firstborn son in 1997. However, as time usually does, we lost track of one another, and a few years back I googled him. He would have been 75 or so, to discover he passed away a few years back. Don't know whatever came of those poachers, but I know I never want to meet them again. The man in the woods. There are actually 2 instances where I've discovered I was being watched by a man in the woods. When I was a little girl, I lived in an apartment complex with my mother. The entire complex consisted of 2 buildings that sat side by side, less than 100 feet apart, with 4 2-bedroom apartments, 2 upstairs and 2 downstairs. We lived about 100 yards down the hill from a major 5-lane road, but you never would have known due to the thick woods that bordered the complex on 3 sides. The last side was an area cut for power lines that ran next to our driveway with a graveyard directly beyond it. It should go without saying that this setup was a recipe for many childish shenanigans as well as creepy encounters. On the front side of the complex and along the power line were thick blackberries. They weren't quite as thick along the power line, but in the front of the apartment, you couldn't stick your arm in without being torn apart by the thorns, and it was so thick that it was nearly impossible to push through. This is relevant later. I was the only young child who lived there full time, and to the best of my knowledge, All the neighbors were fond of me. I was active in Girl Scouts, so when it was time, I would go around to all the neighbors for orders. When the cookies came, I'd get my little wagon and deliver them to the neighbors by myself. I did this because my mother knew and trusted the neighbors. The day this happened, I had taken my wagon to the other building to deliver cookies. I hadn't meant to stay as long as I had, but my mother's friend's husband had bought some new fish, and I was fascinated with their aquarium, so I had spent about 45 minutes helping them pick out names. When I began to walk back, dusk had fallen. I had walked about 7 steps off their porch when I got a terrible feeling. Now that I'm older, I understand that I am an empath and have learned to listen to my intuition. However, back then, I mistakenly thought I just needed to use the bathroom urgently. I stopped for a second to settle my stomach and heard a noise. When I looked to the front of the apartments, where the blackberries were the thickest, initially I couldn't see anything. I forget exactly what alerted me to his presence, but I think he flicked a lighter or something. It was like he was trying to purposely alert me to his presence. The second I saw him, I froze. He had shoulder length, stringy black hair, bad skin, and looked like a skeleton because he was so skinny. Knowing what I know now, I imagine he was probably strung out. I realized he knew I saw him when his face split into a wicked, unfriendly grin. Then he began tearing his way through the blackberry brambles towards me. I began running towards my house while screaming bloody murder. Even over my screams, I heard his feet slap the pavement behind me. I got to my steps and my Uncle Mike, who lived next door, flung his door open to see what the hell was going on. I began screaming and crying about the man who had chased me out of the woods. But the man had disappeared. Mike hadn't seen the man, so initially he thought I was letting my imagination run away with me. However, when they examined the area I indicated he had emerged from, they found a clear patch of broken brush and blood where he had been cut by the thorns. After they used their machete to cut away the brambles and investigate the area where he had come from, they found a spot with a small pile of cigarette butts, indicating that he had been waiting there for me when I initially walked over. A few weeks later, deep in the woods, my mother's boyfriend and I discovered a small tent with assorted paraphernalia and very weird adult stuff. No one mentioned the connection, but I was very mature for my age, so when I thought about it, it disturbed me very much. Flute player in the woods. So, this happened years ago, but I remembered it and thought you guys might find it kind of interesting. A little background: I'm a 17-year-old girl. My family, aunts, uncles, cousins, etc., all share this cottage in a nearby campground. We've had it in the family since my mom was a teen, so since I was little, I've been going out there. Since we've been going out there for so long, we know the community fairly well. A lot of strong bonds have formed with the neighbors and nearby campers. Basically everybody knows everybody. In this one particular incident, my friend and I, who were about 10 at the time, were out for a walk. We only ever hung out when we were at the lake, so we often went hiking along the same trail to kill time, which passed by a forest in the heart of the community. As we strolled along the path, we heard a light tune coming from the forest to our left. Our heads snapped in the direction of the sound, and it came to a stop. We shrugged it off, as we were 10 and didn't get freaked out too easily. We continued walking as the path turned, and our backs were now to where the sound was initially heard. Once again, the light tune started, and once again, we turned toward the sound. It came to a halt. Now I don't understand why we continued walking away at this point, but we did. The forest was now a ways behind us when it started up again. This time I turned toward the mysterious song and started walking. The flute didn't stop playing but instead got faster. I slowed my steps, and I realized the speed of the song, and it stopped once again. The second we started walking away, the flutist bounced back into action, and I started running toward the tree line. The song ended when I was a few meters away, and the silence that followed was deafening. The girl I was with took off running toward the main road, and I followed. Now it could have been nothing, but for some reason we didn't tell anyone about what happened. Even now, the thought of it still terrifies me, but nothing similar ever occurred again. Someone who we knew was messing with us that day. A person in our small, tight-knit community was sitting right behind the tree line watching us. Why? Who knows? I guess we'll never know what would have happened if we crossed the tree line that day. So random flute player, let's not meet. Crazy hippie Jesus. This story took place when I was 16, female, and living in a house of 11 people, only 2 of whom were adult males, my stepdad and the subject of this story. First, a little background. My parents are divorced, so my little sister and I used to spend summers and Christmas in Colorado with my father and the school year with my mother in Oregon. That year, my mother had acquired several housemates that she had met through her church in order to afford the rent, which is why there were 11 people in our house. I had not encountered any of them prior to my return to Oregon in August, and I did not meet the individual referred to as the crazy dude, whom we will call Jesus, as he believed himself to be, until 3 days later. This delay was due to my commitments at a convention, which kept me occupied until approximately 3 a.m. When we finally did meet, he seemed off somehow. He wouldn't look at me when I spoke to him, and he kept calling me beautiful. He called everything beautiful. Actually, he used the word like you and I would use cool. None of that surprised me at first, because he looked like a typical new age guy, with long hair and a beard, wearing sandals everywhere, etc., and those people are a little odd, so I thought nothing of it. It didn't even worry me that he refused to live with us in the house but was staying in the backyard in a freaking tent instead with his girlfriend to be closer to nature. I started school soon after, and for about a week, everything seemed normal until I came home and found that he had shaved his head and beard very poorly. He was covered in razor bumps and bleeding cuts, and he was walking oddly, swaying back and forth as if he were drunk while constantly smiling. And his eyes looked wrong. I have never seen another human whose eyes had that same expression. It was terrifying. My mother told me he had been doing some kind of weird South American drug while living with us, but she refused to kick him out since we needed the rent money. She just told me not to talk to him, and I obliged. Then, one day I was drawing in the living room. I didn't know he was home. Sometimes he went for long walks in the woods around our house. He came up to me and told me that he was starting a company that would transport water to Jupiter with the help of children to smuggle it, and he wanted me to design a logo for him. And the craziest part? He said he had gotten the idea from his father, God, and that he was the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. As he talked, he began to wander around the room, and as soon as he was facing away from me, I left. Apparently he was spouting similar nonsense to everyone else, because my mom finally called Jesus's family to come and get him away from us. Fast forward to the next Monday. I was surprised to see one of my housemates waiting for me after school at my bus stop. Jesus had apparently escaped from the mental institution he had been committed to and arrived at the house again when my grandmother, my 7-year-old brother, and another child who was only 6 were the only ones home. My grandma chased him out onto the lawn and refused to let him near the house. The whole time he was shouting that she was blasphemous. He even stripped naked and put on one of her nightgowns that was hanging on a nearby clothesline. She called the police, but it turned out that squatters' rights are legitimate, so they did not take any action. Ultimately, she had to contact his father to have him removed permanently. We moved a few weeks later. Actually, we were kicked out because Jesus had cut down several giant redwood trees on the property that he claimed he was going to use to build rocket ships. I wonder if he is harassing whoever lives there now. The lady in the woods. I have had a couple of strange and scary encounters in my life, and after listening to a few on here, I thought I would share some of my own. I live in a small town in South Wales with a population of a few hundred. When I was a child, my dad and I used to drive about 5 minutes up the valley to the next town to get pizza on a Saturday night. This is the valley. Delivery was unheard of back in the 90s. One night, we were driving back down the unlit road with only our headlights illuminating the way. This road sits at the bottom of the valley. The valley is very steep, and one side is completely wooded. To the right is the river and then the other side of the valley. There is only one house on the road. I know the family who lives there, as I went to school with them. Anyway, driving back along this road one night with pizza in hand, we drive past a gate, which is part of the road fence, into the forest. I think I see a lady sitting on the edge, but we drive past too quickly, me being young and up past my bedtime. I think nothing more of it. A few years later, my dad and I went to get pizza, and as we were driving back, I was shocked to see a lady sitting on the gate who appeared upset as we rounded the bend. This time I am older and tell my dad, so we pull a U-turn and go back, with my dad telling me I'm going insane but curious if we can help out. No lady sitting on the fence. Speaking to my friend in school the following Monday, he told me how his dogs were going absolutely insane on Saturday, and they could not find out why. After that we did not really go to the next town up to get pizza, as the place was shut down for rats and poor food hygiene. Go figure. A few more years pass, and I am 20. At the age of 19, my dad sadly passed away. I could now also drive myself. With my new girlfriend accompanying me, I go to a pizza place that has recently been taken over and is having a grand reopening in the next town so I can get dinner for her and my family. As I drive back home, I fondly share stories about all the times my dad and I made this journey together. Rounding the corner, she looks out her window and says to me, "Wow, that's strange, there is a lady sitting on that fence. Does she not know X Factor is on?" And laughs. I look up, and sure enough, there is a lady sitting on the fence. Being the driver myself and on a quiet road, I slam on an emergency stop. I get a good look at the lady who I have known since childhood. Her hair is gray, but her face looks like she is not a day over 40. She has the saddest eyes I have ever seen, but they are piercing even with tears coming out of them. She seems very pale. She just stares, tears coming down her face. It was like she was staring straight at me. In a car with myself and my girlfriend, I could feel the eyes burning into me. What did I do? I panicked, figuratively, and fled like a little girl, clutching my right foot and speeding home. I have never ever been to the next town up in the dark again for fear of seeing this creepy lady sitting looking at me again. The day I was followed in the woods. So this story happened to me in the summer of 2016. My good friend and I always run through our state park to reach a really nice swimming hole. But it costs $2 a day to go, so we sneak in and go on the side trails no car can get onto. We are pretty athletic, so it's no problem if they see us because we can just run down the ridge and meet up at the hole. Now this state park has one house that has been there since the Revolutionary War. There is a story about it that you can probably find, but I am not saying anything besides it's very creepy, and we never walk past it, always run, no sprinting. I have told him the story, and it just messes with both of us when we see it. So we were doing our daily run. We normally go a route that takes us down the cliff and back up, but today we chose a different route. This route we take every now and then because it's shorter. We are pretty fit, so we just take the longer one because it's not nearly as creepy. The shorter one is right next to the house that we always sprint past. Once, when we took the short way, we saw a girl lying face down and not moving. In that moment, we looked at each other and sprinted to the hole. We didn't stop once. When we got there, we just looked at each other and were freaking out. We are both high school guys who don't really get scared, but that had us questioning the route. So the way to the hole was creepy. The day was silent, and you could hear the crickets from a mile away. We both didn't want to take the same way back, but we were in a rush. The day got more and more creepy. While in the water, we were telling the scariest stories we had heard here. I was telling some I heard from the search and rescue forest officer. I can't remember his name, but it seemed a good time since we were running in the woods. He got more spooked than normal. He is an avid hunter, so he had his own equipment, and some of it matched up with what we found, which really unsettled him. So fast forward to when we chose to leave the hole and go back on the spooky trail. At this point we were really close to the trail, and it was spookier than ever. We start telling more stories, and all of a sudden he pauses. I don't hunt, so I don't pay attention to the woods. But as soon as he shut me up for joking about his paranoia, we heard something. It was a rustle in the leaves. It wasn't trying to be quiet. We saw a figure running on the tree line. We know the exact route, so we both book it. He is more fit, so he is about 10 feet ahead of me. He has tunnel vision and won't look to the figure. I am looking at the figure, and it is running alongside us. In my head I'm freaking out. We are fit, some of the fittest in the school. How is he keeping up? What is it? Why is it targeting us? What did we do? Why did we come this way? Then all of a sudden it takes us over. It is faster than us. It goes far ahead. Then it cuts and runs straight for us. I halt as I watch it go straight for my friend, who doesn't even see it. I scream, but he doesn't hear. He just keeps going. No stopping him. Then in the blink of an eye, it all makes sense. A giant buck leaps over my friend. My friend stopped when he heard the buck jump. We both were mesmerized yet terrified. My friend and I stopped and watched him disappear into the darkness. We felt safe. The buck ran with us for some time. He wasn't in a rush. No predators. Just him blessing us. A sort of hunting legend here is that if a buck shadows you, you will do good in life. Looking back, it was as if that buck was in unison with us. It was trying to show us a path, it seemed. A way to follow. After that day, we never went down that path. We have never encountered another such experience, yet we continue to sense the animal's presence during our runs. It seems as though it's always there watching over us, running with us. I know this isn't a scary story, but at the time we almost pooped our pants. This is my first time sharing here, so I hope you all like it. I have listened to some amazing stuff on here, and I hope you all keep up the good work. And no matter what, have a good day. Freak in the woods. I am an avid mountain walker and spend most weekends trekking the mountains and hills of South Wales. I have done this for over 15 years. Within that time, only twice have I ever felt genuinely concerned for my safety, once when I was confronted by a bull and the other in the story below. It was a boiling hot Saturday afternoon about 5 years ago, and I was doing one of my favorite walks, which was about 14 miles long. This particular area was mainly forestry, but the tracks themselves were gravel. There were no other walkers and only a few cyclists, which was kind of typical with it being so hot. So the first 9 to 10 miles were standard. I was at the bottom of a track that would eventually lead to the top of the valley. About 50 meters ahead, I could see a man walking in the same direction. He was tall and thin and had short cropped hair. He was wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and black boots, and he walked with a strange limp, and it looked like he had to swing his leg around, almost like one leg was shorter than the other. I didn't think much of it. He was actually walking quite fast, so I probably wouldn't have to overtake him. I carried on up the track. The sun was overhead, and it was sweltering. The man in front kept limping along but nonetheless was making quick work of the incline. The track started to bend, and I lost sight of the limping man. The track comes up to a choice of 2 paths, east, which leads to a small car park that is rarely used, and west, which leads to the top of the valley. As I was about to head west, I heard a man shout, "F word." It was coming from within the forest. I waited a second and then another outburst, "No." My first thought was, that guy must have tried taking a shortcut and had fallen over. As I made my way through the thick trees and ferns to see what was up, I stopped dead in my boots. Up ahead through the trees I could see the man. He was sitting down on a log with his head in his hands. He then screamed at the top of his lungs, "Arg!" He then bolted up and started punching a tree. His face was bright red, and he was raging. He then picked up a stick and started to bash it against a tree. I was frozen. I couldn't actually process what the hell was going on. He just looked absolutely mad. He shouted, "I hate you," and started stomping his feet. I simply thought, I need to get out of here before he sees me. I quietly started to make my way back to the track, careful not to fall over or make any loud noises. That man was clearly a lunatic. I thought I would go the more rarely used east track and then take a shortcut north through the ferns. This was probably the best way to avoid him. With every step I became more confident and almost started to laugh about it. Maybe he wanted to let off a bit of steam and vent some anger. The middle of a forest seems like the perfect place, I suppose. After about 10 to 15 minutes the ferns started to grow thick, and they were at chest level. It wasn't a problem because they are fairly easy to push through. As I looked back behind me, I could see the limping man about 25 meters away. He is wading through the ferns towards me. He had a strange snarl on his face, and his head was bobbing up and down between the ferns. I couldn't believe what was happening. He must have seen me. There was no other explanation. I was only a mile away from a main road, so I started to speed up and walk a bit faster. I occasionally looked behind me and could see I was getting further and further away. I started to relax. It's over. I still don't know what to make of the situation, but the fact he followed me through the ferns was the most disturbing thing. I have done that same walk over a dozen times since and haven't seen him again. Creepy guy who tried to take me into the woods on a scouting trip. I was about 12 years old at the time and a member of a unisex scouts group, one of about 4 girls in our troop. We went to a jamboree with loads of other scout groups and camped there for a few nights. During the day, we did a range of activities, a lot of which were based in a wooded area very close to the area we were camping in. Every night, there was some sort of entertainment for us to go to if we wanted to. On the first night, the other girls and I started talking to a group of older guys who were also camping with their troop for a few days. They were pretty nerdy, and we weren't particularly attracted to them, but they seemed nice, and we had a good laugh with them. Whenever we saw them for the next couple of days, we would say hi and chat when we could. It was nice to talk to some other boys than the ones in our group. The boys in our troop were older than me and were pretty protective of us girls. They made sure these other boys knew they were with us, and we felt pretty safe being at a scout event with the older boys watching over us. The night before we left, we had a disco. Everyone got dressed up, and we went along to dance and listen to the music. By this point, we had gotten to know the boys pretty well, or as well as we could have in a couple of days. At the disco, a couple of the boys asked if we wanted to go for a walk in view of the disco and just hang out away from the scout leaders, as it was our last night. I and another girl went off with them, but we weren't far from the disco and could hear and see everything that was going on. After a while, my friend needed the bathroom, so we headed back towards the disco tent. I stayed where I was and kept hanging out with these boys. Big mistake. Looking back, I should have gone with her. How well did I really know these boys? But at 12 years old, I was pretty naive and didn't think anything bad would happen. They suggested we head back but take a slightly longer route round so we could see the stars, still within full view of the disco. Suddenly one of the boys held my hand. I felt super uncomfortable but was really shy back then and didn't know what to do. I saw him shine a light on our hands and wink at his mates, who very quickly disappeared. Now it was just me and him. I was even more uncomfortable. He proceeded to tell me he was really into me, even though he was 2 or 3 years older, and wanted to finish the trip on a high. He started to lead me towards the woods and further away from everyone else. I was inwardly panicking, freaking out, and not knowing what to say or do. I was in shock and frightened. I tried to pull my hand away, but he held it tighter. He stared forwards and kept telling me how beautiful I was and how he couldn't wait to have some alone time. At 12 years old, this was the last thing I wanted. I really felt that if I went with him, it wouldn't end well, but I was too scared to do anything. I didn't feel I could get away even if I tried. Then he started to sing along to a song from the disco, which was becoming fainter and fainter. Is this the way to Amarillo? I was terrified. I couldn't see any way out. In the midst of my panic, I suddenly heard something that filled me with utter relief. The boys from my troop were calling me and walking towards us. He let go of my hand. As soon as I felt him let go, I ran to the boys I knew, and they took me back to our camp. The next day, we were leaving, and I was so relieved. We were waiting to get on the minibus home when I heard his voice behind me. He told me he had a great night and it was a shame we got interrupted. He asked for my number. This was before cell phones, so he wanted my home number. One of the boys in my group answered for me and told him no, and it was best he left me alone. I'm 27 now but still cannot listen to that song. If I hear it, my body is filled with dread and I feel sick. Thankfully, I never saw him again, and I hope I never do. Creepy men hiding in the woods. I was rollerblading with my friend on a bike trail that goes through the city back in 2006. We had taken this trail many times and didn't think it was necessary to bring our cell phones. We arrived at this wooded park, and unexpectedly, a man burst out of a bush, exhibiting behavior characteristic of someone rabid. This occurred well before the emergence of bath salts, though he was likely under the influence of some substance. He made some kind of growling noise from what I remember, but we were flying by too fast to have him do anything to us. I was in front of my friend and said, "Duck, what was wrong with that guy?" As we both looked back. I looked forward, and suddenly another man came out from the woods on the other side, but this one was running towards us. I screamed out, "Shit! Get out of here!" My friend panicked and ended up falling. She got back up just in time before the man caught up to her. We rollerbladed down the trail for quite a ways and stopped. We waited for 20 minutes for another jogger to come through from the safe direction and escort us back through. It probably would have been smarter to just continue on the long way, away from the area of the park, but I guess there was a bit of curiosity as to what the hell we just saw. Finally, we found a jogger, told him the story, and he agreed to come with us, although I think he thought we were pulling a prank by the look on his face. As we got back to the wooded park, we could see 3 silhouettes of people waiting in the distance. It was dusk by this point, but all 3 went back into the woods when they could see we had extra company with us. I guess they had a third person waiting in the brush. Nothing else happened. I read in the newspaper that there had been lots of crime in that part of the trail a few weeks after the incident, including theft and other crimes. Biker police presence was increased as well. Watcher in the woods. This was 20 years ago. I was about 6 months pregnant, and we lived in a small house in the woods. You could not see the house from the road, and often when telling others where we were located, they had no idea that anyone lived in that area. The driveway was long and winding and bordered by large hardwood trees on either side. We had no true neighbors in this rural area. My brother was visiting this warm summer day from out of town, and my husband was away. We sat in the living room that faced dense woods and the driveway. As we talked, I noticed movement on the driveway. We both looked out to see a black Ford Taurus roll up the driveway slowly. It stops before it reaches the house and sits at the edge of the drive in the dense woods. My brother and I noticed that the car has New Jersey plates. I do not know the car and wonder aloud who this could be. We continue to watch from the window as a man dressed in black gear gets out of the car and enters the woods with something in his hand. Is that a gun? I become scared, and we both do not know what to do. The man slowly walks through the woods perpendicular to the house, hiding behind trees as he goes. He then disappears. We watch for movement for maybe 10 minutes and see nothing. Where is he? My brother is a big guy, and he decides to walk down there and see what the deal is. He walks first to the car and sees it is filled with luggage but does not see the driver. He proceeds to enter the woods where the man entered. I begin to feel that watching this from the window resembles the movie Rear Window. My brother walks about 50 yards into the woods and hears rustling leaves. He sees the leaves are moving about 50 feet from where he stood. As he stands silently, he realizes that the man is lying on the ground covered in leaves, watching my house with binoculars. My brother yells out, "What in the hell are you doing?" The guy is startled and stands up from the leaves. His face is covered with some kind of cloth, and he has a dark ball cap on. He takes off running through the woods towards his car. He makes it to the car, which is barreling down the drive in reverse, before my brother could catch him. My brother said the man was heavy and dressed all in dark military-ish clothing. We reported it to the police, but nothing ever came of it. Why was he watching my house, and who was he? How did he even find my house when even most passers-by were unaware that there was a driveway there, let alone a house in the woods? I felt uneasy there for quite some time, and we soon added a dog to the household to feel a little more secure. I hate clowns. This happened to me when I was a teenager, probably around age 14 to 15, but finding this community has made me think of it. Some background for the story: I hate clowns. I always have and always will. I don't know why, but they terrify me and make my skin itch. However, over the years I've found this is the general consensus among most people, as I have rarely met someone who loves clowns. My friend and I had just finished watching a film at the theater located within our local shopping mall. The movie ran late and probably finished around 10 p.m. The mall closed at 9 p.m., so it was dark, and all the stores had their gates down. It had a spooky enough feel about it. We walked through the mall to the other side, where the doors were closer to the trail we took home. Nothing was out of the ordinary about all of this until we got to our exit. Since this was the early 2000s, the mall still had pay phones located in a small foyer area, which I don't know how else to describe, so there was one set of doors leading to the foyer with the pay phones, followed by a second set of doors that opened to the outside. We opened the first set of doors, and sitting in there was a fully dressed clown. I'm talking big, red, floppy shoes, comically oversized pants, a stupid red nose, and garish face paint. This man in the awful costume was middle-aged, probably in his 50s. He was not on the phone. He was just hanging out in there. We hurry past him as I'm breaking out into a cold sweat and go through the double doors to the parking lot. And he follows us. I'm about to pass out and die at this point since him just being a clown was creepy enough, but now that he's also a middle-aged man following two 14-year-old girls outside, it adds a whole other element. He's calling out behind us, and we are ignoring him. He continues to try to get our attention, and we start picking up speed. As he gets closer, I try listening to what he's saying, and he's literally just talking nonsense. I catch a phrase here and there. One of the things I can make out is him talking about how it's a full moon and look how big it is, but he's talking to us, not himself. We make it to the other end of the parking lot, but this is the part where we head into the woods to cut through a trail to head home, so I definitely didn't want this man following us into the woods. We made some sharp turns and hid behind a car, and after a while, we lost sight of him, and hopefully he had lost sight of us, and we hauled into the woods. Thankfully we escaped unscathed except for the creepy memory. Guys in the woods, be glad you backed off when you saw the dog. A little backstory first. This took place a couple years ago when I was still dating my ex. He and his dad had adopted a Rottweiler/German Shepherd mix from the shelter. The dog was really aggressive towards strangers and other animals. It took several months for him to become accustomed to me, but ultimately we formed a bond, and I would occasionally find myself cuddled on the couch with him, taking a nap. It got to the point where he would push people aside so all 88 pounds of him could be with me on the couch instead of someone else sitting next to me. During the summer my ex and I were house sitting for his dad, who was on vacation with his girlfriend. My ex would usually be home to walk the dog. He was way too strong for me, but this time he was at work and I had to walk the dog. We had ordered a special harness beforehand, hoping it would make him pull on his leash less. My ex and his dad didn't live in the safest of neighborhoods, and it was getting dark out while I went into the woods to go on our walk. I let the dog run around by himself but kept his harness on. Since he was very aggressive towards other people and other dogs, I'd like to keep it on so I could call him to me as soon as I saw someone else and get him on his leash again. For this reason I was also on edge and looking around me all the time. We weren't walking for too long when I saw a group of guys coming up in front of me. They had their hoods on and kept their heads low while clearly whispering to each other and nodding their heads towards me. I looked behind me, and another group of guys was approaching me from that side. I quickly realized it was dark out. I was a 16-year-old girl walking by myself in the woods. The dog was running off somewhere and couldn't be seen in the dark, and I had his leash in my pocket. The guys hadn't noticed I had him with me. I quickly called him to my side, and I heard his paws loudly coming towards me while he was growling. He pushed himself against my leg and loudly started growling at the guys. I told them to just keep walking or I would command the dog to attack. Believe me, this wasn't a small dog, and he growled like a grown bear. Luckily the guys quickly walked in another direction, and I took the fastest route home again. It took me a while of cuddling on the couch to calm down again, but I'm so grateful the dog listened this well, was very protective of me, and noticed me being scared. My ex and I broke up years ago, and I have no idea if my savior is doing well, but doggo, thank you for protecting me that day. The man in the woods. I never thought I would be sharing this, but the more I think about it, the more I think it fits in here. A little backstory. Every year, my boyfriend and his family go on a group camping trip with other family friends. I love nature, but I had never gone real camping and was always a little freaked out by it. When I was a kid, one of the first horror movies I watched was The Blair Witch Project, which gave me nightmares for weeks. Ever since then I haven't been scared of much, but camping out in the woods still gave me the creeps. Despite dating for 4 years, I had never experienced one of my boyfriend's family trips until this past summer, around July 2012. The campground is in the mountains of Southern California. It took about 2 hours to get there from our house. The space was nice and truly secluded. The person who organized it managed to rent all the surrounding campsites adjacent to ours so that we wouldn't be bothered by anyone. While setting up our tent, I confessed to my boyfriend's mom how nervous I was about camping. To calm my nerves, she put a string of solar-powered lights around the tent so I would be able to see it at night and not have to be in total darkness. She also put one on her tent, which wasn't too far away from ours, so if we needed anything, we could find her. I ultimately developed a deep appreciation for the forest. My boyfriend and I hiked nearly every day and spent hours reading beneath the trees. I was surprised at how much I was enjoying myself. The weekend was relaxed and uneventful, and any fears I had at the beginning of the trip had now vanished, at least until the last night we stayed there. The final night ended in a celebration of sorts. We lit a huge bonfire, made food, brought out a couple guitars, and sat around drinking beer and enjoying the night. I wasn't even worried about having to walk back to my tent later. The solar-powered lights had stopped working the day before, but I was no longer scared of the dark. As the night grows later, my BF's mom says that she is going to grab a blanket from her tent. She grabs a small flashlight and heads off by herself into the darkness. Note that our tents were somewhat distant from the main group. All of a sudden, my boyfriend's mom comes rushing back towards us. She looks strange, like she has something to say but doesn't know how to speak. She finally turns to me and says this: "The weirdest thing just happened. As I was walking back to the tent, I noticed something rustling in the bushes by your tent. I thought it was a raccoon or something, so I shined my light towards it, only it was a man, crawling down in the dirt and staring straight at me. As soon as he saw me, though, he just got up and ran off back into the woods. Of course, I freaked out. Instantly, a few people in our camp grabbed floodlights and searched the area around our tents but couldn't find anyone. However, they did notice a trail in the dirt showing something shuffling by and passing my tent. My boyfriend's mom thinks he may not have known that mine was even there and was trying to get to hers, since her solar lights were still working and therefore able to be found in the dark. Either way, I'm glad he just crawled on by. Most of the other people said it was probably just some kids trying to scare us or rob the tent, but who would have even known that we were there? We rented the surrounding campsites. And the fact that he seemed to know where he was going. I don't know. It's just so strange. After that, nothing weird happened, and we left the next day. I'll never know who that guy was or what he wanted, but nevertheless, I am not going camping again." Thanks for listening. My cabin in the woods story. Hey everyone, so I just discovered this community/channel yesterday and thought I'd tell a weird story that happened to me and my ex-girlfriend. So my family owns a cabin on a small lake up in New Hampshire. We go there every summer. It's basically our home away from home. There are other houses on the lake, quite a few near us, but beyond that it's a pretty rural area. Miles of woods stretch beyond the lake houses, so there's really no reason to be in the area unless you were hunting, owned a lake house, or were visiting the lake for whatever reason. So one night, maybe 6 years ago, it was late, probably around midnight. My ex and I were lying in bed just chatting about whatever. All of a sudden we hear footsteps outside the open window. The window lies only about halfway up on the wall to the side of the bed and is situated so that it opens right at the bottom of the bed where our feet are. The ground around my house is covered in a layer of pine needles that drop from above, so it's pretty hard to walk quietly. But the footsteps sounded like whatever was making them was trying its best not to be heard. They sounded relatively close, but we rationalized to ourselves that they were probably made from some sort of animal. A couple of minutes go by, and we hear them again, except this time they seem closer. They seem to be right outside the window, still trying to move quietly. At this point the two of us are starting to get a little freaked out. To our mutual horror, we look down and see a hand slowly coming through the window. Obviously we scream and wake the house up, and my parents come running out of their adjacent room. We tell them what happened, and my father explains that the event was merely a figment of our imaginations. To this day I don't know if he's right. The weird thing is that both my ex and I saw the same thing, So how could it be our imaginations? To this day I feel uneasy staying in that room, and I always make sure to shut the window before I go to bed. Stranger in the night. As I was listening to some of the stories in this community, I remembered this night from about 8 years ago. It was after 11 p.m., and I was taking my dogs out for their last toileting walk before bed. At the time I was living in a rural area, with houses farther apart and many wooded lots around, with wild pigs often crossing our path. I would often take long walks because one of the dogs had a problem with having accidents in the morning if he hadn't had an adequate walk to do all his business. It was dark, so I had the flashlight, and I wasn't expecting to meet anyone in the middle of nowhere so late at night, but another flashlight appeared on the opposite side of the road. We had few neighbors, but I knew most of the homeowners in the area from the years I had lived there. On rare occasions someone else may be walking a dog, but I could count the instances on my fingers. As I passed the other flashlight in the night, a tall, thin, pale man, who I had never seen before, crossed the street to my side and began to follow behind me. He yelled out, "Hey! I like your dogs. Can I pet them?" I stayed calm, walking briskly, ignoring him. My house was close, and I was almost home, at the end of the walk. He continued to follow, yelling, "Hey! What's your name? I just want to pet your dogs." He had a thick European/Slavic accent. I ignored him and ran up into my house through the door, locked it, and ran to my bedroom. I told my husband that there was a strange man who followed me home and that I was super disturbed that he knows where I live. My brave husband immediately ran out of the house, I guess to find this guy. I was on pins and needles waiting for him to come back. He came back home, with his steel baseball bat in hand. He said he caught up to him and asked who the hell he was and why he was following around a woman at basically midnight, being a creep. The guy said he was new to town and he was walking around hoping to meet/make some new friends. Basically his story was bizarre and totally didn't make sense. My husband told him if he ever sees him again near our home, he'd break his knees with the baseball bat. And I never saw him again. Until 2 years later, in a neighboring city. I was out with a girlfriend, looking at art in a museum, when I turned the corner and it was him. I would never forget his face. He looked straight at me, and I can't remember exactly what he said, but he knew who I was from that night. Something like, "Oh, you're the girl from that night with the dogs." I don't remember because I was in disbelief. Once more, he spoke with a thick European accent, and he was tall, skinny, and pale. I grabbed my friend's arm and quickly walked in the opposite direction. She asked me, "Do you know that creepy guy?" And I told her the story as we left the museum. Never saw him again. What are the odds of this guy being a coincidence? This is possibly the weirdest encounter I've ever had. It happened after I dropped a friend off after a late night of films at my flat. The route to and from her home back to mine was straightforward. However, on this evening, there were roadworks, cutting off nearly all the routes back to my home. I must have circled the only open roundabout about 10 times before deciding to take an exit that I knew eventually connected to my town. This exit went through an isolated and rural area, which meant my phone's network and data stopped working. Having grown up not far from that area and having driven through it during the day, I felt up to the task. This area was home to a large expanse of woodlands. I was aware these woods had developed a reputation for being dangerous after dark, initially due to drug deals, but in the last few years, due to a series of crimes that had gone unresolved. They're still unsolved, I think. They're not the kind of woods anyone could or would want to camp overnight in or spend time in, generally. I wasn't quite sure if I had a sharp turn or exit incoming, and so I drove very slowly down the road that ran alongside the woods. I'd only been going for about a minute when something clanged against my car. I didn't hit or drive over something, no. Something struck my car while it was moving. I stopped the car immediately and pulled over to the side of the road. I debated getting out to check the damage but chickened out. It was past 2 a.m., these were some dense woods, and I liked horror movies too much to be so silly. Staying inside the car, I adjusted the side mirrors to check the damage and, luckily, had parked under streetlights so could see fairly well. For my insurance, I needed to know what damage there was and potentially take a picture. Oddly, there was a screwdriver on the ground a few feet behind my car, right where I'd heard the clang, sitting out in the middle of the road. I didn't have time to take a photo because something caught my eye on the other side of the road, in the woods. The streetlights on the other side of the road lit up a few feet into the woods, and under that yellow light, something had moved. I'm not sure if he moved or turned around, but that's when I first noticed him. In the woods, just a foot or so back from the road, was a man. I could see his details in the streetlight and remember it so clearly because it was so incongruous to see another person at that time of night in such a rural and isolated place. He had his back to me, He was mid-height, wore a black leather jacket, and had dark blue jeans. From the skin exposed, not that there was a lot, I noticed that he had pale white skin and reddish hair. He was standing still and very upright. His hands were by his side, unclenching and clenching, but he kept his back to me the entire time. His head was positioned like he was looking straight ahead into the woods, but it just looked pitch black around him from where I was sitting. There were no other cars parked or even driving by on this road. Besides this man and me and my car, the road and the rest of the woods looked empty. Before he could turn around or potentially throw anything else, I sped out of there, side mirrors all askew. When I checked my car in the morning, I did have a new scratch in the paintwork as well as a slow leak in that tire, but frankly that had been the last thing on my mind when I got home that night. I wonder what would have happened if I'd gotten out of my car to examine what the damage was. I can't understand why anyone would be standing in those woods after 2 a.m. with his back to me. It all felt very Blair Witch Project. There's a sort of evil out there, something strange in these old woods. I live in London in the UK, and although I live fairly close to central London, I actually live in a village that has a lot of green area and is quite a close-knit community. It's called Crouch End, and Stephen King actually wrote a short story about it. It seemed he knew it had a dark side too. Sometimes it actually reminds me a lot of Twin Peaks. Everyone knows where to get the best coffee and cherry pie, but especially after what happened in these woods. I live on a main road, and across from my house there is an entrance to a pathway that splits into two, separated by a metal fence. The left path leads to tennis courts and eventually my old school, as well as a field that backs onto the woods. The other path goes alongside a cricket ground and some houses, coming to a much quieter residential street at the top, across from which is the main entrance to the woods. I have been visiting the woods since childhood, frequently taking solitary walks there as I grew older. However, there are aspects of it that are rather unsettling. For one thing, there are pieces of statues scattered about that nobody seems to know the origins of. One that has always given me the creeps is a large stone ear, worn by the weather and streaked with moss. It has clearly been there for a long time. It looks like it was once part of a larger structure, and my friends and I used to come up with all sorts of stories about an ancient civilization. As I got older I would walk through the woods on my own as a means of relaxation, but a few times I definitely felt as though I was being watched by someone, or something. More than once I diverted my walks after seeing someone standing alone amongst the trees or coming across a fire pit that just didn't give me a very positive feeling. Anyway, I am digressing. Basically, these woods are already creepy, but I never really thought much of it until what happened to my friend. So, the quieter residential road at the end of the path to the woods also cuts through the woods further up the road, and for some reason there are very few streetlights in that area. There is a tube station on the other side of this badly lit stretch of road, so I have often walked it with my friends on our way to nights out. It wasn't uncommon for us to share a feeling of dread or be scared by suspicious-looking people in cars, waiting for, what? Anyway, my friend was sitting with her boyfriend on a bench on this dark stretch of road, sharing some beers and a pizza. It was summer, so when they got there it was light but grew darker. While they conversed, my friend observed her boyfriend becoming preoccupied with something in the woodland across from their seat. She asked him what had bothered him, but he said it was nothing, and they continued chatting. However, my friend, like me, struggled to sit comfortably for the remainder of their date. Time passed, and by now it was very dark, and the moon was casting most of the available light. My friend was mid-conversation when she found herself distracted by a flash of white in the woods facing them. She tried to discern what it was, maybe a plastic bag? A fox? But then the shape moved as if it were getting up. My friend grabbed her boyfriend's hand and told him they were leaving immediately. They ran out of the woodland-shrouded area and up the road towards the tube station, turning around just in time to see a man-shaped figure lurch out of the woods, walk across the road to the bench they had been sitting on, stare at it, then continue into the woodland behind where they had been sitting. The scariest part is that there was about a 4-hour gap between my friend's boyfriend seeing something and then them seeing the figure, which means he very likely had been sitting there the entire time. When my friend told me this, it reminded us both of earlier that summer, when we had been on a walk through an unfamiliar part of the woods near where this incident had occurred, and we stumbled upon a clearing with a structure made of pieced-together branches. A fire had seemingly been burned inside the structure very recently, and there were pentagrams spray-painted on the trees surrounding the clearing. It thoroughly terrified us, so obviously one night we attempted to go back into the woods but got to the entrance, and the pitch blackness and general feeling of no sensibly made us take our business elsewhere. I haven't been back to those woods since, and neither has my friend. Don't babysit in the woods. So my family and I were on vacation up in the Poconos, which is a mountain area popular in the summer and winter. The house we stayed in was in the middle of the woods, and one night the adults decided to go out to a bar and put me in charge of babysitting. I was around 15, and I was watching 3 kids aged 10 or under. So the adults left, and the kids and I were playing Rock Band when suddenly we heard a loud pounding on the door. We all froze and looked at the door. We heard the loud knock again, which made me panic, so I quickly ran into the bathroom with my cousins, locked the door, and told them we needed to be quiet. I know it was an overreaction since I didn't even look outside, but I was 15 and in the middle of the woods. My cousins were scared and started crying, and I said everything was fine, it was probably just an animal at the door. I looked out the bathroom window and saw nothing but heard footsteps walking around the front of the house. I heard another pound at the door and really started to panic. I tried calling my dad, but there was no signal. I called every adult that was out, and there was no signal. I was like, "You've got to be kidding me." I thought this only happened in movies. This was back when I had a flip phone, so that's probably why. We waited in the bathroom for what seemed like forever, and then I finally got the courage to get out and investigate. I quietly walked around until I made sure we were safe. Then I opened the front door and saw no one there. However, I did see scuff marks at the bottom of the door, which was odd. That meant someone must have been kicking at the door, which really freaked me out. I quickly locked the door, and we watched a movie until my family came home. I wish I would have seen who was outside because I always wonder what was really going on, but it still freaks me out to this day. Especially being in the middle of the woods. Weird guy in the woods. I have quite a few stories of creepy or bizarre encounters, usually taking place on public transport or involving catcallers/perverts that wouldn't leave me alone. This one involves neither of those and is one of the creepier things I've dealt with. This happened just over 2 years ago, during my first year at 6th Form College. I was 16 at the time, I'm now 19. I usually took the bus home because I was studying art and psychology, among other subjects, which meant I often carried a heavy sketchbook and several binders full of notes. However, I have back and chest problems that prevent me from carrying heavy items for extended periods. On days when I was not required to bring as many belongings home, I would typically walk. It was about a half-hour walk between my college and my house, and I usually walked home with a friend. On this specific day, however, she had arranged for transportation with another friend, and therefore I was walking alone. It was also winter, so it was already dark by the time I set off home. To get to my house, I would usually walk through a park. I could either go through the actual park area, but that usually added around 20 minutes to my journey, since it was a pretty big park. There was also a pretty densely wooded area between the park and a housing estate, with a dirt path running through it, which is the route I usually took home since it shaved about 10 minutes off my journey. Lots of people walked their dogs along the route, so I didn't really feel worried about walking that way. I usually just listened to music and walked on autopilot until I got to the main road. Because of how dark it was and how dense the trees were, it was really pitch black while I was walking down the path. It took me a while to realize it, since I was walking fast and not paying much attention, but I noticed that there was a light flickering up ahead, partially hidden by the trees. As I got closer, I realized that the light was coming from a fire. In the middle of the woodland area, there was a bonfire, and a man standing by it, side onto the dirt path and staring into the fire. He was pretty far away, and I couldn't see him very well, but I could see that there was something in his hand. It was white, probably a letter or a photograph or something, and he was throwing something else into the fire. There were 2 black trash bags on the ground near him. If it wasn't for the light of the fire, I wouldn't have seen them. I thought it was suspicious, but we weren't too far from a residential area, so I assumed he was burning some old letters, bills, bank statements, or whatever, stuff with personal information on them that you couldn't just throw away. In all honesty, it was weird, but I didn't think too much of it and just kept walking. It would only take me a few minutes to get to the road near the residential area, and then it was a 5-minute or so walk to my house. I was near the tree line when I glanced over my shoulder and saw the man, standing in the middle of the dirt path about 25 feet behind me. He hadn't put the fire out, since I could still see the light from it through the trees. He started walking towards me, slowly at first before starting to run, shouting something at me, but I couldn't tell what it was he was saying. Luckily I hadn't stopped walking while looking back, and I was already close to the main residential road, so I sped up and crossed. I rounded a corner and hid behind a fence and glanced up to see him looking around, presumably for me, before going back into the tree line. I made it home quickly without further incident. After that, when I walked by myself, I stopped cutting through the wooded area and took the longer route through the park instead. I never saw the man again, and since I'm attending a different course at a different school and no longer visit that park, I doubt I ever will. So, Man burning things on a bonfire in the woods. I don't know if you were just innocently burning junk mail or not, but I hope you stopped chasing teenage girls through the woods. Followed through the woods into the car. I attend high school at a religious college preparatory school. My school has this nice wooded area surrounding it, and if you follow either way in or out of it, you'll end up in a little shopping area in front of the school. I enjoy taking long walks through the woods to clear my mind or simply to enjoy solitude for a while. However, I'm not sure if I can ever step foot in those woods without thinking about what happened tonight. There was a home football game this evening. My brother wanted to go, and naturally, my parents forced me to go. Law of twins. The worst law. I only stayed for about 2 periods/quarters before walking around and forcing myself to socialize a little bit. Even though I didn't like most of them, it was better than football. During the 4th quarter or something like that, I asked my brother if I can go back to the car, which was parked in the shopping area across the way, so I can start it up and be ready to go by the time he walks over. He gives me the keys to our shared car, and I make my way there. While walking through the parking lot, I decide to take a quicker shortcut through the woods, and that's when the craziness starts. I swore I could hear footsteps behind me, yet each time I turned around, I found an empty path. I found this odd but dismissed it as paranoia. I kept walking, but I began to feed this paranoia, and eventually, I was able to convince myself to speed up to a brisk pace so I could avoid getting snatched up by this invisible threat that was pursuing me. As I sped up, I realized the footsteps I kept hearing weren't my mind ducking with me, but actual reality. I looked behind me to see a guy in a black hoodie sprinting after me. Panicked, I began to pick up my pace. I could see the edge of the woods and the lights of the shopping center, before 2 other hooded guys jumped out in front of me, forcing me to take a left and into uncharted territory. I could hear all 3 of them screaming obscenities at me. I didn't even know who these guys were. Their voices were filled with the strongest of spite and the darkest of intent. It was horrifying, and I wouldn't wish the experience upon my enemies. Eventually, I found myself in a neighborhood at the northern end of the woods, and turned around to see nothing chasing me. I stopped to catch my breath, and cried. I couldn't help myself. The words they said were too violent, even if they were teens or adults. I didn't know if they were empty or a promise to something I could see in the future. Eventually, I calmed myself down and walked myself back to the stores across the street, found my car, and locked the doors the second I got inside. I didn't even use my phone. I just scanned the area around me, making sure these creeps didn't follow me. The calling from the woods. My mom grew up in a small town, and she had quite a few creepy encounters as a teen in the late 1970s. One night her mother told her that she had to go feed the cats who lived in the outside sauna in the winter. She reluctantly went outside since it was such a bitterly cold winter that year. She would get halfway to the sauna when she heard a man calling "Help me!" from the woods nearby her home. She got spooked and ran back to the house and tried to tell her mom that there was someone outside yelling help. Her mom said it was just the wind and told her to go back outside to feed the cats. She went back out and got about halfway to the sauna when she heard a man call for her to help him. She was certain it wasn't the wind, so she insisted that her mom come outside to listen. Her mom heard the "help me" calling from the woods. She called for her husband to go look in the woods to see what it was. She believed it was unsafe for both her daughter and herself to search for him. My mom's dad went out into the woods to see who was in need of assistance and was stunned to find a man in a long winter coat standing in the woods near the house. When the man in the coat saw my grandpa, he ran towards the dirt road and got into a car that sped away quickly. I don't know what the man in the coat intended, but I'm certain my family doesn't want to meet him. The photographer in the woods. This happened almost 2 years ago. I had decided to go hiking with my son, 8 months old at the time, and my dog, Henry, an Irish Wolfhound Rottweiler mix. My husband was going fishing with a mutual friend at a state park nearby. I decided to go hike one of the more remote trails in a different part of the park and meet them later. I drove to a wooded trail about 10 minutes from where my husband was fishing. It was an early spring day, still chilly but tolerable with the sun shining. I parked the car and got my son ready. He was smiling/laughing. I would wear him in a forward-facing hiking sling in the front of me at the time. Henry was sniffing around and whining excitedly as if to say, "Let's go." We started off on the hike, and it was a really beautiful, peaceful trail. Towering trees mixed with pine. A crystal-clear creek wove its way through the trail at points. We would periodically stop and play, all 3 of us. About an hour and a half into the hike, we had gone 2.5 or 3 miles and rounded a narrow bend in the trail when we nearly collided with a gentleman in his late 40s/early 50s. Henry was snarling and lunging for the man before I even completely registered what was going on. I quickly backed up and pulled Henry back the best I could. My bumps were goosed at this point. Henry would not calm down. This was very unusual behavior for him. But, not if he was trying to protect us. Trying to talk over Henry, I loudly said, "I'm sorry. Henry is just very protective of my son. If you move off to the side, we can pass you." My son was very quiet during this entire exchange, which I found a bit odd. The guy was staring very intently at my son. He then laughed slightly and said, "Oh, he should be. It's a good thing he's with you." Then he motioned to something around his neck and said, "I am just out here taking some pictures. It's a hobby of mine." Except he wasn't wearing any kind of a camera around his neck or anywhere that I could see. He had a canteen around his neck. I politely asked him again to step aside so that we could pass. At this point, Henry was sitting down but still growling. Henry would not take his eyes off this guy. I have no doubt that Henry would have eviscerated this man if he had tried anything. And I am positive this guy felt that. The guy looked at Henry for a few seconds, then at my son again. He took a few steps off the trail so there was room to get by and so that Henry couldn't reach him when we went by. As I warily walked by him, he was like 10 feet to my left at this point. He muttered something about how he used to be able to see his kids. I kept looking back as we walked away to make sure he wasn't turning around to walk our way. He did continue to stare after us for several minutes, though, until I could no longer see him. We kept hiking and eventually came to an opening point where cars could park. There was no one there, and luckily I still had cell phone reception. I called my husband. He and his friend came to pick us up right away, and they took us back to my car. There was no sign of the guy we encountered. We went home after that. Henry has since passed away, and I am so sad that my son doesn't get to grow up with him. He was really the best dog ever. I know everyone says that about their own dog, but he really was. So, thanks, Henry, for being gentle yet fierce. He once went head to head with a FL panther and a bear, 2 different occasions when we lived in the Everglades, but those are separate stories altogether. The incident occurred a few weeks ago. I live in the country, and the bus stop for school is in front of my house. My neighbor came over, and we put our kids on the bus. I was drinking coffee, and she stayed to smoke and chat on my porch and left. About a minute after she left, I heard her hunting dogs bark. I didn't think anything of it because I assumed the barking was due to squirrels, which often bury items. Then my neighbor calls me. I'm still on my porch enjoying nicotine and caffeine, and I hear her voice frantic, saying someone was running from her home to mine. I saw him as soon as she said it. One of my pits was outside and tried her best to run after him. She's frantic. She's 9 with terrible hips. My neighbor is running up at this time too. I call the police. We have been having thefts happen. Items such as diesel, gas, yard equipment, and even a miniature pony were all stolen. My neighbor headed back to her house to see if anything was stolen in her yard, and I waited outside on my porch for the police. I decided to walk behind my house to check our shed for any signs of a break-in, assuming that the thief had continued running. Wrong. I heard branches breaking and looked towards our woods, the dead woods, thinking it was my neighbor's woods, neighbor's dog still. Nope, neighbor's. Nope, it was him coming straight for me. I stupidly ran up my back porch to my back door and realized it was locked. Nope, I didn't have time to safely run back down the stairs, did I? So I jumped off the top railing. I have patellar tendonitis. I jumped, but I was also experiencing patellar tendonitis, which means I had a bad knee, so I was struggling to kneel. I was stumbling, running, and screaming for my neighbor. She came running with her gun and yelled she was going to shoot. The dude ran. The cop got there running, and the cops were there 20 minutes after I first called. We seriously live in the sticks. Cops don't stick. Cops don't even have radar here, do they? And those are county cops. They never caught him to this day. So, guys in my woods who chased after me in my yard, let's not meet again. If we do, let's. I have full permission to shoot or release my younger pit, Ipit, who definitely will cause damage. This gives me cold bumps thinking about it again. The guy's facial expressions and body movements while I was yelling for him to leave were extremely creepy and disturbing. I never go outside alone anymore without my dog. Truly, with me. 2 men silently watched and then chased me through the woods. I was 14-ish, and a close family friend who went to college nearby was staying with us for winter break. She still had an assignment to turn in for her photography class, so we decided to take some snowy nature pictures of my parents' woods. Our property is out in the country and is 5 acres, shaped like a skinny line, of woods with a trail through it, but the trail is difficult to access from our backyard because of a very steep 30 feet drop into a stream right behind the house. The house is at one end of the property, and you have to walk all 5 acres up the road and around the thick woods just across the stream and get to the trailhead on the other end. Poorly designed, I know. So we're in the thick of the woods near my house, and I'm just waiting for her to finish when I notice movement behind a tree nearby. It's the dead of winter, so anything that isn't a bare tree, mud, or snow really catches your eye, and what I saw was a bright blue jacket poking out. About 10 feet behind blue guy I see either a youth or a very short man standing and staring at us. We can't see their faces well because homies were bundled up to the max with hats and scarves, but blue dude was definitely a grown man. I get my friend's attention, and we call out the classic horror movie hello? Unsurprisingly, we received no reply. We're both already paranoid people, so we looked at each other and silently agreed to get out of there. We start walking away, and Blue Bud and company abandon their hidey trees to follow us. We didn't have cell reception out there, of course, which was frustrating because we were geographically close to my house. However, due to the thick underbrush, low trees, and the cliff leading to the freezing water, our only option was to walk 5 acres in the opposite direction of my house to reach the road and then walk another 5 acres back. Realizing that we actually are being followed, we start to run. Surprise, blue tooth, blue jacket man, and short stuff, short guy, run after us. I have asthma that's exacerbated by both exercise and anxiety. Feeling certain that we would be ended and that our families would never know what happened to us, I started having either a panic attack, an asthma attack, or both. I kept looking back to see how much distance was closing in between us. We had a head start, but they were undoubtedly faster, getting within maybe 30 or 40 feet of us. Eventually I look back and notice that Stuart Little disappeared, which makes me panic even more. It's like when you see a spider on your bed and lose it, you know it's still there, but you don't know where. I was terrified that he knew of a trail or something that would allow him to cut through the thick of the woods and pop out at us as we circled back to the house. If you've ever had a dream where you're terrified but you can't scream or move, that's what it felt like. My legs felt like lead, especially running in the snow with snow boots and a snowsuit. With my airway closing up, I honestly don't know how I made it to the road, but I did. Once there, we paused to look back and see that Blue's clues had stopped as soon as he reached the clearing. I can only imagine this was because now there were possible witnesses around. We felt much safer but still ran home, and I obsessively checked to make sure we weren't being followed. Once home we frantically told my parents, who brushed it off and definitely thought we were overreacting. So nothing ever became of it aside from my friend and I feeling crazy and me being terrified of my backyard from then on. About 9 years later, anytime I'm at that house, I still check to make sure there isn't a blue jacket sticking out from behind a tree in the backyard. To me, their complete silence made it even scarier because if they had good intentions, why would they not even say something like, "Hey, wait, it's your neighbor, I need to tell you something." Even with bad intentions, why wouldn't they try to convince us that we were safe? Did they not want to risk anyone hearing them yell? Let me know your theories, but I knew in my gut that they did not have good intentions as soon as I saw them trying to sneak up on us. Approached in the woods. A few years ago in my mid-teens, I had gone for a run in the local woods, as I often did at the time, and decided to stop and mess around on a rope swing for a couple of minutes. For context, the swing was about 20 meters back from the path but was in full view of it. I saw a man start walking down the path and thought nothing of it initially, as his clothing suggested he might also have been jogging. Despite this, I decided to move out of his eye line for some stupid reason, such as my damp, messy hair or unshaven legs, while acting like I hadn't seen him yet and just happened to be moving on. I ended up walking parallel to the path, as there is a nearby fallen tree that shields the entire area from view for a long way. Thinking of returning to the rope swing when he'd left the area, I peeked out from behind the trunk to watch. Only to find that he had turned off the path and was walking in my direction. Although this wasn't immediately suspicious, it seemed odd to me, as that section of woodland doesn't lead anywhere at all, and he was walking unusually fast. I quickly realized that I was not fully hidden behind the tree when he made eye contact with me and sped up slightly. Immediately had alarm bells going off in my head, and I just turned and booked it to where I knew there was a tiny set of steps carved out of the dirt that led up small cliffs separating that area of the forest. In my panic, I ran so quickly that I never took out my earbuds, leaving me unsure if I was hearing footsteps following me or not. I didn't even look back once, I just got myself out of there. At the top of the steps I followed a small dirt track to a more secluded chalk pit area of the woods, hiding in some trees and trying to call my friend, but had no signal. Looking back, I really wish I had called the police immediately, but I couldn't be sure if I was overreacting and that the entire situation had been a mistake on my part. After a while, I heard voices out on the dirt track and a man saying something about not being able to find her, which made my stomach drop. This was followed by glimpses of a vehicle and the sound of an engine driving away, which I then saw leaving the area on a higher road through some scrubland, back to civilization. I waited a few more minutes before sprinting the entire way home, running off the last dregs of my adrenaline, then walking into my house and pretending like nothing had happened. I knew my parents would never let me go running again if they found out. To this day I obsess over it, wondering if I somehow grossly misread the situation, or worse, thinking about what could have happened to me if I hadn't escaped. Either way, I still can't shake the immediate spike of cold dread I felt when I watched him step off the path. Maybe instinct knew something I didn't. I guess I'll never really know. In the woods behind my house. This happened to me when I was about 14. It was in 2020, in the cold winter of Canada. At that time the confinement was obligatory. Every 2 days we would have class at school, otherwise, it was online. So after my online class, I had to practice my acting part for my theater class. Since everyone was present at home, I preferred not to disturb anyone with my loud voice and cries. So I decided to go in the woods. So you all have to know that I live in the woods. I don't really have any neighbors, and no one walks in the woods behind my house since it's private property. Anyway, I had asked my sister if she wanted to accompany me, but when we got outside, she said she felt uneasy and no longer wanted to join me, so she ran back to the house. So instead I grabbed my dog, who is a pug, and at that time he was 3 years old. Important thing to know, my dog couldn't bark at all, and he still can't to this day. He is very social and cuddly, he would even run away with a kidnapper. So I get down on my property to enter the woods behind the trees that are there, and I get on the wood path. I know the area of woods as well as I know my own back pocket. I have never gotten lost there. So as I was walking forward with my dog, I recorded a video of myself to see what I needed to improve on in my acting. That's when I saw someone behind me. Of course I turned back and look at the person. To this day I don't know if it was a man or a woman, but that person was clothed head to toe with dirty blankets and dirty coats. Yes, coats. They had a plastic bag, a black one that we use in restaurants for the trash, and it was huge. I still remember to this day that vision of the person. I could only see their eyes. In the other hand they had a sharp-looking object that I couldn't identify. So out of instinct I started walking faster, because no one ever comes to these woods, especially on a -34°C winter. But my dog was not going forward. He remained still, not moving at all, fixated with fear on that person, and then he started barking. That's when I knew something was off, because my dog doesn't bark and likes everyone, but at that moment I could see the situation wasn't safe. So I whistled to him, and he walks with his head facing back, and the person starts laughing. As they were laughing, they said, "I'm not scared of dogs." In my head I was asking myself, why would someone tell me this? So I walk faster, telling my dog to follow me, and I hear the snow crack. The person is walking faster and starts following me. That was it for me. I picked up my dog and started running. I could hear the stranger running after me. Then I get to a dead end. There are 3 thoughts going through my head. 1, going straight forward between the trees until I find a path. 2, jumping off the snow cliff that is at least 10 feet high. 3, go back on my feet and run for my life. I knew I had to have my dog in my arms during all of this. I can't think long enough that I hear the stranger's footsteps on the snow, and I decide to jump off the cliff with my dog in my arms. The soft snow, which can reach up to 3 feet in Canada, was engulfing me. I didn't have my snowsuit, I was freezing, and ice was forming on my legs and hands. I thought I was going to die, but my dog is digging me out. I pick him up again and run towards the second cliff in front of me. I look back, and there I see that stranger for the last time. They had their left hand on their forehead, looking left and right at the horizon, looking for me. They spot me and start walking towards me. I ran as fast as I could, following the path that I knew would lead me to the street in front of my house. I ran for minutes with my dog in my arms and the ice on my legs in the freezing cold. I got back to my house, and I decided to act like nothing happened, went back to my room, and just stared at the void. I hope I never meet that person ever again. 2 men in the woods. When I was around 9 years old, I'm a girl, I had 2 of my friends over to play and hang out. I lived in a small neighborhood in a small town, but our neighborhood was full of either elderly couples or young couples with new families and kids to play with. The girls I hung out with that day were my age and lived nearby. My neighborhood was looped into a circle with a cul-de-sac at one end of a little street connected to the circle. My friends and I would always walk down to the cul-de-sac, because there was a little trail that went into the woods, with a cute rustic wooden bridge over a small stream. We had also discovered a path from the woods that led to a different cul-de-sac in a nearby neighborhood, so we enjoyed walking through to the other side. Recently, They'd started construction in the woods. There were a couple of new clearings full of dirt piles to make way for some new houses in the woods. That day it was super muddy, it rained the night before, and we all wore rubber rain boots. We started off down the path, stopping at the bridge. I had just gotten a new digital camera, and we were taking our 2007 version of a selfie together on the bridge. We all thought this was super fun, because especially at this age none of us really had our own cameras or phones, although I had a little flip phone in case of emergency that my mom had insisted I bring with me on our walk. Following our group photographs and the blurry images of the forest, we continued along the trails, which were less formal paths and more like deer trails that we had become familiar with through numerous previous excursions in those woods. Eventually we came to a clearing, where they just cleared out to prepare for construction, and we were all climbing the giant piles of dirt and sand, outstretching our arms at the top pretending we were kings of the world as we looked around at the view from above. I captured several photographs of the woods from my vantage point, and we shared a laugh when the ground beneath one of my friend's feet gave way, causing her to slide down the dirt hill on her backside. We joked that it appeared as though she had experienced an accident. What I mean to convey is that we were just easygoing, innocent kids who found joy in the little things. Eventually, we decided to venture back home, and we were walking down one of the little trails. I've always had good intuition. As we were walking, suddenly I felt my stomach flip-flop, and I froze in my path, looking around nervously. I just felt like we were being watched. My friends heard my footfalls cease and looked back at me, asking, "What's the matter? What are you doing?" I shushed them and gestured at them to stop with my hand. We all froze and looked around, but none of us saw anything, and eventually one of the girls broke the silence. "There's nothing here. Come on, let's go." I couldn't shake the feeling, though. Uneasily, I followed them and walked ahead of them protectively, since it seemed like only I could sense there was trouble. But then I stopped in my tracks. As we rounded a corner, I saw two grown men facing us head-on along the path we were taking. They were each carrying something. I only looked briefly, but it looked as if one was carrying either a chainsaw or a normal saw, and the other had, like, a hammer or small metal bat. One was wearing a black t-shirt, and the other a blue long sleeve. I told my friends to run, and we turned around, sprinting down the path we'd just taken. Boots splattering the mud on our pants. I looked back, still running, and they were still following us, but it seemed as if they didn't know the woods as well as we did. I said, "Quick! Run to the other neighborhood." And we kept going, weaving through the trees and bushes and thorns. It was like a cliché movie scene as one of my friends fell, and we frantically, scared, helped her up and kept running. Eventually we could see the trees thinning as we neared the other cul-de-sac, and we ran through, our feet finally hitting pavement. We didn't stop though, we kept booking it through the neighborhood. Eventually, when we got far enough away, we turned around and looked at the entrance to the woods, and the two men were standing there. They hadn't entered the neighborhood, likely because it was more public than the woods, but we could see the blue shirt from where we stood. The neighborhood we were in now was about a 10-minute drive from my house on a main road, which is why we liked taking the woods since there weren't any sidewalks. However, being 9 years old and fearing they'd follow us anyways from the woods, we got onto the main road and called my mom. Eventually she came to get us. We were all shocked and crying a little, and my mom called the cops. They searched the area but never found any sign of them. The thing is, there's never anyone in the woods. Maybe they were construction workers? But there wasn't any construction going on with the mud, and it wasn't even nearly ready to go into a building process. They'd only started clearing the woods. Also, they were carrying things that could be used as weapons. The only unsettling evidence of their bad intentions was that they chased us, 3 9-year-old girls, through the woods while armed, and I had a gut feeling about it. Thank God my mom made me bring my cell phone on our walk. Later, we reviewed the pictures from my camera, and in the photo taken from a high vantage point, a black boot, one leg, and a blue long-sleeved arm were visible behind a tree when zoomed in on a specific area in the background. No face was visible, though. But they'd been watching us for a while that day. We were lucky to have known the area. Guy that started following me in the woods. Hey there, this isn't necessarily the worst thing that could ever happen, but it still shook me up a bit. As a bit of backstory, I'm from a really rural area and have recently moved to the city for university. I'd started to feel a bit homesick and was missing the countryside, so I decided to go on a walk in the woods close to my accommodation. I live on the outskirts of my city. It was still light when I started my walk, about 2 p.m. With it being winter, it's been getting pitch black at about 4:30. After about an hour and a half of walking, I noticed that it was starting to get pretty dark, so I turned back because I would rather not be in a forest I'd never been in before in total darkness, mainly in case I got lost. On my way back I saw a guy in maybe his early 20s, obviously drunk, with a plastic bag full of bottles of alcohol and muttering to himself. As I was on a path with steep slopes on either side, I was forced to walk past him, doing so while keeping as much distance as possible between myself and him and keeping my eyes focused straight ahead. As soon as I passed him, his muttering became much louder, and I was sure he was trying to talk to me, but it was still unintelligible, so I ignored him. Then I heard him yelling and turned around to see him walking towards me. There were about 10 meters between us. I still couldn't make out what he was saying, but he was walking quickly towards me and eyeing me up and down with a really creepy look on his face. Not wanting to have any trouble, especially considering I'd only seen one other person quite a while beforehand, I simply said, "Nah, leave me alone." He clearly heard, as I saw him register my sentence through his drunken brain, yet he simply shook his head and carried on walking towards me. At this point, I panicked, pulled out my phone, and shouted, "I'll call the police." I knew this was an empty threat because I didn't even know the name of the forest, and I realized it would take a long time for the police to reach me. Additionally, my phone was at 10% battery before I had even left, and I was aware that most of that power had been used for taking photos. I guess in this case I was lucky he was drunk, as he froze, put his hands up, and mumbled, "All right," before beginning to back away. I walked quickly away, looking several times over my shoulder to check if he was following me. It's probably a good thing I did, seeing as each time I looked, he was facing me, maybe to check to see if I would notice before he could get to me. As I mentioned earlier, this situation might have been insignificant and could have involved a harmless drunk guy whom I exaggerated. Either way, next time I go for a walk, I'm fully charging my phone and taking a kitchen knife with me. Through the woods. So a while ago, mid-March or so, I went to a friend's place to hang out and look at his new hookah. My other friend had never seen the beach at night, and we decided to go down there, so I ended up grabbing the friend with hookah because I figured it'd be better if we had a guy along with us. It was about 8 to 9 p.m., pitch black, and most people were in their homes because of the cold and lack of things to do. We didn't see a soul on our way down, and even the highway was fairly empty. So the beach is very large and not a beach like you'd think, it was just a collection of boulders in front of the ocean. There was a big unpaved parking lot to the left of the beach. Occasionally homeless people/RVers camp out in the unpaved lot, but only in summer. Straight on in front of the road was an area where you could climb down some rocks to get to a popular party spot on top of some boulders, and that is where we went. I was sort of lagging behind my buddies because I'm shorter and was freezing, so I was trying to jog while shivering to death and rubbing my arms frantically. Didn't want to fall down the rocks and die because I was shivering too much to see straight. Because I was lagging, I was the only one to notice the truck parked at the far end of the unpaved lot, headlights on and facing the forest. It gave me the creeps, even though I couldn't see in the truck, it still felt like they were watching us, and I hurried, telling my friends what I'd seen. They dismissed it, and we hung out on the beach for a while, watching the seagulls and fish duck about in the ocean. It was actually really pretty, with the moon slightly illuminating everything. Cold as hell, but nice. I had stopped noticing the cold as we climbed back up the rocks. I'd been hopping around on the beach to warm up, and it worked pretty well, and actually felt pretty good. I was still worried about the truck, but when I looked again, it was still sitting in the same place, headlights still on. Yeah, should have clued in. We started back up the main road, talking about the possibility of catching a whale, when I heard gravel crunching behind us. I grabbed my friend's shoulders and half whispered, half shouted, "Run into the woods." When the headlights hit us. My friend with the hookah didn't understand right away and turned around to see the truck going straight at us, gaining speed very quickly. He shouted, and we all ran off the road into a slightly overgrown deer path that led into the woods. We didn't know if he was drunk or just out to get my friend, drug deal gone wrong, maybe, and we figured he'd just go away if we waited, so we crouched behind some bushes where we could still see the road. That didn't really last long. He just sat there, engine off, headlights on, right across from where we hid. After about a minute, I was so worked up that I grabbed my buddies by the wrist and whispered, "Okay, follow me, but crouch, okay? Just be quiet," even though I was close to sobbing from fear. We ran down the, really bad, trail, somehow managing not to trip over the huge tree roots that kept jutting up or fall off the mini cliff on one side of it. We didn't really know what to do then, because when we looked up, we could see his headlights going back and forth on the road above the forest, which was the only way out. After a while we just decided to do a mad dash and ran pretty far down the road without stopping until we came to a huge warehouse that we hid behind. The truck drove past the warehouse again as we crept through the bush behind it and made our way to the highway. It was still pretty empty, but we hid in some bushes until absolutely no headlights appeared from either way. While we hid, we all heard really loud screaming, like a fox, although I'm pretty sure we don't have them here, coming from the woods. After that we ended up hiding inside my place, too scared to even look out the windows. So, that's my story. 3 girls followed through the woods. When I was a junior in college, my friend invited me to attend a ballet with her and a teenage girl she knew from back home. The girl was part of an educational advancement program that had placed her in a nearby high school and provided free room and board in a group home with other students. All of her housemates had left for fall break, so my friend believed it would be delightful to take her out for a girls' night, providing a change from the large, empty house with only her program advisor for company. It was about midnight when we got back from the ballet. Since we were in possession of a 16-year-old overdue for curfew, it seemed important to get her home as quickly as possible. The girl's house was fairly close to a student shuttle stop on the far end of campus, so we figured we'd walk her home before doubling back. While moving up a footpath that leads into town, we realized her house backed up to the arboretum on the edge of campus. Rather than walk all the way around, we decided to cross the arboretum. Although we lacked flashlights, the brightly lit windows of our dorms and the houses across the way sandwiched the stretch of woods. Several minutes into our hike, we lost sight of the footpath and the dorms. It was much darker now, and my friend was less certain we were walking the right way, so we paused to check our location. We huddled around my friend's phone, motionless, when we heard a twig crack behind us. We turned around to find a young woman, presumably a student, standing a few yards away. Her hoodie was pulled up over her head, obscuring most of her face. She seemed enormous, but given that I am 5 feet 3 inches and was flanked by 2 5 ballet dancers, the threshold for enormity was low. She was silent for a moment, then asked us where we were going. "We're heading into town," my friend answered. "Where are you going?" "What do you need in town?" "We're taking her home." My friend pointed to the teenage girl. "Where does she live?" "Not too far." "Where are you going?" "Do you know how to get there?" She started to walk closer to us. The teenage girl grabbed a fistful of my coat and inched closer to me. "Yeah, we figured it out. Are you going toward campus or into town?" "Which way is it?" "Her house?" She was now within a few feet. Her approach had slowed but not yet stopped. My friend quickly blurted out, "Just this way. Good night." She was bluffing, but any direction away from this student seemed like the right direction, so we went along. The plan was a failure. Within seconds, I could hear her crunching the leaves just behind me. She was following close enough to touch me, and I sped up, certain I was about to get a knife in my spine if I didn't get away. When my friend saw me rushing, she turned back to see the student following us. She grabbed the teenager's hand, and the 3 of us began to run. We never turned back, so I'm not sure how long the student followed. Eventually we figured out we were running the right way when the teenager yelled out, "That's it," and led us to a driveway where we could huff and puff ourselves back to normal under a garage-mounted floodlight. The girl's program advisor was home, waiting up for her missing ward, and made us each a cup of tea while we waited for the campus police to drive out and escort me and my friend back to our dorm. Once safely in the back seat of a college security vehicle, we told the officer why we'd wanted a ride instead of walking back. He said this was the 3rd time this semester they had picked up students running scared from the woods after encountering a strange girl in a hoodie. They dispatched officers to look into it before, but they never found anyone. He figured it was a student on a stroll from the dorms, and we had nothing to worry about. As soon as we got out of the car, my friend got a text from the teenager. She was certain she'd seen the student outside her window, but when the program advisor went out to investigate, no one was there. I never found out what happened, but I really hope the creepy girl in the woods is not the same student who was found unalived out there a year later. I hope she had nothing to do with that at all. The clown in the woods. I was 15 and my brother was 13 when we moved into our new home. We had woods behind our new home separated from our yard by just a 4-foot-tall fence. I and my brother went into the woods to adventure, but we never went far enough that we could not see our home anymore. My stepfather, who lived with us, told my brother and me that an old man had complained about us leaving trash in the woods. We have never brought trash into the woods, nor did he probably own any of the woods. One day we went into the woods the farthest we've ever been, adventuring as usual. When we no longer saw our home, we looked into the deep woods and saw a shadow behind a tree. The noise we heard next haunts both of our dreams. We heard a loud laugh of a clown that sounded straight out of the movie It. We ran faster than we ever had and jumped our short fence and told our mother what happened. She did not believe us, but to this day when I get home in the dead of night, the only light is from the porch and barely illuminates the fence. I swear I feel the sense of being watched as I unlock the door and enter my home. A crazy biker followed me in the woods. I recently moved into a small countryside town and bought a house that is located right next to a large forest. It was a new neighborhood and didn't really have many houses on my street. You could, without doubt, walk hours into the woods and still be going. Being young and stupid, I'd take my dog for a walk without having my parents with me or anything to protect me. I don't even remember having a cell phone on me. Don't blame my parents, please. They were reassured by the fact that my dog was really big and people were easily frightened by him, like, really easily. My dog was about 7, a detail that has its importance. I did that often, nothing bad ever happened, and I never met anyone there. I loved it because I could really take my mind off everything else that was happening in my life. The moving was rough on me, and to make everything more fun, I was being bullied at school. So I really needed that. So there I was, casually walking on a track that runs through the woods, which is typically used for motocross or quad riding. A noise that I didn't pay too much attention to at first was coming from behind me and started to become louder. When I turned back, I can see a person coming straight at me on his motorcycle. I'm a 13-year-old girl who is scared of about everything that seems out of the ordinary. So, I decide to get off the track as quickly as I can to hide. Unfortunately for me, Henry is black and does not blend with the surroundings, as everything was green and it was the middle of the day. I walked pretty fast, but I can tell that the bike was closer, and I was pretty obvious. I started running and found a rock that was big enough to hide my dog and me. I heard the motocross come and go. It was impossible for the person to see us really. I waited, telling myself that I was being silly. When I thought I had waited long enough, I started walking again. I froze instantly when I heard the loud engine suddenly becoming so close to me. Without hesitation I started running like hell, and when I was able to stop and hide, I did. My dog wasn't in the best shape, and I was feeling so bad for making him run that much. I could tell he was getting closer and closer to me. It wasn't a very dense forest, so he could follow. He was so much faster than me. I'm a clumsy person, I trip on about everything I can, so when I did meet this lovely branch, I fell on the ground pretty hard after tripping on it. But I think I was so full of adrenaline that I just got up and started running again. He was meters from me, so he could see me, and he was clearly chasing me. There was no doubt in my mind that if he gets me, something really bad could happen to me. We were approaching a denser part of the forest, so the guy had no choice but to stop. It did give me an advantage over him, and I was able to get away from him. I was so glad when I saw a house. It was under construction, so nobody lived in it. I did find a hiding spot behind this fence. Minutes later, I saw the person come so close to me. I could tell he didn't see where I went. I felt this huge relief when he started to go away. I think I hid for about 30 to 40 minutes without moving to make sure he did not come back. I did find my way home and told my parents about it, but they thought I was being dramatic. At the end, I never knew who this person was. I did hurt myself, but nothing too serious. Years later, I learned about the cultivation of weed in a specific area of the woods and the presence of cameras there. Perhaps I got too close to something, and the cameras captured my presence. I also went with friends of mine when I was older and found a small abandoned house that was not too far from where this happened. Man in the woods. This was last Wednesday night. I always look forward to Monday and Wednesday nights. It's when I get to have me time. My boyfriend, Kyle, has class on those nights, so I get to have the house all to myself. I love our house. It's an older ranch-style home, with a massive 3-acre yard in its own corner of the woods. We have no neighbors, and we love it. It's a large house with 5 bedrooms. The house is far too large for just the two of us, but we weren't about to turn down the deal because of its spaciousness. Besides, our cats enjoy the play space. With it being such a large old house and completely hardwood floors, you get a lot of creaks and groans. There are constant sounds of the house settling and the animals outside making a ruckus. While Kyle was gone to class, I was doing my usual me-time things. Yoga, painting my nails, and a glass of whiskey while watching the ID channel. I was in the middle of yoga, and something caught my eye in the window. It looked like a person had walked by on the back porch. It was a fast movement behind the shades. I got up and looked out but saw nothing. Must have been some leaves blowing by. Back to yoga. A few minutes later, another movement. This time, it's close to the window and in the front yard. Again, upon inspection, I saw nothing. My imagination must be getting the best of me. That's enough yoga. I need some water. I was standing at the open fridge and reaching for a bottle of water when I heard one of my cats hiss. She was standing on the counter and was looking out of the window above the sink. She had her back arched and was growling. I saw a face backing away from the window. I grabbed the shade and pulled it down over the window. Ran and checked the door locks, and hunkered down in the living room. Right as I was reaching for my phone, it started ringing. Scared me to death. It was Kyle. He must have gotten out of class early. I answered the phone and immediately started rambling and telling him to hurry home because someone was looking in the window. He calmed me down and told me that my mind was probably just playing tricks on me. After all, there's a tree outside that window. I probably just saw some leaves moving. About 10 minutes pass and nothing happens. I figure Kyle must be right. I'm letting things get in my head. Kyle said he'd be home in about 5 minutes and to call him back if anything else happened. I hung up and decided that I was being silly. I needed to go get my phone charger from my car. I walked out into the driveway, opened my car's door, and started digging around in it. I heard a stick snap. I looked up over my car. There was a man standing in the middle of my yard. He was just staring at me. His stance was squared up, and he had his arms hanging straight at his sides. He just didn't move or speak. I was completely frozen. We stared at each other for a good 30 seconds. I finally unchoked myself and said, "What are you doing here?" He just kept staring. I wanted to go back inside, but I also didn't want to leave the safety of my car. So I just kept standing there and staring back at the guy. After about a minute straight of staring at this guy, I could see Kyle's headlights coming down the driveway. The man very slowly turned around and walked towards the woods, disappearing into the trees. I met Kyle at his car, and I was just screaming. Kyle told me to go in and lock the doors while he went with his flashlight and ridiculously huge wrench and inspected the property. He never saw the guy, but we were both on edge all night. Every little sound concerned us. We don't know why this man was on our property. We are not close to anything. Literally, in the middle of the woods. Escaping the woods alive. It was the first time Seattle had ever been in the Super Bowl. Year, 2005. The only reason I remember this is because I remember the loud cheers that surrounded my friend and me as we were out in the woods. Unsure if we would ever be able to escape the dark forest alive. At the time, the cheers sounded more like screams. Let me explain. I was a 14-year-old girl who loved skateboarding with her best friend. We were little petite punk girls who loved to explore and skateboard. My friend was over at my house, but everyone there was transfixed by the football game. The whole neighborhood was filled with the noises of people cheering on the Seahawks. It was, and still is, a safe and normally quiet, middle to upper middle class neighborhood. It was around maybe 7 or 8 p.m., but by this point it was very dark, not pitch black, but that deepest, darkest blue that remains until midnight. My friend had cigarettes, and we decided we were going to sneak away and skateboard to the forest down the street to smoke and hang out in the woods. The woods was a long stretch of forest that rested in the middle of our neighborhood. On each side, steep slopes ran upward and backed into the fences of people's houses. Everyone called it a green belt, because the only entrance was at the beginning, and the only exit was on the other end. It felt like you were in a valley of sorts, surrounded by trees and houses far above. All of the neighborhood kids explored it, and it was not uncommon to find hidden trails that led toward makeshift forts. Anyway, we arrived at the forest and walked until we found a clearing far enough away from the entrance that adults couldn't see us smoking. At the time, we didn't realize this, but most every single adult was inside watching the Super Bowl. It felt safe there, in the dark, smoking and laughing with my friend, because we could hear cheers echoing from nearby houses. We had enough cigarettes to each have our own, but we liked sharing one at a time and passing it back and forth. It made us feel connected and cool. We were sharing our second cigarette, which was in between my fingers. I remember my friend laughing, trying to grab it from me. All of a sudden she stopped laughing. Her eyes grew wide, and she slowly pointed behind me. "Not going to work, Jess." I thought she was trying to make me look away so she could grab the cigarette out of my hand. I could barely hear her whisper over the cheers that echoed through the forest. "I am not joking." I turned around and looked behind me, my eyes squinting in the dark. I didn't see anything. Until I looked at the top of the slope. The top of the slope, which ran about 50 feet up, was not that far from us. There, a man was standing, watching us. The woods were almost always empty, except for the occasional kid or teenager. Adults just used the woods as a place to dump yard clippings and old compost stuff. He was wearing all black and had on a ski cap. His hands were shoved deeply into his pockets. I remember thinking he was very tall, though I couldn't see his facial features very well. I waved at him, wondering how long he had been standing there. It struck me that he may have been there the whole time. I hoped it was a neighbor. I waited for him to yell at us for smoking, threatened to tell my parents anything. He didn't wave back. He didn't say, "Make a sound." "Hello?" I choked out. The man did not respond. His hands remained in his pockets, the dim light from a distant back porch behind him illuminated him ever so slightly. I whispered to my friend, "Jess. What do we do?" The man took his hands out of his pockets. He had on gloves, and not gardening gloves. He walked one step down the slope toward us. I could hear the sound of the leaves crunching beneath him. He stood still again, watching. Waiting. More cheers erupted in the distance. The cheers that sounded so comforting less than half an hour ago now sounded foreboding. "I don't know," I whispered, "if we scream, no one would even be able to hear us. Everyone is screaming right now." Tears began to pool in her eyes. I had never seen her cry, and I had known her for 9 years by this point. I decided I had to think. And fast. Crunch. The man took another step. "What?" I screamed, "What do you want from us?" He began to pull his ski cap down. It was then that we both realized it wasn't a ski cap, but rather a ski mask. I yelled at her, "Run. Grab your skateboard." At the time, I was thinking we could hit him with our skateboard if he tried anything, probably silly, being as we each only weighed about 100 pounds or less. We got up and began running out of the woods. Like a horror movie, the man simply walked at a fast pace after us. I guess we weren't running very fast because we each were holding a skateboard. Once we got out of the woods, it was all uphill back toward my house. The man was a house's length distance or so behind us. His mask was pulled back up again. I wanted to ring a neighbor's doorbell, yell, anything. But we were so scared. Scared no one could hear us. Scared that if we ran to a neighbor's house, they wouldn't be home. We ran as fast as we could up that dang hill. We were about 3 houses away from my home when the man behind us just stopped. We kept running anyway. We made it back to my house, breathing heavily and covered in dirt from running through the forest. What exactly had just happened? "Girls. There you are." I thought my dad was angry that we had left without asking. Instead, he just sighed and said, "Valp, the Seahawks just lost the Super Bowl." Bushman. This happened when I was about 5 and my sister was about 8 or so. Time frame, mid-90s. We lived in Kent, Washington, in apartments called Swiss Gables. I think that was the name of them. We moved a lot. My mom was a single mom with 4 girls. We lived in F101, crazy I can remember the apartment number lol, and from where our apartment was, the playground was on the other side of the complex, and it was kind of tucked behind a building, and on the other side of the fence was the road. My sister and I always played on the playground by ourselves. My mom was either always working or always resting or taking care of my baby sister, who was still an infant at the time. So if we waited on her to take us to the playground, we would never have gone. This day was like any other day. We got home from daycare, summertime, and wanted to go to the playground. Our mom told us to be home before the streetlights came on, typical 90s kids curfew. We ran to the playground hoping our friends from the complex were there, but it was just my sister and me. No big deal. Then out of nowhere a man appears from behind the bushes. There's no telling how long he had been there watching us. He starts talking to us about swings and slides and such. I, being shy and cautious, yes, at 5, just sat there frozen. My sister, on the other hand, was outgoing and talked to everyone, so she was talking to this strange man in the bushes. Then, he started asking us if we liked candy and if we wanted to go to the store with him. My sister said she would have to ask our mom. The bushman then said that it would be real quick and to just give him the code to the gate. Then he started telling us how beautiful we were. My sister then took off running towards our apartment, leaving me standing there. The man continued to try to get me to give him the code to the gate. Then somehow I gathered all my 5-year-old courage and screamed. This must have scared him, because he took off running. After he was out of sight, I ran home. I get inside safe, no, thanks to my older sister lol. And we tell our mom what happened. Of course, she didn't believe us but went with us to look on the playground, kind of like how when you tell your parents that there is a monster in the closet and they do a quick look just to satisfy you and prove there is nothing to worry about. And of course he is nowhere to be found, and we look like paranoid children. Haven't met him again, not sad at all. The man hiding in the woods. A year ago I went on vacation with my parents. I have a phobia of being alone in public due to an incident that occurred when I was younger. I believe I have PTSD now, but that's for another story. So the place I was vacationing at was my alma mater, and this place contains a lot of good hiking trails, something I wanted to do but not alone, so I took my parents along with me. When we got to the state park near my alma mater, my parents refused to walk with me because they were exhausted from fishing. I refused to walk alone by myself. I was too scared. They went with me the next day, and although I was a bit jittery, it wasn't a problem. That afternoon I really wanted to walk along the trail at my alma mater. It was beautiful. So my parents dropped me off and said they'd wait for me to come back. I know my parents sound decrepit, but they really aren't. They just get exhausted over summer hiking. This time I had a bit more confidence even though I was still nervous. I hurriedly speed walked through the trails but stopped a few times to take pictures and enjoy the scenery. After this, I told myself I was being paranoid just like when I was younger, and I really shouldn't be fearful of hiking on my own. The last day of vacationing, and I really wanted to go through the hiking trail behind the hotel. It was lined with beautiful flowering bushes and was so enticing. Nobody would go with me, once again, and I was just going to go by myself when my mom decided to join me. I was a little bit nervous, as usual, but a speeding bicyclist reassured me that plenty of people were out. Apparently, it was just him, though. No sooner had we walked into the wooded trail than I heard a rustling noise. Curious, thinking it was an interesting creature, I stared at the rustling as we walked over a bridge, and to my surprise, out came a guy dressed all in black from underneath the bridge, down in the ravine. It was the middle of summer, and he was not dressed appropriately for a hiking trail. Black t-shirt and black jeans. Who hikes in clothing like that? My heart began to race. What the heck was he doing in the ravine? Had he been waiting for us? He also came out the opposite direction we were going but then decided to move towards us. I stopped and pretended like I wanted to look over the bridge and said something to my mom, turning so I could see what he was doing. He was walking in our direction, and that's when I decided we needed to go back to the hotel and get away from this guy, but we needed to move past him. Suddenly, the biker I had seen literally only 30 seconds ago comes bicycling past us again, providing an opportunity to move past the guy without confronting him. We quickly walked back to the hotel, barely at a distance but far enough not to be heard, and went inside. I kept wondering why he was back so soon. Surely the trail wasn't that short? It wasn't more than 30 seconds that he had zoomed past us. I couldn't understand why he came in the nick of time. And I never found out how long the trail was because I never went back. It wasn't my paranoia either. My mom had noticed the suspicious actions of the guy and also subconsciously helped guide me back. She sensed something was wrong, and somehow we both were able to non-verbally communicate our fears and desire to head back. After that day, I began looking at the crime reports for that city to see if anything had happened. I couldn't find anything, but I still wonder, if that bicyclist hadn't shown up, would he have done something to us? Hunter from the woods. So I didn't want to share this because it reminded me of the fear of when this happened, but I just needed to get it out there. I was 10 at the time of this. So the story goes, I was with my 15-year-old brother and his 2 friends in the woods. We were just feeling like a time in the woods, even a small getaway from everything in life, would help us clear our minds. We were in the woods with snacks and knives just in case something happened. After being in the woods for about an hour and feeling the need to rest, I, who was carrying all the supplies, pulled out 2 sodas, 1 water, and some small snacks, such as gummy bears and crackers. We ate the snacks and drank our drinks and heard something in the distance, so we were stupid enough to approach it, and I regret it even years later. We met a man with a hunting rifle, a black hat, and a red coat on, and my brother was the first to talk, saying something along the lines of, "May we help you?" The man explained that he was hunting and had mistaken us for animals, so he attempted to remain quiet. However, we couldn't help but giggle and said, "Sorry, but we have to go." The man said, "Wait." In a loud and deep voice, "I have more guns in my house about a 30-minute walk from here, and I can teach you guys to hunt." My brother said, "We do not have licenses," and said we have to go home. I actually wanted to go since I had an interest in weapons, but I went with my brother. We went to my house, and my brother and his friend took showers first while I watched TV. When we all took showers, we heard something come from outside and went to investigate, but it was my mom. I felt a sense of relief, believing that the noise was caused by the man. We told my mom about the incident, and she praised us for not going with the man, saying something to me and my brother like, "I taught you well." She said that my brother and I had been good and that we could go out for ice cream, but for once in my life, I didn't feel like going, so I stayed home. My mom called the house phone, and when I picked up, she told me that they would be back in 2 hours to go shopping, which I was fine with. I went to play on my brother's laptop while on the phone with some of my friends. I would like to say that I have a puppy, when my puppy started barking. I just said, "What's wrong?" And he started to bark louder. It was only 6, and my mom and brother were supposed to be home in an hour. At that moment, I heard my front doorknob start to wiggle. We always keep the bottom unlocked and the top locked because the top requires a code to enter. When the code did not work, I realized it wasn't my mom and brother, which made me start to cry. I hid under my brother's bed, turning off every light and putting my phone on vibrate. That's when I heard a loud bang, and my front door was open. I had my dog, a small chihuahua, next to me, and I was trying to tell him to be quiet. He eventually stopped barking after I covered his mouth, but then he moved my hand away. It was loud in the house, and I instantly knew that our house was being broken into. There were two guys, and one of them said, "Are you sure you don't want to come to my house for guns?" And my heart instantly stopped beating when I heard that. I knew it was the hunter from the woods. I pulled out my phone and texted my mom to call 911 and send them to our house, then put my phone in my pocket, and it kept buzzing, so I eventually pulled it out after a minute of it buzzing, and I texted her that people are in the house, and I texted that one was the guy from the woods that we said we didn't follow, and she said the cops are already on their way. It was about 5 minutes, and they were in the room with me, but I was still hidden with my dog, who kept trying to get out but wasn't barking nor growling. After 2 more minutes that felt like hours, I heard sirens, and one of them said, "Aw shit, the cops." The police arrived and apprehended the suspects, who were then escorted to their car. Our neighbor approached and informed us that she had called the police. At that moment, my mom and brother arrived, and I recounted the entire incident to the officers, as did my brother, who also called his friend to speak with the police, resulting in the arrest of the individual for breaking and entering. Since then, I have not ventured into the woods again, and we will receive an update upon the man's release from prison. The scariest moment of my life. So this happened to me and my little brother, Dylan, when we lived together a few years back. I was a 25-year-old male, and my little brother was 19. We were relaxing, playing some Halo 3 on the Xbox, smoking a bowl, and just being brothers hanging out on our usual daily days off from work. It was a Saturday night in the midsummer of 2009. We lived in a quiet neighborhood. Neighbors were just far enough apart that you had privacy, and they never got into your business. But we all knew each other, as our parents lived in the house for years, and it was our childhood home. When my parents retired, they moved off and left the house to us, so we never had to worry about a roof over our heads. Now, our house is located at the end of the cul-de-sac, with the garage door on the right and our front door situated 4 steps to the left of the window between the garage door and the front door. When the curtains are open, you can see straight out from our kitchen. This particular night, however, would grow to haunt me and my brother to this day. After a few hardcore hours of gaming, it's like 3 in the morning. My brother needs to get up and stretch his legs and relax his hands. He goes downstairs to grab some water and a snack when suddenly Dylan comes running up the stairs and locks the door, freaking the total hell out. I look at him, confused as duck, barking, "Bro, WTF is wrong?" With a pale, ghost white face, he looks at me and says, "There is a guy on the porch with his hands cuffed to the window, smiling from ear to ear." Then we hear 5 knocks at the door. We freeze in our tracks, backing slowly away from the door. I get under my bed and grab the machete and bat I keep under my bed in case I ever need to defend myself. I watch too many zombie movies. I give the bat to Dylan, as he's taller than me and has longer arms, so it would be more beneficial to him. We tiptoe back to the bedroom door and unlock it. We crack the door open just enough to see outside, and then suddenly the man starts knocking repeatedly. Before you know it, he had knocked at least 30 times, and then it just stopped. I told Dylan to grab my cell phone and dial 911. He did, and dispatch sent officers our way immediately. While on the phone, the man went around the back of our house because we heard screaming coming from the backyard. The man was there, just looking at the bedroom window with that creepy smile. We stayed just out of the line of sight, peeking from the corners. Suddenly, the man took off in a full-on sprint and threw himself into our back door. We hollered, "Oh shit, he's trying to break in our back door," to the dispatch officer. She tells units to step it up as he's trying to make entry. We hear the sirens closing in faster and faster as the man continues to bash himself into our door. On the 3rd bash, we hear the door crash open. We stay as quiet as possible, listening to things in the kitchen being smashed to hell and the man yelling, come out, wherever you are." I whisper to dispatch that he's downstairs in the kitchen, and she tells officers he's made entry, and one unit says he was close. We ready our bat and machete as we hear footsteps creaking up the stairs, then blue lights can be seen illuminating the house as we hear, "Police, come out with your hands up. Make your presence known." The man books it down the stairs and gets tackled by an officer and handcuffed after a bit of a struggle. We came out when the officers cleared the house and made sure it was safe. The man was high on meth, just looking to rob us to get another quick fix. We're so thankful the officer arrived when he did. We thanked him until the moment he left. He still came by occasionally to check on us and even played video games with us a few times. I still get nightmares of that creepy smile, and to whomever you are, creepy smiley man. I hope we never meet again. Guy was hiding in the bushes late at night. Okay, so this just happened to me a few hours ago. So I, 23, female, live on a pretty quiet street, a through street, not a dead end, that might matter, in a fairly small town. I have a smaller dog, he's about 25 pounds. I always take him out before bed. We often walk down the street, to the end and back to my house takes maybe 5 minutes total, rather than just going into the backyard, and tonight I decided to do the walk because I needed to get a few more steps in, and the weather is super nice. Also, since it's spring, the walk down this end of the street is really enjoyable because there's this wall of bushes and wisteria that smell amazing. So we get to the end of the street, and I'm just chilling and enjoying the breeze. I've, thankfully, remembered to bring my lanyard with my pepper spray on it, just in case, since it's pretty late. My dog and I are near these nice azalea bushes with pine trees in the middle, kind of a dark area in itself, but there's a street light just across the road, and I'm zoning out a little, just waiting for him to do his business. I had noticed a moment before that he was starting to really sniff the air and act weird, but I didn't think much of it because in this area specifically there are a lot of animals, rabbits, possums, an occasional fox, and a couple of pet cats. We observed a fox within this wall of bushes only a few weeks prior, which significantly excited my dog. I therefore assume that is what he is detecting or hearing. So I'm standing there getting ready to turn around and head home when I notice my dog is literally completely still and staring into the dark. He crouches and creeps forward on tiptoes, with his fur raised, and then finally barks. We're pretty close to a couple of houses, and I don't want to wake anyone up, so I go to shush him, thinking there's just some small animal in the shadows, but then I look up from his gaze into the bushes that he's facing. I look up just in time to see the silhouette of a grown ducking man with a jacket on and hood pulled over his head, squatting down partway behind a bush and sidestepping further behind it to hide himself. This dude was totally silent. I wouldn't have known he was even so close to me, or there at all, had my dog not sensed it and freaked out. I've never felt total fear like that before. I mean, this person was stupid close to me and totally obscured in the darkness. My legs went numb, I felt like I was going to fall, and I almost yelled out, but instead, I redirected that impulse into calling my dog's name loudly, although my voice cut out. I stared into the darkness for a second before loudly saying, "Come on, leave them alone. Let's go." I figured I didn't want to pretend I hadn't seen them at all, but I also obviously didn't want to confront them and possibly set them off, so I just went with passively acknowledging their presence, I guess, while also trying to not sound frightened. I then proceeded to start leading my dog away as briskly as ducking possible without showing my panic and sprinting. As I pulled my dog towards home, I was watching over my shoulder almost non-stop, almost to the point of walking backwards. He kept turning to bark, which is unlike him, so I'm convinced this dude had really bad vibes that my dog was put off by. I called my boyfriend within probably 45 seconds of us hurrying away to have someone on the phone with me so I'd feel safer, and once I got several houses distance away, I saw a figure walking out from those dark bushes and continuing on down the main road. Thank God they didn't follow my path. I'm home safe, obviously. I came in and told my mom and brother about the incident. We all agreed that anyone who goes out of their way to hide like that is up to no good. If they weren't doing something sketchy, it would make more sense to make their presence known, or at least exit the ducking bushes and keep walking. In the past year, I have spotted a pill bottle twisted down into the pine straw that surrounds those exact bushes. Again, I was walking my dog but in broad daylight, so I'm not sure if this person was hiding drugs or what. All I know is that I'm definitely not leaving the backyard for dog potty breaks past sundown anymore. It happened on a bright day. I grew up in a very rural area with dense forests and no other houses than ours around. So I and my family loved to go outside for long walks with the dog. By the time this incident happened, I was about 12 years old, a young girl with long blonde hair and strikingly naive. This might be enough context for you to get the setting. On this day, my family and I were on a walk through the forests again. I needed to collect wildflowers for my biology classes, and I had previously seen some new ones that I wanted to gather on our way back home, but my parents preferred to take a different route. So we separated, and I made my way alone. I found the flowers on the track and knelt down to pick them when I suddenly heard the crunching of a car driving on the rough track. That was strange because there were no cars allowed in the woods, but I didn't think about it and simply stepped aside to let the car pass. It was a green Land Rover, and I saw the silhouette of a man behind the windshield. As the car approached me, it started to slow down, and I became a little nervous, so I stepped away from it a little further. The man then stopped his car right beside me, only a few feet away. The driver pulled his window down, and I stared, unable to move, at the grinning face of a bearded middle-aged man who now shouted, "Excuse me? Could you help me find the way out of the forest?" I felt extremely relieved because he clearly just wanted directions, which seemed very likely given how deep he had gone into the forest. But when I started explaining, he asked for me to come closer because he couldn't hear me properly. At this point, I surely was really alarmed. We had some kids go missing in my area before, and my parents had always been very honest with telling me about the true intentions of bad people. Still, instead of noping the duck out of this forest in this situation, I simply stayed right where I was standing and spoke up so that he could hear me better. Naive, right? Ignoring what I was saying, he opened his door and started walking up to me. Frozen in fear, I simply stood there. But when he reached out for my arm to drag me into his car, I guess I woke up, adrenaline rushed through my veins, and I ran for my life right into the woods. "Hey, wait for me, sweetie." I heard him scream, followed by the sound of cracking sticks right behind me. I panicked and ran as fast as I could. My only advantage was that I knew these woods very well, and I could only hope for him not to know which way I was taking. Probably, my knowledge was the only thing that saved me, and I arrived on an open road that led to my house. Holy shit, thanks to myself for wandering through those forests for most of my life. I couldn't see the man anymore, but I still was paranoid as hell, and so I ran all the way and told my parents everything when I finally arrived at my house. But that's not all. Every time from then on when I went out for a walk, I took our big black dog with me. Just as a precaution. On one of these walks, I followed a road, and some cars drove past me. So did a green Land Rover. I immediately panicked when it slowed down. I guess my dog does a good job at scaring people off by his height, and so the Land Rover drove off again. I don't know who it was. This started happening to me 5 years ago. The last and worst incident happened 4 years ago, this week. And it still haunts me and plays into my daily life. Also, this story is long, so please bear with me. 4 years ago I was living with my, now, husband in one of his parents' rental houses. This happened in Portland, Oregon, up in the West Hills. The house itself was a very cute little cabin in the woods. There was a main house on the property, but our cottage was set back behind it. There was a renter in the main house. She was a single woman who was a college professor and had weird hours but was friendly, and we enjoyed it. The property was a long and narrow 2.5 acres. There were neighbors on either side, but they weren't super close. Both of them were old retired men. One we hardly saw and one we saw quite often. My mill has owned this house for the last 30 years, and nothing of significance had even happened before. The cottage was a renovated 800 square feet house with 2 stories. Downstairs was basically a front and back door, bathroom, kitchen, and living room. Upstairs were just 2 bedrooms. It was small but the perfect first place for a young couple. The first night it all began, I was blowing off my mom and her bunco game. I decided I didn't want to go, so I stayed home while my husband worked. Up until this point I had stayed in the house alone plenty of times and never had any issues. I was cooking dinner and just hanging out, ignoring my mom's come to bunco texts. I went to use the restroom, which was in the front of the house. I happened to look out the blinds and could see headlights come up the driveway because all the doors on the main house were glass. I thought, looks like the professor is home from work, and continued on. A few minutes later my dogs started to act like they needed to use the restroom. I always look out the front door windows first because, being in the woods, we would often have animals in the yard. I noticed the motion light on the left side of the house was triggered, so I thought it was for sure some kind of animal. I went back into the kitchen and a minute later heard my door handle start to jiggle. The first thought that came to my mind was, shit, my sister and mom are here to drag me to bunco. The jiggling kept going on for a second, and I realized that my sister had a key, and normally she just lets herself in. This is where I started to get a little uncomfortable. My dogs are going crazy and aggressively barking to alert me that something isn't right. All of a sudden the handle on the back door starts to jiggle too, and I can hear what sounds like a body throwing itself into the door. Now I'm really scared and realize this is not my family. I grabbed a knife and ran upstairs. I called my mom and asked her if she was playing a prank on me, which she wasn't, and she rushed up to the house. Fortunately her bunco game was only about a mile away. We never found anyone on the property that night. Fast forward to the following year. There were 6 more incidents, all while I was alone. I won't go into those for the sake of trying to keep this short. But they were all similar to the first experience. It got to the point that nobody was really believing me that it was happening until, the 3rd time, my husband saw a muddy footprint on the back door one night when we made it look like I was alone. Someone had tried to kick in the back door. After that incident, my parents came to help us secure the house more, and my dad found beer cans and items left in front of windows as if someone was peeking through them. We also saw that the main house's front motion light was unscrewed enough to stay in place but not turn on. Whoever it was clearly watching me, knew our schedules, and knew how to get around undetected. The final incident was 4 years ago, this week, while my husband was out of state on a wildfire. He is a firefighter and often away from the house for his shifts as well as when he gets deployed to wildland assignments. By this point we had moved into the front house and had a roommate. Our friends were renting the back cabin. This night, everyone had departed, leaving me and the dogs alone. This night the person got into the home while I was in there. I had friends over to watch a show, and before they left, they helped me lock the house up. This was a big house with multiple staircases and a weird layout. I started to get uncomfortable and decided to go to a friend's house. I was on the phone with my mom when I walked downstairs and saw that the back door, that I had just locked an hour before, was wide open. This was the worst experience of my life. I grabbed my gun, ran to my car, and drove away. It took the police 30 minutes to get to the house because of its location, and by the time they got there nobody was found. We never figured out who it was that was watching me. The police thought maybe it was one of the neighbors or homeless people that lived in the woods near the house. It got to the point where I couldn't be alone at night without crippling fear. I do better now, but I often struggle at nights when I'm alone. Running through the woods. This story happened when I was about 12. Some context, I lived in a smallish country town. I had grown up wandering the woods at one end of town and knew them very well. The main entrance to these woods is on a small road about 5 minutes walk from the nearest residence, but there's another entrance at the back of a garden center about 15 minutes walk from town, though it comes out onto private property. A year or two earlier, a girl my age had been ended in the nearest city, but we believed our town was safe, at least, we thought so, although it occurred 2 years later. Anyway, my friend and I decided to go for a walk in the woods to go sit up on a cliff overlooking the town and sunbathe. It was a glorious sunny day, we were wearing shorts and tank tops, as 12-year-old girls do on hot days. And as we walked down the road to the main entrance, we saw a van parked outside the gate to a horse field, facing towards us. There were 2 guys inside, and as we approached, one of them wound down the window and asked for directions. This being a quiet town in the late 90s, we politely directed them as best we could and carried on towards the entrance, about 300 yards away. As we got to the entrance, I felt that feeling you get when you're being watched. I turned round, and the van was still there, but I thought I could see the passenger watching us in the wing mirror. As we looked, they both got out and started walking towards us fairly quickly. So we ran into the woods. This decision might have been foolish, but as I mentioned, I was very familiar with these woods. We ran and ran, at first blindly. I thought I heard them shouting to each other a few times. My friend suggested we head for the garden center, which was probably a good idea, as the path forked and it'd be harder to follow us if they didn't know where we'd gone. Plus, safety. I don't think I've ever run so fast through the woods in my life. It can't have taken more than another 5 minutes to reach the top of the hill behind the center. We climbed over the gate, which was locked, scrambled down the slope, and ran towards the main building. Somebody came out and started to yell at us for trespassing, but I guess he noticed we were scared or something because he stopped and let us into the building. Before I went inside, I looked up and saw 2 men standing by the gate at the top of the hill. I don't think they had been far behind us. One of the workers was a friend of my dad, and I told her what had happened. She called the police, who sent someone to talk to us and someone else to go find the van where we'd seen it parked, but it was gone. We provided descriptions of the guys, but to the best of my knowledge, no one saw them again in town. Neither I nor my friend went back into those woods for a long time. I was 17 before I even went near them. I don't know what those men wanted, but they scared me a lot. A man followed me in the woods? I normally go walking in the woods with a friend, and today nobody was available, so I went by myself about 7 p.m. I parked the car and went into the entrance. There was one other car there, and a jogger passed me on my way in. I decided to go off the main track. There's a smaller track about 10 to 20 meters down you can follow instead. It's a wooded area, but I can get back to the main track in 5 minutes if I want to. I was debating should I continue on the smaller track straight, following the main track, or go down to the more wooded area where there is a pathway? So I am standing there. I see a man in the distance on the main track walking towards the main entrance. He notices me and stops walking. He is staring at me now with a huge grin for about 20 seconds. He is in his 50s or 60s with an extremely creepy face. My guts drop. I'm thinking if I walk back onto the main track, he will be there. If he stops staring and continues walking the main track, we will meet at a similar time, and nobody else is here. I am thinking he will continue walking on, and I will wait until he leaves and just go because I'm feeling super unsafe. I regret coming here by myself. He ends up walking down the hill at a diagonal while I see he's staring straight at me. He's making a beeline for me. I now am freaking out but think maybe he's going down the other pathway. There is nobody walking the main track in the distance. I walk up to the main track. I notice that he is moving in a C shape, first going down to where I was standing and then coming back up to the main track behind me. He's not running, but his eyes are fixated on me, and he's smirking since he spotted me. I'm freaked out. I get to the main track, which is covered by trees on each side. He's clearly following me, right? Why else would you go down and up like that exactly where I am walking up? He's about 6 meters from me, and I am getting ready to run to the entrance, which would take 5 minutes. He is walking further to the right up the hill so he will meet me on the main track. I am freaking out. He could grab me, he could have a weapon. I am too scared to take my phone out. It is terrifying that he has been following me silently, with only the sound of leaves breaking under his boots behind me in the woods as he stalks me. A couple enters the area, and I feel extremely relieved. However, they are walking so fast that I worry he could run after me once they pass. My car doors don't lock properly, and the engine sometimes stalls, so I am freaking out that it might happen now. He ends up stopping at the main track after seeing the couple. I walk so fast. He is now walking super slow, still staring and staying in the wood, and has been doing a predatory stare for 10 minutes, fixated on me. When I got in my car, I drove slowly to be able to identify him properly. He doesn't come out until I'm way down the road. I'm now wondering, should I have stayed parked and gotten a picture of him? Alternatively, I could have recorded him on video and claimed that he was following me. Or told the couple I'm being followed? I drove away feeling extremely shaken, and he disappeared without a trace. I can't even describe it. All I remember is his really creepy smirking face and gray hair, and I think I am lucky if I get out of here. I'm so angry that I can't go for a short walk on a hiking trail without being in danger. I can't imagine what could have happened if I had met him further into the trail. Through the woods. Some time back, in the late 90s, I was a teenager and in high school. I worked a couple different jobs at a shopping center that was along the same highway that my neighborhood was located on. Between the shopping center and the neighborhood was an open field and a stretch of woods. One afternoon I was at work and noticed many police cars kept patrolling the shopping center, the highway, and the roads around it. Helicopters joined in shortly after to help them in their search. Out of curiosity, I asked around with friends and employees and learned that a man had been a part of some crime spree, I think robbery related, and had taken off on foot after he'd been spotted in the parking lot. The last they had seen, he had run off towards the field in the direction of my neighborhood. Work got busy, so I didn't think much of it, aside from pondering if they'd find him whenever I'd see a police car drive past again. Soon, my break time came, so I called my mother to let her know to watch out for strangers. What she told me made my blood run cold. She had been at home, on her day off, and had plans to work in the garden. After doing some work, she had taken a break to go inside and had left the front door open with the glass screen door shut. Not long after there was knocking, and the doorbell rang. When she went to look, there was a scruffy man there asking if he could come in to borrow her phone. Normally she'd have no problem being polite and helping someone out, but something about this man rang internal alarms with her, so she politely declined and shut and locked the door. Soon after, she saw the news reports about the manhunt but didn't realize it was going on so close. When I called, she put 2 and 2 together and realized that it was the same man. By the time she made this realization, it was too late to call the police, because reports were showing he had been found. When no one would let him use their phones, he climbed into the back of a box truck that was parked in the neighborhood for a company out doing business there. He was found a few miles later when they stopped to get gas at a nearby gas station. Thankfully he was apprehended, and my mother was safe. I go for a daily run in a forest by my house and end up meeting one of the weirdest guys I've met to this day. So in my senior year of high school, I was off on a run one early morning at a park near my house. The park has a trail that stretches into some dense forest, which is only a mile long but can feel a lot longer. After finishing my daily run, I pop my earbuds in and begin my walk home. When I reached the bridge that led back to the main part of the park, I looked to my left and saw a large, old man in my face trying to get my attention. I was a bit startled, but I took out my earbuds and listened to what he had to say. He asked if he could borrow my phone. I think nothing of it and give it to him. While he was punching in the numbers, I got a better look at the man. His clothes were stained and looked pretty worn. He was also carrying a plastic bag, which just held random assortments of garbage like dirty paper plates, cans, bottles, Solo cups, and pieces of styrofoam. After poking my phone a couple times, he immediately puts the phone by his ear and says something along the lines of, "Hello? Mr. Jones? I have retrieved the package and will be there shortly." He gave me back my phone and then proceeded to ask if I had $5, to which I replied with a no. He seemed pretty disgruntled but said it was fine and then proceeded to walk into the forest. It was pretty obvious to me that this guy was either homeless or off his rocker. As I was walking through the park, which was empty considering the somewhat crappy weather, I couldn't help but look over my shoulder. I see the same old man walking casually down the same path as me and staring at me with a stern expression on his face. I keep my cool, writing him off as some crazy old man and assuring myself that if he did try to pull something, I could easily overpower him considering his age and out of shape stature. When I get to the entrance of the park, the old guy is still following me and still looking directly at me. I start to speed walk toward the park entrance and cross the street. My house was just a block away. I look back after walking down the road a bit, and the man wasn't following me. Feeling relieved, I began to walk home casually while listening to Radiohead, but when I looked to my right, I saw the old man walking down the path across the street and still staring at me. What made it worse was that there are trees that cover the sidewalk, so seeing him stare at me through the foliage made my heart jump even more. I keep my cool, though, and keep looking down and in front of me, fighting the urge to increase my walking speed. I didn't want this asshole to think that this game he was playing was getting to me. I eventually turn into my neighborhood, and when I look behind me, the man is just standing there with a stern expression on his face, watching me walk up my neighborhood, almost as if he was trying to find out where I lived. At this point I'm more angry than I am scared, so I turn around and make a couple of steps toward him and shout, "Knock your shit off before I call the cops." He just stands there silently for a few seconds before finally turning and continuing to walk down the road. I don't know if this was just some crazy old homeless man or some guy who gets a kick out of scaring the hell out of strangers. I stayed away from that park for a good 2 weeks, and I never saw that crazy old guy again. Also, for those curious about the number, I checked my phone call history when I got home. He didn't call anyone. The man with a wooden leg. My name is Nolan, and I'm 24 now, but when all this happened, I was just 12. I live not far from Paris, but I've loved traveling since I was a kid. For 5 summers straight from 2009 to 2013, my mom signed me up for summer camps every July. Those camps were amazing. I explored various regions across France, engaging in camping, mountain hiking, caving, and rope courses, numerous enjoyable activities I have participated in since a young age, and I cherished every moment of it. Then arrived 2013, which proved to be the most challenging year of my life and the final time I attended camp. That summer, the camp was on Île d'Oléron, an island in western France connected to the mainland by a big bridge. The island is known for its hot summers, amazing local food, nice beaches, and especially for a famous monument called Fort Boyard, an old prison located in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean that once held criminals. The camp was set in the middle of nature. Imagine a group of small buildings arranged in an L shape. On one side was the entrance, and on the other were just thick bushes leading into the forest. The buildings were divided between the kids' dorms, the laundry room, the dining hall, and the instructors' dorms. At that time in my life, I was pretty rebellious and didn't like to listen. 2 of my friends, Malik and Enzo, accompanied me, so we were all prepared for an exhilarating experience, perhaps even excessively so. Everything was fine during the first 6 days of camp, and we had so much fun. But on the 7th day, things started going wrong, mostly because of us. That night we had a campfire game session, playing board games like Uno from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. After that, the instructors announced lights out, and everyone went to their rooms. Malik, Enzo, and I shared a room, so we brushed our teeth and went to bed. About 25 to 30 minutes later, the instructors turned off all the lights. Around midnight, I came up with a terrible idea, a night walk in the forest with my 2 friends, even though we were only 12 or 13 years old. We opened our window, looked around quickly, and saw that none of the instructors were awake. They were all asleep, probably too tired after the day's activities. We quietly crossed the camp courtyard, sneaking past the buildings, and entered the bushes on the far side of the site. We walked about 10 to 15 minutes into the forest. While walking, I was joking around and trying to scare my friends with creepy stories. Suddenly, we arrived at the fence of an old abandoned house. The house looked really run down and creepy, like something out of a witch's story. Being young and dumb, we decided to at least go into the garden. To our surprise, the gate was open, so we stepped inside. As soon as we started walking in the garden, we heard a huge, loud scream coming from a man with a deep, scary voice. We were so scared that at first, we couldn't even understand what he was yelling. Then the front door of the house onto the porch opened, and we saw a man running towards us. We panicked, nearly crying, and instantly reopened the gate behind us. We ran as fast as we could back toward the camp. We managed to get back and woke everyone up in the middle of the night. I was so stressed, scared, and panicked that I was crying a lot. The instructors obviously scolded us for being reckless and dangerous, but it was clear from our faces that we weren't making it up. We told them what happened and finally went back to our rooms. I couldn't sleep at all that night and kept replaying the scene in my head. One detail stuck with me thanks to the moonlight: the man limped and had a wooden leg. But even so, he ran really fast. I don't know why, but I had a terrible feeling about the whole thing. I wish that was the end of the story, but it wasn't. On the 9th day, the last day of camp, we were outside doing various activities when the instructor asked if we had our swimsuits ready because we were going to the pool. I said no and that I needed to go get mine from my room. So I ran alone to the dormitory, about 10 meters away. I opened my door, then closed it behind me for some reason without turning on the light. Inside the room, since we had the shutters closed, it was almost completely dark, but some little holes let in a bit of moonlight. At that moment, about 5 meters from me, I saw a tall, human-like figure standing still. I couldn't see its face, just the silhouette. I didn't understand what was happening, but I was frozen and couldn't move. What felt like an eternity, probably just 5 or 6 seconds, I suddenly turned, opened the door, and ran outside screaming that someone was in my room. I ran crying toward the center of the camp, where everyone was. An instructor immediately went with some colleagues to check my room, but it was empty. Suddenly, the instructors called everyone to come to my room because they found something terrifying. On the floor was a piece of paper with the words "I will come back tonight" written on it. I literally froze and cried twice as much as before. That night, the instructors stayed in pairs outside every door so nobody could enter any rooms. Thankfully, no one came back to my room that night. We left camp the next day, but because of those incidents, I never went back to camp after I was 13. It took me a long time to want to travel again with friends or family to places I didn't know. It wasn't until I was 19 that I dared to go on vacation again. When I informed my mother about the incident, she remarked that I was remarkably courageous and mature for my age and that I had acted appropriately, given that the individual in my room that night did not have good intentions, particularly considering the note that was left behind. However, to be honest, entering the forest was a foolish decision, and I truly don't understand why we chose to go there. Even 12 years later, questions still haunt me. WTFFF, was that person in my room? Was it the same man who chased us in the forest? What did he want? And how did he find my room? These questions kept me awake many nights, and I had a lot of nightmares. Like I said at the start, even if I mostly laugh about it now, sometimes I still get anxious over small things. The person in the woods. In March during spring break, when I was 16, about 20 of us went to a nice little retreat center in Surrey County and rented a cabin. We planned on staying there for 4 days. For a bit more detail, the cabin was surrounded on all sides by woods. To the west of the cabin are some hunting trails and a creepy abandoned trailer next to a small clearing with a single pine in the center. To the east there was a large field. At the far end of the field there is a slope leading down to a beach. When going down the slope to the right, there is an area of higher elevation, and to the right was a valley that could be accessed from the beach. Anyway, on the last night a group of about 8 of us decided we'd go down to the beach and sit around and sing songs while playing guitars. It was about 11 p.m. Everything was going fine, and then 3 of the guys decided to head back to the cabin and get some food. They were gone for only 10 minutes before one of the guys got a call from his brother. His reaction to the call made it seem like something happened or someone was hurt. When he got off the phone, he said, "We have to leave right ducking now," in a very hushed and panicky voice. We all asked why, and he told us that while the others were walking back, they found a rabbit at the top of the trail unalived in a very disturbing way. That was not caused by an animal, it looked as if someone had used a knife on the rabbit. So we automatically thought they had to be ducking with us. We began walking back, brandishing the guitar and a metal pipe as weapons in case they really weren't ducking with us. About halfway up the hill we hear rustling and twigs snapping to our right where the valley is. It sounded like someone was walking up the side of the very steep slope. We told them to knock it the duck off if it was a joke and that it wasn't funny. The movement to the right stopped very suddenly. We kept going, and once we neared the top of the hill, I turned on my phone's flashlight, and right on the ground in front of me lay a rabbit with its head clean cut off. We took off running and heard something run out of the woods. We didn't stop running until we got to the cabin. When we got to the cabin, we found all the guys sitting inside. We locked up every door and all the windows. I and 2 of the other guys stayed up all night to keep watch and make sure whatever it was didn't follow us to the cabin. We all fell asleep around 6:30 a.m. We woke up at 8 to someone flipping their shit about a rabbit head lying on the front porch in front of the door. I don't know what that thing was, but let's never meet. Rainforest Man. I am a Brazilian military brat, so I've lived in quite a few places. In 2007, when I was 11, we had to move to a small city in the middle of the Amazon, close to the Colombian border. The city was very isolated, and we lived in an even more isolated military village. There were 3 villages: the private's village, the sergeant's village, and the officer's village. These villages were linked through trails that cut through the heavy woods. One of these trails was crossed by a water stream. The internet was very slow. I remember my downloads having the crazy velocity of 3 kilobits per sec. We had no cell phone service, and the TV only received a signal from 2 channels. We had almost nothing to do, so the kids were very united. We spent the day riding our bicycles, going through the trails, and spending the day in someone's house. It was great. In one of those trails, one day, a man started showing up. He had the features of a native person and always seemed to be taking care of nature, collecting trash that someone left behind, calling for birds, and looking at the trees. We talked to him sometimes, and we named him the Rainforest Man, because he knew a lot about the trees and the animals. I remember asking him one day why he was there, and he said that the command of the base hired him to help them explore the area because he knew the area very well. It seemed logical to me, so I brushed it off. One particular day, 2 girlfriends of mine and I were in this other girl's house. Her house was in a different village than ours, and while we were there, a boy showed up. This boy was a couple years older than us, and my friends were very interested in him. It was starting to get dark, and I told them that we should go home, but they wanted to stay and talk to this boy, and I was too scared to go back alone, so I waited for them. When we decided to go home, it was really dark. The trails weren't illuminated, and we could see very little. So, in the middle of the dark, we saw a light in our path, more precisely through the water stream. We got scared and decided to hide and see who it was. After a while, we could see that the person holding the flashlight was the native guy. He was furiously looking for something, waving his flashlight around. He probably heard us. The thing is, he was holding a very large knife called paella. It's commonly used there to cut big fish. We stayed quiet for a while, but as it was getting even darker, we decided to reveal ourselves. We got on our bikes and went straight to the water stream, where he was, that we needed to cross. But before we arrived there, he found us. He was right in front of us with his knife pointed at us. We couldn't cross the water stream riding our bikes, so we dropped them there and ran for our lives. After we passed him, he turned off his flashlight. It was absolutely dark. We could see close to nothing, but we just ran straight ahead. When I got to the other side of the stream, I fell down and hurt my knees. He probably thought I was still running with the other girls, so I decided to stay where I was instead of getting up, making too much noise, and revealing my location. He then turned the flashlight again, and I could see he was stealing one of our bikes. He brought it to the water stream and carried the bike on his back, following the water path into the woods. I remember he walked really close to me, and it was one of the scariest moments of my life. After he was considerably far, I got up, ran straight ahead again. When I finally got to the village, our parents were already running to me, since the other girls had already told them what happened. I never saw the Rainforest Man again. Turns out they never hired anyone, as the guy had told me. After this, soldiers started to supervise the trails, and no one ever showed up again, at least while I lived there. He came from the woods and wore a white and black mask. I was about 12 or 13 when this happened. Being 15 now, I know not to do this ever again. I was out at night. Being the stupid kid I was, I snuck out and went to the greenway to take a walk. I will say that I am a small female. In fact, I was mistaken a lot for a 10-year-old. It was about 12 a.m. or so. I was in the deeper parts of the woods when I heard a noise behind me. I put my hand in my pocket, where my pocket knife was, just in case I needed it. I didn't hear anything else but kept my hand in my pocket. I was out of the woods now and in a field, where there was an old and abandoned farmhouse. I walked through the tall grass and inside the old farmhouse. The old furniture was still there too, and it was all broken down inside there. I was on my phone playing a few games when I heard a noise outside, as in a crash and a male voice muttering "Aw shit." I paused my Duck Dynasty game and pulled out the pocket knife, flipping it open. I knew I couldn't run that far, and I might have to fight. When I looked out the window, I could see a man in a white mask with black features dusting himself off. I backed up and walked out the back door very quietly. I then took off as fast as I could in old boots that were a little too big and into the woods. I ran into the actual woods and stopped for a second to catch my breath. Just as I thought I was safe, I heard, "Oi, where'd you go? I won't hurt you. I promise." I knew that was a ducking lie and continued to run like Usain Bolt till I was at my house. The scary thing is, as I looked out my window into the woods behind my house, I could see the man looking for me. I have never gone back in those woods alone at night since then and don't plan to do it again. A naked man jumped out of a tree in the middle of the night in the woods and chased me. I am from the Netherlands. I am 21 and live in a village just outside the big city. This village is located in a large wooded area. My friends and I often go to a place in the evening to smoke or drink, which we call Nature Spot. It is a wooded dune-like area with a large island in the middle. To arrive at this island, you have to cross a small wooden bridge. The nearest houses are quite far away, about a kilometer, I don't know what a mile is, from the place, so at night it is a quiet, dark place. In the winter, it is bare, wet, and muddy, and nobody really comes there. This happened 3 weeks ago. That Friday night all my friends couldn't hang out. I don't have the most friends, and I wanted to go to the island to smoke and drink by myself. I don't mind hanging out alone on occasions like this. Sometimes I enjoy it when no one is around me and it's just me, nature, and my weed. I know the place well, and I carry a knife with me just in case when I go hanging out alone in the woods at night. I'm not a scared person. I often walk through the woods at night with headphones and my music at the loudest. I do this to create tension because my life has been boring lately, and every time I go there, especially at night with smoke or drink, I always experience an exciting gut feeling just to be there all alone in the dark on that island. So I walk through the wooded area towards the island. It's now around 12:30 at night. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I hang around the places a bit. Before I cross the bridge, I take off my headphones to listen if I can hear any sound coming from the island, just in case there are people or homeless people on the island and I come walking there with music in my ear. After a few minutes, hoping that I am alone, I plan to smoke a joint at a tree in the middle of the island that we call the Witch's Tree. This is because in the winter it looks like a Blair Witch movie setting. I walk onto the island towards the Witch's Tree with music on. As I approach the tree, I suddenly see a naked man in his 30s or 40s standing on a log that is quite high off the ground, directly in front of me, looking down at me. Yes, he remained still in a literal T-pose in the dark, completely naked when I spotted him, which terrified me in an instant. It was just a split second before my heart dropped, causing me to jump back immediately, which made my headphones fall from my head into my hands. I first screamed out to the man, WTF Doje? Out of panic and fear, I jogged backwards while keeping my eyes on the dark pathway. At this point my whole body is filled with fear and adrenaline. I did not know what to do or say, so I yelled while jogging back, "Yo, I saw you. Come to me, I got a knife." Because he looked like he was ready to chase me, he was going to. I have used this tactic before, especially in forested areas, encountering homeless people or suspicious people at night, nowhere near this location, where I yell out, "Come to me," if I have to create a kind of psychological reaction where I invite the perpetrator to come my way instead of showing fear or freezing, only when I carry a knife, and of course I'm not going to stab unless I really have to. But I was still super scared, so now I'm at the bridge, and at first I think this is a drugged out homeless person who has ducked up. I do believe in the paranormal, but I have never experienced anything like this before, so I told myself, it's a homeless person, even though I was doubting that conclusion at that moment. For a brief moment, I thought I was going to die or get stabbed because, even though he was homeless, I couldn't understand why someone would go tree climbing in the middle of the night while naked and remain silent when spotted. Now I'm standing on the other side of the bridge, shaking and waiting. I wanted to make sure he would follow me before I ran. I wanted to call my friend to tell him that there is a naked guy at the tree. He would answer and come. At this moment, the naked guy is walking towards me from the dark on the other side of the bridge, literally out of nowhere. My heart dropped. Yes, he was naked, but what was even scarier was his face and eyes. Literally in the moonlight, he looked like a zombie, and he had his arms straight up when he walked out of the bush, like he was caught by the police. He walked with his arms straight up over the wobbly bridge towards me, which was a really scary sight, especially because the bridge has almost no support and is nearly impossible to cross without holding on to both railings. But he literally just walked straight ahead without any drop or stop, like he was walking over water. I run back while shouting, "WTF are you doing?" Then he starts screaming like a drug addict and starts running towards me. I quickly run away through the dark forest back to the park where the houses are close by. There is, like, a 5-minute walk along a dark pathway, and while sprinting down, I could hear him sprinting after me and literally saying he was going to eat me if he caught up to me. Just the thought of a naked man running after me in the dark, and also what happened before, made me run so fast, like I had never run so fast ever. I totally forgot my knife, like I did not want to stay there a second longer. I even stumbled and fell face first into a thorny bush and was lost for a few seconds while hearing his screaming come louder and louder. However, I was frightened and moved quickly due to the surge of adrenaline. Everything happened so fast that I ripped my jacket and lost my second set of bike keys. I made it home and didn't even sleep. Homeless people in the Netherlands do not behave like this one did. I have never seen or heard even stories about homeless people moving like that or anything. These are really the stories you hear from America, where homeless people are on Flocka or something and turn into literal zombies. Those are the vibes I got from this incident. The next morning, my friend and I returned to the island after I explained what had happened. When we arrived, I remember standing on the bridge and throwing stones towards the bush to see if the man was there. The bridge was so bumpy that we could hardly reach the other side, while the man from that night walked at a leisurely pace with his hands in the air as if it were easy. There was also no clothing, mattress, or anything that showed that someone had slept there on that island or even stayed there. Since then I have never gone there again. Literally a few days ago I saw what looked like the same man. It was him, hiding behind a tree from a woman who was walking her dog in the park when I cycled past. He seemed possessed. He was talking to the tree while he was hiding from people, and he only had a blanket to cover himself. After seeing this, I thought back to that night and decided to tell the story and share it here. It turns out that he escaped from a mental institution not far from where I live. Police are still looking for him. Come to my cabin in the woods. When I was about 7, I went on a camping trip with my Girl Scout troop. We were up in the mountains, and right next to our cabin was a densely wooded area that went on for a while before leading down to another road that had other cabins lining it. Another girl and I decided to go exploring in the woods. We were out there for maybe 10 minutes when this big dog ran towards us and scared the crap out of us. We were about to run away when a young guy in his 20s came up and explained that it was his dog. After he assured us we were safe from his dog, he began to ask us our names and where we were staying. After talking to us for a while, he mentioned that he had a cabin a few roads down. At 7, I was fairly innocent, and it didn't occur to me that it was inappropriate for this man to be speaking with us. But when he suggested that we come with him to his cabin, I knew something wasn't right. I told him that we had to go before we got in trouble. But before I left, he suggested that we come meet him later that night if we wanted to see his cabin. I don't know for certain that he had sinister intentions, but as a grown woman, I'd be terrified if this happened to my child. The worst part is that he looked so normal. Just some young guy walking his dog. The creepy man in the woods. When we were in 8th grade, my friend and I loved to walk along the undeveloped paths around a man-made lake that was still being dug out in the back of our neighborhood. There were tens of different trails leading to different points around the lake, which covered miles and miles of land. We would follow it down to where it met with the gaping hole in the ground and take photos or bring a blanket and lie out in the sun. One Saturday, we pick a new trail to go down, just like normal. A few minutes into our walk, we hear a bunch of dogs randomly start barking, not too far behind us. That's weird, we thought, but it could just be that the trail was close to part of our neighborhood and those were someone's dogs in the backyard. But surely the dogs couldn't have seen us? Oh well, we kept on. Throughout the next 10 minutes, we keep hearing crunching sounds, and we're confused as we can't pinpoint the noise to any animals. Otherwise, we would have loved to snap a picture of them. Whenever we would stop to listen, the noise would stop as well. We got scared at first that it was one of the developers, as we were technically trespassing and didn't want our parents to know we were out there, let alone get in trouble for it, but we figured they would have come out and said something by then. So we put on some music to accompany our walk and keep going for another 5 or so minutes until we reach the end of the trail. We get to the end of the trail, goof around a bit, lie out in the sun, snap some pictures, and eventually decide to turn around and head back up the trail when I stop my friend. Haley, do you see that shadow up there? She looks up the trail and sees what I see. It's a good ways out and very slightly concealed by a thin tree, but we both see it. Do you think, wait, is it maybe that bear? She asked me. There had been a bear sighting a few days prior in the neighborhood that had attacked someone's dog. We couldn't be sure, so I got out my camera, my parents' expensive camera, and zoomed in on the shadow and froze. Sure as shit, there was a man. Dressed completely in black, standing behind a few sparse trees, with what looked like a ski mask over his face. I was frozen. My friend asked what was wrong and took the camera out of my hands to see for herself, and she locked up. I don't know how long we both just stood there, waiting to see if it was a fluke of our imagination. I couldn't see his face without the camera, but I could feel him staring straight at us. We stood there for so long, not able to move, just looking at the man, with the realization sinking in that he had been following us the entire time. I'm not sure after how long, but eventually the man decided to make his move by bolting out of the trees in a beeline toward us. There was no hesitation, we ran. I ran faster than I had ever run in my entire life. It's surprising just how fast you are when adrenaline is pumping through you and you know that this full-grown adult has strides twice the size of yours. We ran along the edge of the lake for a little less than half a mile to where the ditch met the road, and we didn't look back until we could feel the asphalt underneath our feet. I think I lost both my flip-flops and was bleeding on one foot after stepping on something, but I hadn't even noticed it until 5 minutes after we reached safety. We were bummed that we didn't think to snap a picture of the man, but we decided that was for the best. We kept it a secret between the two of us and played inside for the next few weeks. A possible kidnapper chased me and my friends through the woods as children. This story takes place in 2008, I was 7 years old, and I lived in Beaverton, Oregon. It's a pretty nice wooded area with constantly rainy weather that boasts a population of nearly 100,000. While it's a nice place to live and all, the crime rates are pretty high. Almost every couple of nights, burglaries occur in the apartment next to us, and local stores also experience significant disruptions. I went to a nearby school that wasn't funded very well. As in, the play equipment was worn down and the building itself was falling apart. Most of the kids who attended the school came from lower income families. The school was built right next to a large wooded area. The woods probably covered a full acre of land. Now, as a second grader, I absolutely loved to sneak off during recess when the teachers weren't looking and go explore this wooded area with my friends. I had 3 friends, named Parker, Aaron, and Brian. All 3 consented to let me share their names. They would almost always accompany me on these quick 15-minute adventures through the woods. The cool thing was that I and those 3 friends lived really close to one another, and we also lived only a block away from the school. So we found ourselves almost every day hanging out after school in this wooded area. We'd usually bring out a bunch of snacks, find a comfortable place to sit, and play Mario Party DS until the sun started going down, or until our console's batteries were low. On the last day of second grade, my friends and I decided to walk through the entire wooded area until we reached the other side. Again, it was an acre of land, which isn't that much, but for a bunch of 7-year-olds, it was a lot. None of us had ever made it to the other side before. We usually stopped after reaching 10 trees, keeping in mind that the trees in this area were absolutely huge, before returning home a few hours later. When the bell rang and school was out of session for the summer, the 4 of us ran home pretty quickly and alerted our parents to our plans before making our way to where we usually meet near the entrance of the wooded area. The walk was super uneventful, and we found ourselves bored and rather unsettled by the silent nature of the woods. I should mention that to the right of the woods, there was a large road that went straight for miles. If you were to drive down it for a mile, it would lead to a very sketchy neighborhood that was notorious for its high crime rate. Quite a few Amber Alerts were issued in that part of town as well. Our parents all told us to avoid this part of town and to not go any further than the end of the woods. Anyway, back to the story, we made it to the end of the woods eventually, after several Mario Party sessions, of course, and instead of being happy about it, we were actually quite creeped out. The sun was setting a little earlier than we had thought it would, and it would take another 40 minutes to make it back to where we had started this journey. We decided we'd walk along the road I mentioned earlier, as it was getting pretty dark, which was really odd, as it was only 6:20, and walking through an unkempt wooded area at this time of night would be really unsettling. Panic started to set in when 20 minutes later, Aaron's phone, which I believe was a Motorola Razr, this is important because he was the only kid in our group that had a phone, had died and the sun had almost set entirely. It looked more like it was 9 o'clock instead of 6:40. My parents had told me to be back by 6:30 as well, and with me having anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes until I was home, I was a bit anxious about how my parents would react to me being late like that. I was also nervous because I had never been in this area when it was dark. We usually made it home right when the sun started to set, so it was always at least somewhat light outside. But it was nearly pitch black out, and I knew for sure my mom and dad were worrying about my whereabouts. During the entire walk, not a single car had driven by us. However, about 10 minutes from the school, a very beat-up looking Ford Escort, I believe it was an early 2000s Ford Escort station wagon, slowly drove ahead of us. It was too dark to see anybody inside. It drives ahead of us about 20 feet before then slowing down and pulling to the side. Right when this happened, The four of us stopped in our tracks and watched the now fully stopped car anxiously. My gut instinct at this point was telling me that something was very wrong with this picture. A man then got out of the car from the passenger side door and started talking to somebody who was in the driver's seat before looking at the four of us every couple of seconds. We were frozen and hadn't said a single word since the car had pulled in front of us. The man on the passenger side of the car was a burly tall man of probably 6 feet 4 inches and 250 pounds. A couple of seconds later, we saw the man reach into the car, pull something out, and then start running at us as fast as he could. We all screamed louder than we probably ever have in our lives and ran immediately into the neighboring woods, sticking together the entire time. As we rushed into the woods, we heard a man screaming angrily, followed by the sound of the car from earlier slamming on its gas before it faded into the distance. At that point, we hurried home and informed our parents about the incident. We alerted the local police department about the situation, but they never caught anyone, and the incident had no further consequences. My parents became quite strict after that night and didn't let me walk around outside without parental supervision until I was probably 11 or 12. Even if they allowed me to wander outside alone, I still wouldn't have gone back to that wooded area. In fact, after that night, my friends and I only played video games at my house until I moved in 2012. Reflecting on this incident today, it is quite frightening to consider what might have happened if we had not quickly decided to hide in the woods. The man chasing us could have easily picked all four of us up at once and could have just as easily stuffed us inside of his car. Let this story be a warning to parents who don't think their kid is in harm's way when playing outside alone. The house in the woods. I was a military child until my parents divorced when I was 10, so being able to stay steady in one town was so exciting to me. The fact that the shithole we landed on was not the best environment was unimportant to me. The town was neither big nor small, and it was a place where God's light did not shine. Enid, okay, was slash as a meth hotspot. By the time this story takes place, my mother had remarried. She, my stepdad, my brother, 8, and I moved into a small house situated on a dead end. On the other side of the house is a ditch, and right beside that is a small road. Despite the repeated warnings not to play in the ditch, my brother and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was perfect for whatever game we played that day. But what we wanted most was to play in the wooded area on the other side of the road. So it goes, my house, the ditch, the road, and then the woods. Let me clarify. These weren't natural woods. Someone planted them that way for privacy. There was nowhere else like this around our neighborhood. In the midst of the tree trunks, you could make out a small home with a metal gated yard and 2 small white sheds. My brother and I would walk by and crane our necks trying to peek, but we knew it was off limits because it was someone's home. One day when our 2 dogs got loose and beelined it straight into the trees where the home was, we knew it was our perfect chance. At last, we were able to venture into the wooded area, and it felt entirely justified. I can still remember smiling as we ran past the edge of the small forest. But it didn't take long to get to the gate where our dogs were going berserk. To this day, I'm not sure what drew them because there were no animals on the property. It was almost like they had the same fever to explore as we did, but they were slamming against the gate and trying to get inside. Once we reached our dogs with these smiles plastered on our faces, I looked up, and what I saw made my smile completely falter and my face drain of color. A man who looked to be in his 50s was quickly making his way from the front door carrying a shotgun, and the only thing that separated us was a metal gate. I stared at him speechless. Slack-jawed and limp, and I didn't have to even look at my brother to know he looked the exact same way. The man looked like any other older gentleman. He was very tall and very thin with simple, clean clothing on. "Who the hell are you?" he spat. "Get the duck off my property." Shivers ran down my body as my brother squeaked, "Yes, sir." We grabbed the dogs by the collar and hightailed it out of there. We couldn't get out fast enough. When we got home, we raced inside to tell our mom, and she shrugged it off and said, "Don't go back there again." But my brother and I spent that whole day replaying it in our minds over and over again. I never ever wanted to step foot there again. I quickly got over it as most kids do and went back to playing strictly in the ditch. I've always had a problem falling asleep, even as a child, and sometimes I wouldn't drift off until 3 a.m. I would lie awake and listen to the night. One night I will never forget, I heard a scream coming from the direction of the woods. The awful sound clearly belonged to a woman. These screams were the most heart-stopping screams I have ever heard in my life. The kind induced from pain. I just lay there so sick from fear I couldn't move. I wouldn't dare move. The next morning I told my mom and stepdad how terrified it made me, and I didn't want to sleep alone. Well, we went off to school, and when we returned home, my mom told my brother and me how our stepdad and his friend Jason decided to go investigate. They weren't concerned one bit about breaking the law, but what they found still chills me to this day. Although they didn't enter the man's actual home, they searched his yard and the surrounding trees and found nothing. However, the 2 white sheds revealed something far more insidious. In the first shack, they had to wrestle with the door to open it, and once it gave way, the first thing they saw was a random assortment that initially appeared to be trash but, upon further inspection, turned out to be much more personal. One corner had about a foot-tall stack of photos and Polaroids. The other had an old, dirty, stained, and stiff floral dress lying haphazardly. In the middle was a small dresser with jars full of liquid in varying sizes, also pretty old judging by the rusted lids, and different locks of hair in different colors. I'm not sure how long they stayed and looked around, but my stepdad grabbed a few photos from the stack before heading to the second shack. Unlike the first one, this door opened almost too easily. And also, unlike the first shed, it was completely empty except for 2 large chains and cuffs embedded in what looked like concrete someone laid themselves, given the bumpy texture. There seemed to be dried blood, stained all over the floor and walls. My mother told us all of this, and when I asked to see the pictures, she refused, saying, even if he didn't burn them, I wouldn't let you look at them. It wasn't until we were a bit older that I asked, and she told me the few he grabbed were of a man, maybe early 40s, wearing a floral dress. She said he was a very large man, and his face was completely covered in pockmarks. What scared her the most was the fact that he was standing there and looked completely demented. No hint of a smile on his lips or in his eyes at all. It was the creepiest picture she had ever seen. I'm not sure what she saw on the other. If I recall, my stepdad didn't even show her any more because of how creepy they were. She made him burn them. I never heard any more screaming, and I moved away a long time ago but went back a few years ago to visit an old friend. We decided to walk down the road by the property, and it looks vacant now. The trees have thinned, and the sheds look like they were deteriorating. It looks a lot more ominous on the whole, actually. I plan to go back in 2 weeks to visit the same childhood friend. Good thing I knew the right path. I don't want to know what would have happened if I didn't. As I've been listening to these stories, I began to think about my experience. Well, here it is. It was the summer of my 10th grade year, hormones were raging, and stress levels were even more intense. Boys, homework, and the internet, that essentially summarized my life at the time. As summer finally arrived, I took advantage of the time when my parents were at work and my brother was enrolled in summer reading school. I equipped myself with a flashlight and a pair of hiking boots, then proceeded toward the woods at the end of my street. To give some background, the woods aren't very big, maybe a half-mile thick with a river between each shore, 5 miles in length. That was my safe haven, and I was always calm when I was there, except this time, I wish I hadn't gone. I didn't really have a set destination, so I just started walking down the path. I had gone maybe a mile when I heard footsteps behind me. Naturally, I turned around, only to see 3 burly guys with 2 dogs. I shrugged this off, shot them a smile, and got off the trail so they could pass me. Dog walkers weren't really any cause for alarm, so I shrugged it off. I headed down a handmade trail towards a small fort a few of the neighborhood kids had built. I was walking around the structure and spent about 20 minutes just enjoying the sunshine and the silence. I heard branches snapping and turned, hoping it was maybe a deer, but instead, I saw the same guys, picking their way through the woods from behind me. Mind you, I was staring at the fort, and these guys had taken another path. I watched them for a moment, wondering if maybe they were teaching their dogs something again. It wouldn't be the first time. Instead, they were staring directly at me. I got up and grabbed my jacket and headed back towards the main path, a red flag going up as I turned to see the 3 guys walking after me. I turned onto the path and took a deep breath. I started at a slow jog. I wanted to get to the place I knew I could hide. I couldn't go home, they were blocking the path towards my house. I heard them reach the path, and then raised voices and pounding feet. I picked up my pace until I was sprinting down the path. I took a sharp turn and slid down a steep incline and sprinted into a place me and my friends used to call the dunes. It was a sand pit, bordering the river. I could hear them cursing and howling as they struggled to get down the incline, their dogs growling, and a thought, from who knows where, came to mind that if I hid, they could always set their dogs on me, and I'd be helpless to protect myself. I turned to my next option, a thick tree that had bridged the river. There was no way they could possibly get their dogs across that. I made a mad dash towards the tree before freezing, weighing my options in a vain hope that they hadn't followed me. They did. I scrambled up onto the tree and began crawling towards the other shore. I heard shouting, and I turned to see the guys still trying to get their dogs up onto the log. I landed on the shore and spun, breathing hard. They were shouting curse words at me, and one even threatened to end me. In my stupidity, I had forgotten my cell phone at home, and I inwardly cursed. Soon, the guys left with their dogs, and I stayed there until dark, just to make sure they were gone. I don't know what I had done to them for them to do what they did. And I'm thankful that I knew the paths well enough to save my own life. Be warned, there are wicked people who live in the woods. Nightmare, I would like to share with you my most harrowing experience and my initial, and hopefully final, encounter with these individuals. I will not give any real names or locations of where this occurred, as I fear some of you might get the bright idea of trying to find this place for yourself. So it started over the summer. A few of my friends and I decided we wanted to go on a camping trip. Weird, right? 4 dudes going into the wilderness with no girls and sleeping in tents? Well, we used to do this when we were kids, so it was kind of a nostalgic trip. We hadn't noticed anything when we were teenagers, it would always be an annual night of fun in the outdoors. We would drink, tell stories, laugh, and cry, the whole deal. We live relatively close to the woods, so our parents would let us go up, but only once a year. So anyway, back on topic, it had been 5 or 6 years since we last went up there. We all parted our separate ways when we went to college. We would occasionally all go on Facebook to talk about our lives. So we all finished college and got jobs, and I decided to call them up. I managed to get a hold of 2 friends, and they were both up for it. My other friend moved all the way out to Florida, and he was busy with work and shit, so he couldn't come back to our home state. We brought a bunch of gear and supplies, as well as a couple of other things like beer and food. We were ready to relive our high school days as best friends. We got onto the trail at about 5 p.m. We hiked on the trail, and I swear it was like we were back in high school. We talked about everything happening in our lives. We were laughing so hard at the college stories we were practically choking. We finally got to our campgrounds at about 8 p.m. We were all set up by 9, and we lit up the fire and cracked open the beer. We decided to call it a night after about 3 hours of storytelling. Now there are many rumors in my area about these people in our area who have been isolated for some time now. We had never seen any sign of them when we were younger, so we had no reason to ever be worried about them. I don't know if they relocated or moved or something, but basically what I'm trying to say is they should have never been there. They should have never known we were there. I woke up in the middle of the night and looked at my phone. It was around 2:30 in the morning, and for some reason I couldn't sleep. For about an hour I just lay in the tent just staring at nothing. That's when I heard it. Not it actually, that's when I heard them. It sounded like a pack of wolves or something walking about our camping grounds. I was already losing my shit at this point, but when I really shit myself was when I realized it didn't sound like animal breathing. The way the steps were moving and the breathing patterns were just too human. There was no way they were animals. I stayed absolutely silent. There was no noise for a brief period, and for a moment I thought I was just imagining it. Then I heard whispering. At this point, my fight or flight instincts kicked in. It was officially go time. I decided that there were too many of them. I swear to God now that I'm remembering it, there must have been a dozen of them at least. I nudged my buddy to wake up. He just turned around and looked at me with eyes that told me, what the actual duck? I put my finger over my mouth and motioned with my hand that we needed to go. He nudged the other friend, and we could clearly hear them talking now. We all stayed absolutely still for 30 seconds, and I took out my Swiss Army knife. I took out my phone for my flash, and I was ready to bolt out there. Then I heard one of them scream, "Those duckers are awake." I immediately jumped out of my tent, and I got one good look at all of them with my flash. They were ducking disgusting creatures. Their teeth were all deformed, and their heads were gigantic. Their ears were huge and perked up like dogs. They were all much bigger than us. I would assume they were all around 6'4". We left everything. We completely bolted out of the area as fast as we could. I could hear them all chasing after us for a couple of minutes. My adrenaline was at maximum levels, and I wanted nothing more than to get the duck out of the woods. I could hear them cackling as they were trying to track us down. After 2 full hours of running downhill, we finally jumped in the car and called the police. We told them everything that happened. Here's what the cops said in response: "You must have had an encounter with the nickname for a group of people. They happen frequently in this area. Just don't go back there." What the duck? I explained to him that they were about to skin us alive, and we left all our shit there. All he could say was, "I'm sorry for your loss, sir, but I would advise you to not go back." I was in complete shock. I have done a lot of research on the group of people the officer told us about after that incident. Some of the stories are horrifying. Many cases of missing men, women, and children, all leading back to this one group of people. The police refused to infringe on this group of people in fear of retaliation. There needs to be a stop to this. Many nights I keep lying awake in bed thinking about what would have happened had I fallen asleep. I still think about it to this day. Since then, I've found it extremely challenging to fall asleep, aware that slumber could have compromised my safety and potentially resulted in death. I don't know if you guys have any experiences like this, feel free to discuss it in the comments. I just needed to get this off my chest. I haven't been the same since then, and I feel like this might add some closure. Have a nice day, everyone. Wooded Rural Trail. When I was 21, I worked as an assistant teacher. I had plans to visit friends in another state and intended to spend the summer there, so I subleased my apartment and stayed with my parents for a couple of weeks before I left. My parents lived in a rural area of Wisconsin, just south of Madison. I really loved to run and would jog in a park near my parents' house after work. This park was basically a mile loop that was uphill for the first 1/3 of the trail, then level for 1/3, then downhill for 1/3. It was heavily wooded, and the upper portion was bordered by a rock quarry. In retrospect, it was stupid to jog there alone. There was a small gravel parking area at the entrance of the trail. I hit the trail after work one day, and on my way uphill started to feel a sense of panic. I turned around and actually started to run back down the way I'd come, but decided to just complete one loop. I told myself that it was really hot, and I was just not wanting to exercise in the muggy heat of late spring. Even still, I couldn't shake this intense feeling that something was wrong. As I was coming to the end of the loop, I could see the parking area. There was a cargo van parked next to my car. I could see someone in the van, but as I became visible through the trees, they were no longer in the front seat. My car was not locked, because there was never anyone at this remote park on a weekday afternoon. There was ample space in the parking area, which made it extra strange that this cargo van was parked right next to me. I decided that I didn't want to risk it, so I ran across the highway and asked a man who was outside on his riding mower to walk me to my car. I explained to him my concern that there was someone possibly hiding in the van, and he agreed to walk me to my car and made sure I got out of there safely. I don't know what would have happened if I had not talked myself into completing that one loop. I think my intuition was what was causing me to freak out, and not the heat. That was my last solo jog ever in an area that wasn't heavily populated. Guy in the woods behind my Airbnb. So I, my boyfriend, his best friend, and his girlfriend drove up to Big Bear on June 26th. Then a day later another friend of ours drove up on June 27th, and he was supposed to sleep downstairs, and the couples were supposed to sleep upstairs since there are only 2 bedrooms. The first night we stayed there, it was kind of creepy because the cabin was pretty remote, and of course, there were absolutely no lights outside. It is the woods with coyotes howling and bears. But nonetheless, completely normal activity. On the 27th, around 12 a.m., my boyfriend and I are in bed when suddenly our friend sleeping downstairs comes banging on the door, freaking out, saying he saw shadows in the woods and that the motion light came on and there was thumping outside. We got a little freaked, but my boyfriend got out of bed and checked the entire cabin and even went outside. Nothing. We go up to the other couple's room, where there's a porch with a sliding glass door that looks out to the woods. It's important to note that I am a naturally very anxious and scared person, while my boyfriend is a rock. He is calm and logical, while I tend to jump to the worst scenario. My boyfriend goes over to check the last place in the cabin. So he pulls the curtain and jumps and yells, "Oh my God." At this point I'm terrified. My boyfriend is a 180 pounds CrossFit coach, and to see a big guy like that scared is nauseating. He locked the door and backed away slowly. He quietly says, "There's a large man standing outside staring at us. He's just standing in the woods looking at us." At this point I'm thinking he's ducking with me. He looks at me and says, "Go lock the door." That's when I knew he was serious. Everyone is freaking out. I run and lock the door behind us, and we all decide to stay in the room to keep an eye out. It's the middle of summer and it's really hot, but we refuse to open a window. I'm so scared but trying not to show it, as everyone else seemed to have calmed down. About 30 minutes go by, nothing happens. I get annoyed with the heat and the fact that there are 5 people in a tiny room and 3 of them are men, so my boyfriend and I go back to our room. I'm still pretty spooked, so my boyfriend tries to cheer me up. At this point it's about 1:30 a.m. I told him I was too scared to sleep with the lights off. He tells me that's totally fine and he understands, so we just lie with the lights completely on. Finally I start drifting to sleep when I hear a thud. I sit up and look at my BF. He looks at me. Then the power cuts. I immediately start sobbing. I'm trembling, and I can't see anything because it is pitch black. I try to get out of bed and run, but my legs get tangled in the sheets, and I fall. My BF picks me up, and we grab our phones and run to the other room where everyone else was staying. I'm hysterical at this point. I try to contact our host, but nothing will go through. I try to call my dad, but all of our phones say no service. We are alone out there. Thank God the friend who drove up after us had a different carrier because his phone had one bar. So he calls the local sheriff. I realize now it's a bit of an overreaction, but at the time we thought we were going to die. He's on the phone with the sheriff, and they transfer us to the utilities company. We give the address, and they tell us that we are too far in the woods and they don't cover that area. At this point we are wondering if the entire area has no power or if the man outside had just cut our power. I cry more, and we call 911 to report suspicious activity and a power outage. They send the fire department. A few hours go by, it's 3 a.m., and suddenly the power comes back on. We fell asleep, and the next day we talked to some locals of the area. We told them our power went out, and he said that was strange and shouldn't have happened. He told us the only reason that happens out here is because of a snowstorm. He said he couldn't explain it. Woods. When I and my cousins were all younger, we would do what we called Bigfoot hunting after watching too many episodes of Finding Bigfoot. We would go out into the woods, bang on trees with sticks, and scream about how we thought Bigfoot would sound. One time we were going throughout the woods like we usually would, and we came across what we called Bigfoot's house. It was a fallen tree. There was hair on the walls, and it was dug out so no one would see him. We would set up stick forts nearby to watch and try to see if Bigfoot would come back. After we would get bored of that, we would go out calling for him. I remember that on this day, it was a group of me and my 3 cousins. We were doing our calls, but then we heard a call back, which was not very normal for us. Us being stupid kids, we went towards the sound. When we got there, it was shocking. There was someone in a dirty tan pair of what we thought were coveralls, like you would wear in a mechanic's shop. Now that I think back, we should have known what the numbers were on the back of that man's shirt. We had found an escaped prisoner. He was just sleeping there, so we walked away, completely ignoring the screaming sounds. We started to walk back, but then my youngest cousin, who was walking in the back, heard a stick crack behind him. He turned around and saw the man following us before the rest of us did. He screamed out "Run" as he sprinted by us. We ran back the 3 miles to the house so we didn't get caught. Halfway there was when we heard my aunt yelling for us to get back to the house. We ran even faster. When we finally got back to the house, we looked at what my aunt was calling us for. The news had shown an escape from the prison that's in our town. We didn't think anything of it then, but now I know. We found him. Followed in the dark. I work full-time in healthcare, which is a high-stress job, and it can be quite overwhelming and physically and mentally draining. So on my days off, to de-stress and relax, I love to go on drives by the ocean by myself or with my best friend. Most of the time we would go late at night to watch the stars, or the moon, or simply just to listen to the ocean. It would reset our brains and relieve stress, and the long chats and laughs we would have were so memorable and special. But then something happened a couple of days ago, and it's made me rethink doing these beloved night drives. It was a cold, dark November night. Usually I get off work at 11, but tonight I was leaving work at around 1 a.m. The perks of working in healthcare. I worked in a tiny little town about an hour west of the big city. I lived about 45 minutes away and was dreading the drive home. It was very windy out that night, and as I left work, the brown leaves swirled around me in the parking lot. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me as I slid into the front seat of my car. When my coworker had come in to relieve me, she had advised me to take the old highway home, not my usual route of the new highway. "It's so windy, my car almost blew off the highway," she had said. The old highway ran almost parallel to the new highway, except it snaked through thick forests and wound along the coastline. Normally it would take me 45 minutes to get home, but taking the old highway would take me at least an hour. But I wasn't worried about time, I was just worried about making it home safe. As I drove, my headlights illuminated the thick trees lining the road. The wind would make my car sway every now and then, making me grip the wheel tighter. All I could think about was the warmth of my bed, and I sighed, turning on my Bluetooth to listen to one of my podcasts. There was no one else on the road, and a car hadn't gone by in over 20 minutes. There were no street lamps on the old highway, and it was always very dark, with thick forest on either side, little beaches, and a house every now and then. About 10 minutes later, I passed through a tiny little town, if you could even call it a town. It had a grocery store, a drugstore, a couple of restaurants, and an old gas station. It was a tiny little trailer with a couple of pumps that sold cheap cigarettes, closing around 8 p.m. As I drove by the gas station, I noticed the first vehicle I had seen in a while. An old truck was idling in the gravel parking lot by the gas station. This wasn't unusual, as it was a fishing town, and it was starting to become lobster season, but as I drove by, I could see the outline of someone sitting in the truck. It gave me a weird sense of comfort to know I wasn't the only one awake and on the roads at this time. I kept on driving, but I could feel myself growing very tired. About 10 minutes ahead, there was a little beach that I loved, so I decided to pull over and stop for a few minutes to have a quick smoke. The cold air and the sound of the waves would probably do a better job of waking me up than my podcast would. Plus it was stormy out, so the waves would be huge, and I loved watching the ocean's magnificent waves pummel the coastline during a storm. I pulled into the gravel parking lot by the beach and parked at the very end. There was no one else there, and as I parked, I put down my window and lit my smoke. I stepped out of the car for a few moments to try and get a glimpse of the waves, but the wind was so strong it almost took my breath away. The cold air was harsh as it hit my face, but it did its job by waking me up. But that was enough for me. I shivered and got back into the car, turning the heat on high. I breathed in the cold, salty air and finally felt myself relax. It had been a rough shift, and I was grateful to have a few days off after tonight. About halfway through my smoke, headlights swept across my car as another vehicle pulled into the parking lot. It parked about 100 yards away from me and idled for a few minutes before turning off. I was plunged into darkness again, with no sound except for the crashing waves and the wind. All of a sudden I started to get an uneasy feeling in my stomach and was unsure why. It was not uncommon for another vehicle to be here at this hour, as a lot of people would come to the beach late at night, myself included. Some would walk along the beach in the moonlight, or smoke a joint around a little fire, or young couples would come and mess around in their cars. But still, I felt uneasy. I glanced at the time. It was 1:40 a.m. Shivering to myself, I lit up another smoke and leaned back in my seat, trying to ignore the growing heaviness in my stomach. But I was enjoying the sound of the waves and was reluctant to leave just yet. I'll leave after I finish this smoke, I said to myself. Usually the beach was lit up by the moonlight, but tonight it was so dark. The only sounds were of the waves hitting the beach and the wind whistling through my car. After a few moments I thought I heard the sound of gravel crunching, but I looked around and didn't see anything. I shrugged and rubbed my eyes, suddenly feeling tired again. I was almost done with my smoke, so I put my foot on the brakes to start my car. The red light of my brakes illuminated something through my rearview mirror for just a split second. Or at least I thought I had seen something, but when I looked back again, there was nothing there. I shook my head and tossed my smoke out of the car, laughing to myself. It's all these true crime podcasts I've been listening to. They're getting to me, I thought to myself as I put the car in reverse. I glanced at my side mirror before reversing, and my heart almost dropped into my stomach. There, illuminated by the red light, was a figure crouched down, leaning against the side of my car, near the brake light. He seemed to be slowly inching closer to the driver's door. A jolt of fear ran through me, and I froze for a second. Then fight or flight kicked in, and my body chose flight. I slammed my foot on the gas, and my car reversed quickly. The figure jumped out of the way, and as I switched the gear to drive, my headlights illuminated a man, in a dark sweater and jeans, running towards the other vehicle. It was the truck I had seen earlier by the gas station. My heart sank, and I felt sick to my stomach as I floored it out of the parking lot and back on the road. I was terrified. I was about 20 minutes from home, and the old highway was basically one long winding road with very few side streets and not many options to hide in case he followed me. My eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror, praying I wouldn't see headlights behind me. But after a few moments, there they were. My stomach dropped again, and I increased my speed. There had to be a road up ahead I could quickly turn into and hide. Luck must have been on my side because as I turned a sharp bend, the headlights disappeared from my rearview momentarily, and I could see there was a little gravel road quickly coming up on the left. I yanked the steering wheel left, barely braking, and turned, gunning it up the little road. The road was so narrow it would only fit one car, and I was relieved to see the road had many turns, which would hide me from the main road. After getting a few hundred yards down the road, I quickly shut off my lights and rolled to a park. I sat there, shaking, in total darkness, praying I wouldn't see the headlights come up the road behind me. It was silent, except for my harsh breathing. My heart was pounding. I rolled down my window and listened. It was quiet, and all I could hear was the wind blowing through the trees. I couldn't stop shaking. I wasn't a religious person, but I sat there praying. Praying I wouldn't see those headlights, praying to just make it home safely to my warm bed, praying for this all to be just a nightmare. With nothing but darkness and forest surrounding me, I waited. 10 minutes went by, then 20. Nothing. The tension in my body eased, and the sinking feeling in my stomach started to fade. I gave myself another 10 minutes, took some deep breaths, and then turned on my car, keeping my lights low. I had to do almost a 10-point turn to get myself turned back around on the narrow road, but I somehow managed to and slowly drove down the little road back to the main road. As I came to the main road, I hesitated. I could see a few kilometers in each direction as the road snaked around the coastline, and I didn't see any vehicles on the road. I took a deep breath and turned left, towards home. The whole drive back, I was tense, but I did not see that old truck again. Only 2 cars passed me, with one being a police officer and the other being a Jeep, but I made it safely home. As I pulled into my driveway and turned off my car, I made the promise to myself to never go to that beach at night again. Some people just have bad intentions, and unfortunately I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Close encounter in the woods. I grew up in a town in a relatively rural part of England. Once upon a time the whole area had been ancient woodland, but by the time I grew up their urban sprawl meant that only a few small pockets of woodland remained, entirely surrounded by housing estates. I hated walking through those woods. The quickest way to get anywhere from the street I grew up on was to take a footpath that ran from one end of the street, around the back of the houses, and then through maybe a quarter of a mile wide patch of woodland before you reached the heart of the town. It only took a few minutes if you took the most direct path through, but my heart would be racing the whole time. I had to walk through the woods to get to school or to the shops when my mom sent me for groceries, and knowing this, my older brothers would tell me that the woods were haunted by the ghosts of people who had been hanged at the gallows that once stood there. When I was a teenager, I became scared of the woods for a different reason. During the winter months when it was already dark when I walked home from school, older kids would sometimes lurk amongst the trees to scare the shit out of smaller kids and demand what little money they had, or sometimes even their mobile phones. But I'm an adult now, so when I visited my mom in my hometown last winter, the woods no longer held any fear for me. It had snowed properly for the first time in a few years, and my mom, in typical mom fashion, immediately informed her elderly neighbor that her daughter was visiting and would happily take her dog for a walk so that she didn't have to risk the icy pavements. The morning after I arrived back there, I found myself walking down that footpath into the woods with a fat, gray around the muzzle old Labrador in tow. It doesn't often snow in the city I live in now, so I decided to take a recent purchase, a good DSLR camera, out with me to photograph the scenery. The fat old dog and I wandered around the woods for 20 minutes or so, the dog hobbling a bit in the snow and occasionally making a half-hearted attempt to chase wood pigeons while I snapped photographs of snow-laden branches and the stark black and white landscape. It was quite early on a Sunday morning, so nobody else was around, and there were very few other footprints in the snow. I was quite enjoying the walk, but I had started to get a bit cold, and I didn't want to exhaust the neighbor's dog too much, so I was just about to head back when I heard something moving quickly through the woods towards us. Someone was heading rapidly down the main path. The dog and I were currently out of view on a side path, but only for a few more seconds. I don't really know why the thought of hiding came to me, but I did it without really thinking. I hesitated for a moment, and then, my mind full of memories of being accosted by hooded teenagers and robbed of my very first brick-like phone, I stepped off of the path and hid among the bushes and trees. The lens on my camera at the time was worth about the same as a month's rent, and I guess I was worried that some opportunistic robber would see it and decide that I was an easy target. The dog hesitated for a moment as I tugged at his lead but followed me into the bushes just in time. I crouched down with a hand on his head, willing him to be still and quiet, as a person came into view on the path just a few feet away. I didn't really get a good look at them, but I saw that it was a man, tall and wearing a dark jacket and a red baseball cap, and moving in a hurry. Thankfully the dog remained quiet, and then the man was gone. When the man was well out of sight, the dog and I stepped back onto the path, and I decided to take a few more pictures before we left. When we were finally heading home, the near silence of the woods was broken by the loud drone of a helicopter overhead. I couldn't see it clearly until we were on the footpath behind the houses and out from under the trees, but once there I could see that it was a police helicopter, and it was circling over the woods. I returned the fat old dog to my mom's neighbor without any incident and completely forgot about the helicopter until a little later when my mom switched the radio on in her kitchen so that we could listen to some music while we ate lunch. It was a local radio station, and their top news story was that the police were hunting a man who had beaten someone nearly to death on a secluded footpath earlier that morning. The path they described linked the woods I had been walking into the center of town. The suspect was described as tall, wearing a dark jacket and a red hat. I saw him fleeing the scene of the crime, and it was only my paranoia about my new camera that prevented me from meeting him in the middle of the woods early in the morning with nobody else around. I don't know what would have happened if I had stayed on the path, but I'm glad I never found out. His victim on the other footpath survived, but it was a close thing. When I was little, I lived in a row of houses that shared walls. One night, I woke up completely terrified. I started hearing people singing, like a choir, a man speaking in a language I didn't recognize, and a woman crying inconsolably. I was frozen with fear. I went down to the kitchen for some water and then went back to my room. My younger sister was sleeping in the bed next to me, so I didn't wake anyone. I remember turning on a little cartoon called Barnyard and hugging my sister to feel a bit safer. That night, and the nights after, it was really hard for me to sleep. The next day, I told my family what I had heard, but nobody believed me. I tried in every way to explain the sounds, but nothing seemed to make sense. A few days later, in the afternoon, my little sister ran down the stairs saying she was hearing something. When we went to check, it was exactly the same sound I had heard before, but this time it was during the day. It was a bit traumatic. I had even recorded an audio with my phone at the time, but that phone doesn't exist anymore, so I don't have the recording. As I said, it was several people singing, a man speaking in a language that neither I nor my family could understand, and a woman crying. That same afternoon, my dad went for a walk and passed by the house. He said he saw people leaving with bags, though he couldn't see what was inside. Everything about it was very strange. Sometimes I think maybe it was a religious ceremony or something similar. I always try to be respectful and open to different religions and rituals, and maybe it wasn't anything bad, but the sound I remember was terrifying. Eventually, we moved for other reasons unrelated to this, but from time to time I still think about it. The smoker in the woods. This story happened about 2 years ago while I was in university working on my degree in biology. I had signed up for a trip to gather samples for an experiment some students in the ecology department were going to run. It required the collection of samples from several sites, so they recruited biology, ecology, and forestry majors to help them complete the sampling in a shorter period. The area my group was to take samples from was a few hours from my university in the Pacific Northwest. There are 9 of us in my group, 8 students and a supervising professor. We got to the campsite in the late evening and set up our tents. One of the other students had brought a big container of split pea soup from home and was sharing it with the others on the trip. I don't really care for split pea soup, so I declined the offer. Everyone had some except me, one other student, and the professor. Come the next morning, the 5 students who had eaten the soup weren't in the best of shape. They were in the grips of some gnarly food poisoning and were in no shape to hike for 8 or 9 hours to collect the samples we needed. The professor who was supervising us originally had some rules, such as people traveling in groups of at least 2, and we had to return to camp by nightfall. Now those rules were tossed out to make sure we kept to our timetable and collected all of the required samples. We were just told to do your best to complete the work assigned as long as you can do it safely. That morning I set out for a long day of hiking. After a mile or so I ran into the stream I was supposed to follow. I needed to travel about 4 miles upstream, stopping every quarter mile to collect samples of the water and soil. This meant I had to hustle to get back before dark. Halfway through the day I realized that wasn't going to happen. About 2 miles into my hike, I stopped for lunch, sitting on a log overlooking the stream. The scene was really peaceful until I smelled the cigarettes. It wasn't the smell of a cigarette being smoked, more the musty smell of a heavy smoker's car where cigarette butts have been left to ferment for weeks on end. I looked around but couldn't see anyone. I just assumed that the wind had blown the scent of some hunter or hiker over to me, but minutes later the smell hadn't faded. The vegetation in the area wasn't that thick, but there were still a lot of places for someone to duck behind a tree or bush. I was unnerved that someone was apparently staying close enough to me for me to smell them for this long without so much as a word. I quickly packed up the trash from my lunch and continued up the stream. The musty cigarette smell went away for the next few hours. It wasn't until I arrived at my last sample location late into dusk that I smelled it again. The woods was getting really dim by this point. Looking back on it, it was a really stupid idea to stay out so late, as just hiking back to camp in the dark would be pretty dangerous even without a cigarette-smoking stalker. Having just put the collection tubes in my bag, I shined my flashlight around the darkening woods looking for whoever was giving off the smell. I didn't see anything that caught my attention. It would actually be more correct to say I saw too many things in the dim light that might have been a head sticking out from behind a tree or someone crouched low in the foliage. I didn't like the idea of being in the dark woods with a stranger who, for the second time, was lurking near me without revealing themselves, so I began to double time it back down the stream. I made much better time on my way back even though it was dark because I didn't have to stop to take any samples. Even so, I didn't get back to camp till a bit before 10. I was the last one to get back, and everyone but the professor was already asleep. I didn't mention the cigarette smell to the professor because he seemed tired as it was, and he headed to his bed in the RV soon after I got back. I headed to my tent soon after. At some point in the night I woke up needing to pee. I decided to head into the woods to do my business, as I knew some of the other students were still feeling ill and needed the RV toilet for more urgent matters than just having to take a leak. I walked about 100 feet into the woods, found a tree, and did what I needed to. As I turned to go back to camp, something caught my eye. Somewhere off in the woods there was a tiny, red glow. I was confused as to what it was until it flared momentarily, and I realized it was the cherry of a cigarette. I stood there for a while watching the red ember glow and fade, then moved slightly closer to the ground as whoever was smoking would take it out of their mouth. Not being able to see the person, I assumed they were watching the camp. I didn't know if they had seen me make my way into the woods or not, as the fire had been doused and the moon was only half full, so there wasn't very much light. I made my way slowly back to camp as quietly as I could and entered the RV to wake up the professor. I told him about the person smoking in the woods and about the smell of cigarettes earlier that day. However, when we got outside the RV, the ember from the cigarette was gone. My professor woke the other student who hadn't come down with food poisoning, and we took turns watching over camp. I didn't see or smell anything else when I was on guard duty and went to sleep when the professor woke up for his turn. In the morning the professor, the other student, and I went to where I guessed the smoker had been standing the night before, and sure enough, we found about 10 cigarette butts on the ground next to a tree. The tree itself looked like someone had been twisting and stabbing a knife or other sharp object into it, as the bark and outer layers of wood had been damaged and chipped away. The professor decided that the group should head back that day even though we hadn't collected all the samples we were assigned to be on the safe side. We packed up camp and drove down the thin dirt trail without incident. The second we got onto the paved highway, though, a white paneled van pulled out of a clearing just off the shoulder and began following us. This van stayed behind us all the way back, pulling off the highway when we did, taking the same surface streets that we did, and only stopped following us when we turned onto the road leading to our university campus. Everyone was freaked out by this, but it was around 9 at night on a weekend, so the security office on campus was closed. We decided to unload the RV and call it a night as the van hadn't followed us onto campus. I offered to help the professor catalog and store the collection tubes from our trip, so it was another couple of hours before I left the biological sciences building and started heading toward the dorm building I lived in. I stepped out into the cool night air and began walking, my professor having left the building in the other direction to get to his car and drive home. It was a couple dozen feet outside of the building, which was now locked, when I was hit with the musty smell of old cigarettes. I looked around, and about 25 yards away in the darkness off of the footpath, I saw the cherry of a cigarette smoldering away. I was pretty scared at this point but hoped it was only a student or some faculty staying late having a smoke. I couldn't completely convince myself of this, as the musty cigarette smell was the same as what I smelled in the woods the previous night. I started down the footpath and soon passed whoever was smoking. 100 feet or so later I looked over my shoulder and saw the cigarette cherry bobbing in the darkness. The smoker was following me. This creeped me out a bit more, but I still held it together. That is until I rounded a small stand of trees and saw a white paneled van parked alone in a parking lot. I took off at a sprint toward my dorm building. I looked over my shoulder a few steps into my run. I saw the cherry of the cigarette fall to the ground and a dark shape beginning to move after me. I didn't look back again, but I could hear someone running in the grass off of the footpath. I got to the entrance to my dorm building and frantically waved my key card in front of the card reader that controlled the door lock. As soon as I hear the soft beep, I open the door, jump through the doorway, and shut the door quickly. I stopped and peered through the glass door. I saw the dark shape stop just short of the lit pathway. I just watched for a minute or two, then I saw the spark of a lighter. The light was just barely bright enough to illuminate a shaggy beard and the brim of a baseball cap before it disappeared and was replaced with the red glow of a cigarette. I turned and headed up the stairs to my dorm room. By the time I get to my window overlooking the same yard I had just run through, there is no trace of a dark figure or a cigarette cherry. After that, I didn't see that white paneled van again or smell that musty cigarette smell, and I hope I never do. If you go down to the woods today, our house is near the woods, which you can walk through to take a shortcut into our public park, which is pretty big. These woods are a very common place for dog walkers and my mom's normal place for walking our girls. About a year ago, at this time of year when it started to get darker earlier at night, my mom was walking the dogs roughly in the middle of the woods when she noticed a change in the atmosphere. Since her early years, my mom has struggled with hearing and her family history of deafness, making it difficult for her to hear everything around her. However, she is highly sensitive to movement. While walking the dogs, it had started to get dark, and she was planning on making her way back so that she could get into the light and come home before it got dangerous out. Our family has been careful at night after my encounter at the house, but we never moved. When she turned to walk back, she spotted a figure jump the ditch between the pathway and the trees, and she froze where she was and tried to see if she could see where they had gone, but she couldn't see anything or hear if someone was walking through the trees and bushes. She quickly realized that both dogs had changed their stances, and they were now on high alert, ready to protect Mum. When Cassie growled, Mum realized that she needed to get out of there fast but that she was closer to the park than home. She couldn't decide what she was better off doing, but it was the dogs who turned back around and walked in the direction of the path. As if they had spoken to one another, Cassie sniffed the ground, leading Kira and Mum in the direction of a smell that she had her nose on, while Kira stayed on full alert, occasionally glancing behind her, and sometimes she would speed up. When Kira turned to look over her shoulder, she stood firm, and when Cassie and Mum tried to keep walking, they were tugged back a little by her, and Mum looked to see what she was looking at, just in time to see a figure doing the same thing as before, but closer to her now. She picked up her pace and continued to follow Cassie, occasionally stopping, stupid, in my opinion, and looking over her shoulder. Each time she looked, someone would be jumping back into the trees before she could get a good look at her. Completely freaked out, Mum almost started running while Cassie sniffed out the scent she seemed to be following, and soon enough they were out of the woods and into the park, where there was a little old man and his dog, whom Cassie ran to and started sniffing. It was the dog she had been sniffing out the whole time, and getting to know the dog. "Sorry," Mum apologized when she realized the shock on the old man's face at her sudden appearance, heavy breathing, and flushed face. "We practically ran out of there. I think there was someone following me." "Don't worry," he told her. "You're honestly not the first woman coming running out of there today. My son saw someone earlier coming into the park in a hurry. She was almost in tears." "Should we phone the police and let them know that there's someone scaring women in the woods?" she asked him. "I don't think it would do a lick of good, to be honest," he told her, "but I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if I let you go back in there. Would you like me to wait with you while you phone someone to come and get you?" She told him that she would be very grateful if he waited with her while she called her dad to come and get her. He agreed to wait, then walked her to the car and said his goodbyes. She didn't know who the old guy was, and she didn't ever find out who the person in the woods was, but where I live, every other person you meet is either a creep or a criminal. The person in the woods behind my house. I, 24 female, live in a basement suite with my fiancé, 26. We live below a man and his young daughter. We're pretty friendly and look out for one another but aren't exactly close. It's a normal detached home, just divided. We have no windows facing the backyard, just to the left and right of the house. Please note that while we live in the same house, we have had no issues other than hearing what is happening upstairs. I am also an extremely deep sleeper. Behind our backyard is a ravine, basically a tiny creek, but it's incredibly steep on either side, covered in bushes, trees, etc. Walking around in the ravine is not exactly easy. We have a short, maybe 4-foot tall, chain-link fence dividing our property from the creek. One house down there is a little path that leads down to the creek and connects to an adjacent field and playground. It's maintained. There are no other paths off of the main one. It is just prickly bushes and steep, tough terrain. Okay, onto the story. About 3 months ago, my fiancée woke me up terrified because she had heard banging outside and there were flashlights shining into our ground-level windows. I instantly called 911, who promptly told me the cops were already there and probably the ones with flashlights. Annoyed, I pulled on some pants and headed outside to see what was happening. The police informed me that the man above me had called to report that people were on his property harassing him. They ask if we know of any ongoing mental health issues on his side, which makes me question if anything actually happened, but my fiancé did hear some weird shit before the cops showed up. Meanwhile, I watched my neighbor plead with the police to check the creek in the back, as he insisted he saw someone go that way. They briefly shine their flashlights back there and leave, determining nothing is actually going on. I get the lowdown the next day. Apparently he heard people banging on his back door, throwing gravel at his windows, and watched his front door handle turn. The man was freaked out, terrified for his daughter, and had no clue who it could be. He spends the next week barely sleeping, sitting by the back door with a baseball bat. Nothing happens, we all relax. It happens again a week later, as soon as he chills out. Same deal, my fiancé wakes me up, less scared because we know what's going on, but nevertheless the cops find nothing, and the upstairs man is freaked again. This time he installs cameras. They are on the inside of his house, pointed out the windows. They're rather small and hard to notice, and there's no way you could see them at night. This seems to do the trick. We no longer are dealing with the cops or the banging from whoever is harassing our neighbor. However, after about a month I get chatting in the yard with the neighbor, and he tells me almost every single night someone has been in the creek shining a light into his windows, his bedroom specifically. Laser pointers, flashlights, you name it. It's coming from the creek. I'm a little freaked out, but I tell myself that he is being overly paranoid. The lights could be coming from the other side, or something similar. This keeps going on. He is consistently complaining about these lights. Last week, I was concerned that someone was still messing with him, so I said, "Duck it," and bought the best outdoor camera I could afford, complete with all the fancy night vision features. Real-Link Duo 2. Doesn't hurt to have security cams anyways, right? It should be arriving soon. In the meantime, I'm thinking of some way to keep someone out of the creek, still slightly doubtful anyone could get back there without hopping our fence. I walk down the path open to public use, stop where the property fence lines start, push past a prickly bush that tries to take me out, and come across a well-worn path. With footprints and broken branches. And flattened bushes that have clearly been walked on repeatedly. Creeped out, I push on to see where this path goes, and it ends right at our property. This is exactly where my neighbor claims the lights originate. There is nowhere else to go, the path is right next to where it drops off into the creek. I couldn't go further, as it's all thick brush. It just ends at our house. Someone, for weeks, has been sitting in the woods behind our house tormenting my upstairs neighbor for no apparent reason. I am unbelievably creeped out. How do they know what bedroom he's in? How did they know when the cameras went up? Why did they never bother us? He swears up and down he doesn't have any enemies. His ex is the mother of his daughter, they share custody, and she wouldn't scare her like that. I'm as baffled as I am horrified. He drove me to a forest. I have had the misfortune of coming across a few scary guys in my life. My friends often say that I attract weirdos, so now that I am a bit older, I am more cautious and aware, but when I was a teenager, I was quite naive. When I was 20, my family, which included my mom and little sister, moved from a small rural village in the Shires to a town down south. It was a huge change, and as I had been having a difficult time, I welcomed the change of scenery. It was a beautiful town in an affluent part of the country, but I struggled to find a job and became very frustrated as my mom needed a bit of help with money. Over the course of about 3 months we became fairly friendly with a middle-aged guy who owned a takeaway shop. In town, I will call him Phil. If ever he saw us doing some shopping, he would come and chat and ask how the family was, and he genuinely seemed like a decent, caring bloke. So when he said he might have a job for me in his shop, along with a small flat upstairs that I could rent for very little, I felt hopeful. I thought, okay, great, maybe things are looking up. Phil got our address and told me and Mum he would pop by early evening time when he had finished and take me in the car to go and see the flat. I get myself looking fairly casual but presentable, and I'm feeling excited and confident, thinking, wow, a job and a flat, I've killed 2 birds with 1 stone here. I just need to show him I'm sophisticated and would make a great employee. Around 8 p.m. he knocks on the front door, and Mum answers. He tells her we will probably only be about half an hour, and he will have me back safe and sound in no time. Now I didn't take my phone with me, as I had no credit to call out and didn't think I would be needing it for a quick trip up the road and back. In hindsight, it was a pretty stupid thing to do. Maybe if I had had my phone on me, it would have deterred him from what he was about to do. It's already dark out, as it's March. I get into his car, and we start driving, and he is chatting away, asking how I am and telling me what the flat is like, when within a matter of a few minutes, I've noticed that we are not taking the conventional route that takes us directly into town. Initially, I think he is taking me on a shortcut around the town, convincing myself that he knows the area better than I do. 30 seconds later, I realize he is taking me in the completely opposite direction, and I can tell that we are driving away from the populated town and into an area where trees swamp both sides of the road. My brain is now working overtime as I think, where the duck is this guy taking me? I just about managed to keep my composure and ask him outright, where are we going? The towns are back the other way. I just thought I would take you on a little tour, it's beautiful here, with many forests and peaceful places I would love to show you, he tells me in his normal cheery tone. I wasn't capable of saying anything at that moment because the logical and the reasoning sides of my brain were in a full-blown war. I'm trying to keep calm, thinking, okay, he seems fairly normal. Why wouldn't he want to show me around? It is a stunning area full of natural beauty. He is probably proud to show me where he lives. The logical side, however, disagreed, and a wave of panic came over me, and a little voice entered my head and shouted, "What in the dark? Shit no. Are you stupid?" So I just sit there in silence, taking in the scenery, which is becoming more sinister by the second because at that moment in time I didn't know what to think. All I know is every cell in my body is screaming at me to find a way out of this situation. I started looking for signposts, houses, any distinctive landmarks, ditches, huge trees, anything that I would be able to use to recognize my way back if I had to bolt from his car. Phil can obviously sense I'm nervous, so he is just talking away at me about what the job is like and how his staff are friendly, and before I know it, he has slowed down to a crawl, and he has turned down a little mud rut road with a dense tree line on one side and pitch black open fields on the other. My stomach literally drops, and my body contemplates power vomiting all over his car because the reality of what is about to potentially happen hits me like a freight train. I'm thinking to myself, if I jump out here, I have to be able to run over muddy fields into literally nowhere, but my imagination starts rather helpfully flashing by images of him grabbing me before I get a chance to get out the door, so I just sit there buckled in the passenger seat, not saying a word. I'm just thinking to myself, if he attacks me, don't make a sound, don't give him the satisfaction of showing him I'm scared. My brain was about as useful as a chocolate teapot, and I was starting to get angry with myself for not doing something, but I was terrified. We come out at the top of this little dirt road, and there is a tiny little car park surrounded by woodland with one car sitting in it. It was clear there were people in there getting intimate, and as he pulls near the car, I realize he has brought me to a local dogging spot. He turns to me and puts his hand on my knee. We should do what they are doing, with a deadly serious expression on his face. I let out a strange sound that is part nervous laugh and part high-pitched whine, attempting to dismiss the suggestion to indicate that I am not interested and feel very uncomfortable at that moment. The alarmed expression on his face at my gurgled cackle, which sounds like I've swallowed a potato whole, clearly freaks him out, and I'm mentally congratulating myself for my socially awkward and grossly unsexy reaction. It will be fun, no one will see us, he persists. No, I don't want to. Plus, I'm kind of seeing someone right now. I lie, but he sits there just smiling at me like a Cheshire cat, like I'm going to miraculously change my mind at the sight of his weird face. Mum will be expecting me home now. After an insanely uncomfortable 30 more seconds of this, I tell him that I need to go home because Mum will be expecting me. I'm sure she won't mind you being out a bit longer with me, you can trust me, you know, he tells me with a straight face as we sit next to the wagon parked next to us. I sharply pull my leg away from his grip, and I tell him again. Mum is waiting for me, she will start panicking if I'm not home in the next few minutes. Take me home. I look him straight in the face, and he knows that I'm not messing around. Okay, that's fine. I'll take you back now. Without another word, he drives me out of that creepy, seedy place and back home. My finger is hovering over the seatbelt button, ready to jump out. As we pull up outside our home, I breathe a sigh of relief as I can see my safety literally a few feet away, and before he can stop me, I'm out and slam the door behind me. As I'm stepping over a tiny little rope fence round our garden, he gets out of his car, and my heart sinks. I think I'll pop in and see your mum quickly, he tells me, and I swear I can see a smirk on his face, but I know he is only doing this because he is freaking out, knowing damn well I'm going to tell her. He was trying to delay the inevitable or scare me into keeping my mouth shut. Before I can try and talk him out of it, Mum has heard us pull up and open the front door. I barge past her with one thought on my mind. I head straight into the kitchen, grab a small knife out of the drawer, and fly into my little sister's room like a madwoman. Don't you dare ducking leave this room, no matter what you hear. I whisper to her. Seeing the knife I am stuffing up my sleeve, she just looks at me with panic in her eyes and whispers back, okay. I walk back into the living room, and the cheeky twat is sitting on one sofa, sprawled out, comfortable as duck like he is at home. I see red, swear to God, I felt like the Hulk, and I'm ready for the bastard. I awkwardly perch myself on the arm of the sofa Mum is sitting on, the absolute furthest away from him I can manage, as he just sits there making small talk with Mum about how she is finding the area and if the neighbors are friendly, all the while keeping his beady little weasel eyes on my every move. Why don't you come and sit over here next to me? He pats the sofa cushion next to him. No, I'm all right here, thanks, I tell him as I'm fidgeting with my sleeve, trying to stop the little knife from falling out in front of him. Why are you sitting over there? Come here, honestly, I won't bite. He laughs and pats the seat next to him again. No, I am quite comfortable here. Thank you very much, this time through gritted teeth. My mum, bless her, is watching each of us during this back and forth like a tennis match, and I can see that something is registering in her eyes. She notices that my behavior is off. I've got one bum cheek weirdly perched on the sofa arm, so I'm half standing up and half sitting down, and I'm fiddling about with my sleeve. I'm twitchy as hell and staring my mom in the face intensely, mentally trying to speak to her through the power of telepathy alone. I must have looked like a nutter. It's getting late now, so I think you should go, she finally speaks. Mum is starting to look anxious now as she has finally twigged that something has happened. Phil gets up, agrees, and mumbles something about having to check something at a shop. When he walks by me and is nearly out of the room, he pauses and turns to me and puts out his hand to shake mine. I'm thinking to myself, what a ducking weird thing to do. I take the opportunity to kindly offer him my hand that had the knife. Taking it with a bit more force than is polite, he soon yanked his grubby mitt out of mine. When the tip of the blade had jabbed him, he looked down and saw the blade, and then he looked at me. I looked at him with such disgust. Phil hightailed it out of our home so fast without another word. A prick for a prick. I told Mum everything. She was fuming. We did discuss going to the police, but there wasn't really a crime committed on his part aside from being a major creep. Sadly, when I mentioned it to a couple of girls my age who lived down our street, they clammed up and shot each other a strange look. I guessed he had probably done this type of thing before. We moved away from the area after that, so I'm glad to report I never have to see his smug face ever again.